morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria.
Recovery, because we've been through... Oh, where is Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. They should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian, but a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statement to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, you know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's timing and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you
look,
do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
can never be there. You can only see, but you can never get down. You can only see, but you can never get down. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get down. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jó ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àgbétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejembo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejembo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmo. Egu mawego. Karatuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmo. Egu mawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. Nubasa ega ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba,
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna motang, I gonna talk about
the way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka. The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. You know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking life directed from high tension. 2024, watch out. And I will let you know and declare you what we're going to use to end all this mess. I'm a warlord. I'm a Daboski. Bawose.
Epidemic.
Pandemic. Pandemonium. Catastrophe. Cataclysm. Ufonya.
Okay now. Okay.
It is right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be your company once again, and a real delight to be here. All that funky jazz. So all that funky stuff. Erin koja eron and for palu. So an elephant too big an animal to be tamed with a stick. So that's what that song was telling us. It's a metaphor. It's an idiom. It's an idiomatic expression. It's a parable. It's a verse. So Erin koja eron for palu. So all that. So greetings to our Muslim adherents, to our Islamic adherents through this period. Is this Ramadan Kareem? That's what I've been told, the suitable greeting for this period in time. So Ramadan Kareem to our Muslim listeners, followers. So wish you well in this period of fasting and all that. So yes, you can tell from the size of my. You can tell that I don't take very well to fasting, so I doff my heart to the people that are able to do that. So anything that keeps me away from chocolate is something that I'm averse to. So greetings to everybody. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that stuff. the usual protocol, click on the like button. So do that. We called for that every day. So it should be by habit something you are doing now. We're not saying it in the figures, by the way. So if it doesn't jar your senses, especially if it's no skin off your nose, then it's a favor to the platform. So if it doesn't jar you viscerally to click on the like button, then you have no reason not to do it. Except of course you are some dyed-in-the-wool, hardened-core, raw meat eater. Let me put it that way. So if it doesn't take from you to click on the like button, then it adds to the platform when you do that. So when you are directed to do it, just do it. So click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, to do that as well. So that way you've fulfilled all righteousness. You've met with all expectations. And the like button, by the way, that traverses all of the platforms because we multi-stream to multi-platform. So that traverses all of the platforms that we're streaming to. So whichever platform you're watching us on, click on the equivalent of the like button there and share the stream as well. So if you copy the link on the YouTube space, on the Facebook space, or whichever space you're watching it from, and you pop it onto your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, and all of those sort of spaces, it helps us expand our reach. So if you want the reach of the platform to expand, then it is a participatory sport. It's not entirely down. Mine is just to stream it out there, and then yours is to enhance the growth. So if you want to enhance the growth, then copy the link to the stream, and then just pop it on your Facebook timelines, your WhatsApp groups. That WhatsApp group where you hate everybody and everybody hates you. So pop it in there so that they can come and hate me too. I'm very easy to hate. I'm a figure of hate to so many people. So transfer the hate by sharing the link. So do all that stuff. And then, of course, the $ at the bottom of the chat section, or all the platform streams too. So you can use that to donate towards the platform. It's just really a nod in the direction of the platform to say, carry on as you are. I won't say an appreciation, because you're not obliged to. Well, you know what it's for. So use the $. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats in the course of every streaming, which is a very low bar. So that's easily reached. So you kick it off by being the first person to do that. So do all that stuff. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that as well, just so you can come and enrich the conversations we have here. We're always canvassing for new voices, and you can be that new voice of the day. And we are especially canvassing for female voices. So if you're female and you have opinions about the things we talk about here, then come in. So as soon as you come in, we come to you immediately, because we're trying to expand. The conversation is not expansive enough. We don't have sufficient enough complements of northern voices. We have a smattering of northern voices that come every now and then, but we don't have sufficient enough of northern voices. So we're canvassing I won't say aggressively for that. So we're canvassing quite aggressively for northern voices, because we need that for the balance. And we are especially canvassing for female voices as well, for the same reasons, for the balance. So it cannot just be what we have here essentially are a good complement of Yorubas, a strong presence of our Southeasterners, and the South somewhat holding their own as well. So that seems to be the mix, but that is not even that's not even 45% of the country, is it? Because the vast swathe of the country weighs to the north. So the conversation never completes until we get that northern voice to come and join us. And that northern voice doesn't even add anything if we don't have female voices as well. So we're forever canvassing for new voices, and those new voices makes that appearance by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me send that hyperlink again. Yes, I would really love if we're able to get at least one new voice today, and I will do a somersault if we're able to get a strong female voice. We need a strong female voice just to keep a check on all these rowdy mob that come here all the time. So all that, and especially we need people anyway. So because the session always starts slow and then it builds up to a crescendo. So don't let it start slow. So just start popping just as soon as you're ready to pop in. So pop in. But when you pop in, what are you popping in to meet? You are popping in then to have conversations around these talking points. So we kick it off with this. We've been talking. We've been talking matters aeronautical over the last few sessions or so, off the back, of course, of the excellence that Alan Oyema demonstrated just recently. So now, this is the this is the real lived experience of the Nigerian air traveler. Air passengers left stranded for hours at Rivers Airport as Arik Air cancels flight. So that is bad enough. So that already is bad enough. But listen to this. Reportedly says refund will take 8 months. So and that is more what we know. So that's more what we know. We don't know for efficiency and all of these sleek operations that Alan Oyema is trying to introduce to the Nigerian space. Where what we know in Nigeria and what we're used to are things going badly and people being treated in a rather brutish manner. Air passengers left stranded 4 hours at Rivers Airport as Arik Air cancels flight reportedly says refund will take 8 months. So what justifies that is the question. Some passengers of Arik Air have been seen in viral videos lamenting how they were left stranded at the Port Harcourt airport without any alternative for their let's do that again. Some passengers of Arik Air have been seen in viral videos lamenting how they were left stranded at the Port Harcourt airport without any alternative after their flight was cancelled. The flight was reportedly scheduled to go from Port Harcourt in Rivers State to Lagos, Nigeria's commercial nerve center. One of the frustrated passengers was heard narrating how he was asked to pay the sum of 2 million naira to rebook 4 flights after the cancellation of the flight by Arik Air management. He said the airline did not tender any apology or give any justification for the cancellation of the flight. The passenger said, "You cancelled the flight yesterday by 11 p.m. and we're back here by 12:30 p.m. today, and you are telling us that nothing will happen. You told us to come back today, that we will enter a flight by 12:30 p.m. You rebook 4 flights at 2 million naira. That is stupidity. No apology, nothing from them." The passenger added that the company told affected passengers that it would take at least 8 months before they could successfully get a refund. The refund, they say, it will take 8 months. You cancel the flight by 11 in the night, no excuse. Pardon me. And you said we should come back by 12:30. And now they said we should wait till 7 p.m. again, the passenger added. The incident has resulted in a backlash from Nigerian citizens against the airline on Twitter with hashtag Arik Air failures trending on social media platforms. Some of the tweets expressed their displeasure at how the company allegedly maltreats its passengers. Arik Air made this man lose 2 million naira. It is so sad that consumers have no rights and there are no penalties for this kind of actions by airlines. So that is the thing, really, is the lack of consequences. This reaches beyond just this airline narrative. It's the lack of, and this is the narrative of everything Nigerian, is the lack of consequences that leads to all of this impunious sort of behavior. They cancel the flights with no apologies, ask them to come back the next day with no provisions for stayover. The next day they cancel the same flight still and tell them to go and whistle for their money. This is how the Nigerian space works. It is infuriating to hear about passengers like this man losing significant sums of money because of Arik Air's incompetence. The airline industry needs stricter regulations to protect consumers from such injustices. Hashtag Arik Air failures, another user said. So on and on it goes. I thought there was a clip that we could play, but there it is. So this now counterweights all that excellent thing that we were hearing from Alan Oyama. So this is more the Nigerian experience. Let's go on from there. And if you have any tales of woes about your experience of the Nigerian airspace or Nigerian airlines, hop on and come share them with us. EFCC sacks top prosecutor accused of taking bribe from Wole Olanipekun Bello Adeko to sabotage Malibu fraud trial. So that Malibu thing is just that's one of the biggest corruption. That's the marquee corruption thing within the Nigerian space. But there it is. Let me just give you a few paragraphs of this, and then we'll move on. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has parted ways with one of its top prosecutors amid sprawling probe into a high-profile case that was bungled last month. The Anti-Corruption Office received a severe reprimand from a federal judge last week during a verdict on the criminal bribery case involving former Attorney General Bello Adeko, the prosecutor of Malibu Oil and Gas Limited, and the multinational giant ENI and Shell. Justice Abubakar Kutigi threw out the case, which the EFCC first filed in 2020 before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, saying the agency wasted 4 years, yet was still unable to prove key elements of the indictment. The case was the last serious attempt by the Nigerian government to impose accountability on organizations and individuals with suspected ties to the vast corruption that has for years plagued the possession of Nigeria's deep water OPL 247 oil block. So that OPL 247 oil block are popularly known as the Malibu oil field. That seems to be one of the richest fields within the Nigerian space. And every administration shuffles it. So the Buhari administration takes it over and they loot it for all they can. Tinubu takes it. I think Tinubu has actually he has actually consigned it to Oando Oil now, which he has interest in. So that is the golden geese that lays the golden egg within the Nigerian oil industry. Malibu OPL 247. The new Tinubu administration had already abandoned the civil liability. The new Tinubu administration had already abandoned the civil liability strand of the controversial deal in favor of a lucrative business deal with the oil farms. Officials managing the situation told correspondents that the EFCC top brass moved quickly to castigate Ofem Uket as the wellspring. Anyway, it goes on and on. Let's just leave it there. But that's Oando Oil essentially still meshed in corruption. So let's go on to this one. If you want the full readout, indicate to me in the comment section. But because I've got so many things to present, I'm just shuffling through. And if anybody wants to hop on. There's no one in the studio at the moment. So if you want the conversation to take place, then there has to be somebody there for it to take place with. President Tinubu signed students' loan bill into law. So this is one of the swiftest bill yet to pass through the Nigerian parliamentary system. President Bola Tinubu has signed the Students' Loan Access to Higher Education Act Bill 2024 into law. This is a repeal and reenact bill, of course. We all went through that process here. This comes after separate considerations by both the Senate and the House of Representatives of the report of the Committee on Tertiary Institutions and TET Fund. The bill sponsored by Senator representing Ekiti Central Senatorial District, Bamidele Opeyemi, aims to improve the execution of higher education student loan scheme in Nigeria by tackling issues related to the management structure of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, applicant eligibility criteria, loan purpose, funding source, and procedures for disbursement and repayment. So essentially, we all know what that bill is about, so it's now been passed into law. So that bill now been passed into law. So let's go on from there to the next one. So this is the headline piece. This is Peter Obi, at last taking the position that he naturally should have in life. Heads bowed to Tinubu. Peter Obi bowed before Tinubu facts emerge. On March the 29th, 2024, a Twitter user posted an image with the caption, "Respect anyone who is greater than you." The poster has over 337,000 followers. I wonder when we're going to reach that lofty heights. The posted image depicts Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, bowing down before President Tinubu. Rabiu Kwakwanso, the new Nigerian People's Party candidate in the 2023 election, also appeared in the image. The trio of Tinubu, Obi, and Kwakwanso are members of different political parties. Although Kwakwanso and Obi met with the intention to unite against Tinubu's All Progressive Congress, APC, during the 2023 general election, an alliance did not materialize. As of Wednesday evening, April the 3rd, 2024, the image had garnered 100 replies and 150 reposts and over 1,000 likes. So respect anyone that is greater than you. So that's Peter Obi in the position that is probably most natural to him, heads bowed, with daddy placing his hands and giving him blessings. Having observed the engagement generated by the post and reactions to the upload by other social media platform users, a fact-checking platform, Dubawa, decided to fact-check it. After scrutinizing the image, Dubawa ruled on Wednesday, April the 3rd, that a combination of editing skills was deployed to create the posted image. I don't buy that for a minute. That is Peter Obi, heads bowed to Tinubu. Our findings show that the picture uploaded by the ex-user is a manipulated copy from April the 23rd, 2023. Hence, the claim is misleading. So I'm not quite sure on what authority they are saying that Dubawa might well be an obedience space trying to spin it around. So that is Peter Obi right there getting blessing from daddy. So Peter Obi being blessed by his daddy. Let's go on to this one. Police spokesman speaks on why police cannot arrest cross-dressers in Nigeria. So this is quite pertinent and relevant, especially off the back of the antics of Bobrisky in recent times. So this is a video something, so you don't have to suffer my readout for this one.
I have 30 seconds to go. And it's about, this question is about some of your friends who are cross-dressers. And I say your friends because people, I see how people ask you questions about cross-dressing and these moral issues that are becoming a major problem in Nigeria. How is the police reacting to those kind of situations?
Well, Sean, there are some cases that are always very difficult to prove. Fine, I'm not ruling out the fact that we have many of them. But if you, for instance, you want to prove a case of rape, rape has points to prove. If any one of those points is missing, you may lose your case in court. Let us be reasonable. You can't arrest somebody you want to prosecute without having credible evidence against such a person.
Cross-dressing is not a crime yet in Nigeria.
I don't think so, because I've not read anywhere it's an offense per se. But some of them that are into cross-dressing, the allegation is that they're into something else, unnatural offenses. That's where the problem lies. We need to actually have enough proof, credible evidence, to prove that they're actually into that. All those offenses are natural offenses in Nigeria, and they're punishable under our law.
So they must be careful how they
if it's proud that it's not a crime in Nigeria, fine, you want to do that, you want to enjoy your liberty. But if you're into something else, that is criminal. Or natural offenses. Many people have been saying that, but let's have enough evidence to nail an individual as that dirty thing. the law will take its course.
All right.
So there it is. I think we actually had this as a conversation not quite a few sessions ago, just a couple of days ago, around that cross-dressing space. And we were a bit conflicted. So, unfortunately, we didn't have our lawyer guy to guide us through. And we were debating if cross-dressing in and of itself is a crime within the Nigerian space. And it cannot be a crime, can it? Because it could be a crime against fashion, but that is not instituted in law. And this is what the police officer is telling us now. So cross-dressing apparently not a crime, and therefore Bobrisky and co. cannot be arrested. But let's get a flavor of what offends people in that space. So a lot of people actually, they are starting to query the association of Bobrisky with the Nigerian police service. They don't call them force anymore now. They are starting to query the association of Bobrisky with the Nigerian police service. And this is one of the reasons why people are asking that question. Watch this. Mommy of Lagos, apparently. Mommy of Lagos. And by the way, I'm going to dig up a before and after image of this guy, so you see what the transformation really, how the transformation has been. But watch this. You can see all right, that's probably enough of that. You can see and by the way, it's raining where I am, so if you can hear rattling sounds, that's a force majeure, act of God. But you can see the retinue of police officers following this guy around, and this is one of the things that people have problems with. Still plenty of room in the studio, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on. But I was talking about how this guy has transformed. So this will shock you, by the way. This is a before and then after image of Bobrisky. So there it is right there. Let me actually even remove myself so you can see the fullness of it. That to your left is Bobrisky and to your right is still Bobrisky. One and the sorry, I was speaking not knowing I was muted. So sorry about that. I did not set myself to the background. So I was saying from that to this somewhat portends good news for some, but bad news for many more. This is Dangote now commencing the sales of petroleum products to the Nigerian market, and we are hearing now that the price of diesel, especially, which is what is pumping into the market first, and then I think the sales of jet fuel has also started, and the sale of petrol PMS to commence imminently. So now, this has gone under the radar in the news cycle. Now that the prices are dropping, you are not hearing the raging and riding and people cannibalizing themselves. Pardon me. Nigeria Dangote starts domestic distillate sales. So I'll just give you a few paragraphs. A Dangote spokesperson told correspondents today that Nigerian product marketers have started to buy diesel and jet fuel from the refinery, loading 30 trucks and ships with 22,000 T minimum capacity. Domestic sales of 700 ppm gas oil began a week ago, according to the source. Around 2 mn, whatever, this means nothing to me, of gas oil are being loaded onto trucks and sold at around 1,200 to 1,300 naira. Around 60 trucks loaded a combined 40,000 liters yesterday, April the 2nd, the source said. With 7 PC of these destined for other businesses owned by Dangote conglomerate, including, so he's pumping it to his own cement company first. So Dangote previously said the refinery has capacity to load 2,900 trucks a day. It's 3 single point mooring facility at 24 km offshore can load tanks from a minimum of 20,000 tons to over 130,000 tons. So Dangote up and running, and reports then that is the effects now being found, being felt by the everyday man. If you dare me, I will surprise you. Fubara wants political rivals. So the never-ending saga that is Fubara versus Yemsen Wike. This madness is getting out of hand. Port Harcourt-based cleric. This madness is getting out of hand. Port Harcourt-based cleric says after weeks, let's do it again. This madness is getting out of hand. Port Harcourt-based cleric says weeks after his colleague, Pastor Abel Damina, rubbished Adeboye's claim of drinking tea with God. So that funky space then, I think some of the pronouncements of our Pastor Adeboye getting a little bit too funky. My daddy told me and all that. A Port Harcourt-based cleric, Prophet Miracle, has expressed his distaste weeks after his colleague, Pastor Abel Damina, rubbished RCCG General Overseer, Pastor E.A. Adeboye's claim of drinking tea with God. Whilst preaching to some of his members some time ago, Adeboye said he went for a ministration. He went for a ministration with his wife in Ilorin, Kwara State, and God joined him to drink tea. His words: "I was in Ilorin years ago. We were having breakfast. We have a pot in which we make tea. There are 5 cups in that pot. My wife took one, and I took one. I took 1 cup, and she took 1 cup. I took 1 cup, and she took 1 cup. Then I picked the pot to take a 3rd one, and the pot was empty. I looked at her. I couldn't remember when she took the 3rd one. What happened to my tea? And then I heard the voice of the Lord loud and clear and said, 'Son, when you prayed, you invited me to join you. Some of you don't know why I call him daddy. I have a relationship that is difficult to describe.' Demina, who is the senior pastor of Power City International headquarters in Uyo, appeared not to believe Adeboye's story. Whilst preaching in his church as well, he said, Somebody says he drank tea with God. When you read the Bible, God said, if I am hungry, I would not ask you. God said, if I am hungry, I would not ask you, what food do you have? I don't eat human food. My son, give me your heart. He said, if I wanted a house to live in, I wouldn't live in your. So it goes on and on, the back and forth. I think we know the general thrust of that. So we know the general thrust of that. So it's just the excesses of E.A. Adeboye, which is somewhat starting to jar people now. the rest as headlines, and then we'll come into the room, see if anybody's available. Nigerian man insists all guests at his house must do the dishes after eating. So I think that is fair enough, but that seems to have generated quite a bit of controversy. And then there was one that I spoke to. There was one that spoke to a rich list. If I can find that, I'll show you it. Yes. So let me make this the last one, and then we play the Kegite music. Hopefully there are people in the studio. If not, then world's richest black people. So it's just really to document how many Nigerians are on this list. So these are the richest black people, not black men, but black people. So these are the richest black people in the world. The top 10. Aliko Dangote, 15.2 billion. I think it's probably richer than that. Nigerian, of course. Robert F. Smith, some American guy, 9.2. Mohammed Al Amoudi is a Saudi Arabian. I never knew they had black people in Saudi Arabia. David Stewart, an American. Mike Ononuga, he comes fifth. Is Nigeria, 6.9. Abdul Saman Rabiu, 6.4, Nigerian as well. So, and then there's a South African, Patrice Motsepe. So, and then there's another one from a country that I cannot recognize the flag, Masiwa. But it's essentially Nigerians mainly making up the, at least the top 10 is essentially Nigerians, no other African country. So that's sufficient enough to be going with. Let's play the Kegite music and then see if we're having a conversation. But first, where is it? And by the way, we want to still see the multicolors of super charts, so keep those super charts coming. We did say 5. We've only got to Ayo and Alexander Gomez, so take us to those 5 quickly. Let's find the Kegites. You must wonder now why I struggle to find this music every single session. It's always because I have so, and there it is.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Richard. Good, always a delight when Richard is here. So good to see Richard, father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. So there he is right there. Funky Cool Medina with the sunshades. There is General Thomas right there. So the conversation does take place and the conversation kicks off with Richard. Richard, good to see you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening.
Good to have you
here.
How
was your day?
It was good. It was good. Always the better whenever I come here. This is my my go-to space. They are very yeah. Whether they like it
Oh,
or
no,
not.
I'm very positive about that. I'm very, very positive.
What
about
reasons
Nigeria.
make you positive? Because in yesterday's session we were discussing and then we were almost concluding that that country is beyond redemption. So what makes you confident, positive?
Okay, thank you for the question. Combination of factors. Number one, I believe when things get worse, it will get to a point that those who destroy it will think twice. That is also affecting our own children, our own family. Then they will look at it and say, okay, you know what? We have stolen money. Let us use our expatriate. Let us use our knowledge to now change the country for better. Like what we are saying in the Francophone Africans. Many years, more than 100 years, the French dominated everything. But you can see the rhetoric now. They are now saying they're taking power from the West. And I believe the same thing will happen to Nigeria one day or the other. Now our people will begin to see that the West are not our friends. They came, they stole from us, and yet when they are leaving, they still force everything about themselves on us. So luckily for us, some of us are here. We see them that they are not even, it's not that they are better than us. It's true they created an environment that works for them. So what we have to do now is to learn from how they do their things and take that back to Nigeria. And the only problem I'm having with our people is this. Civilization should not mean westernization. Because if we lose our culture, then we lose everything. We have to learn from them, still holding on to our culture, because that culture stands out. The culture is what makes us to stand out. So we cannot afford to lose our cultures. That's our identity. I believe the Creator doesn't make mistake. There are reasons why He created us where we came from. There are reasons why we inherited those cultures from our fathers. So we shouldn't see the cultures as being substandard. Those are our identities. They are the best cultures in the world. In fact, the Westerners, they see us, they themselves see this in them. That how are these people doing it? That they can do it. How are we doing it? How are we raising good children? Children who can compete with anybody anywhere. Even ourselves, we can compete with anybody anywhere. It's only Nigerians that you will see stories of people who came to either here in the US or the UK. After 5 years, they put themselves through school and they become somebody. Even the owners of the place, they can't do it. They cannot.
All right. Let's go to the topics of the day. What are you looking at in the news cycle today? What's caught your, before I take you to the talking points, is there anything that especially caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yes. The first thing is the student loan. It's been signed now. I believe students or applicants can now start making use of it. Apply for it. Use that to take advantage of yourself going back to school, paying for your student loan, student school fees, and develop yourself. So that's one thing we have to look into. Another thing that I would like us to really direct with is the statement that came from Port Harcourt, where the governor, Mr. Fubara, is saying they don't know him. Personally, I don't think he's playing a good politics. Most of the time, if you know something, you don't go out and be saying it. You don't know me, I can do this, I can do that. You are new to politics. To him, the people he's dealing with, those who are enemies of Wike, he should have learned from what Wike said here 2 days ago, that those people didn't even endorse him. They didn't even want him in the first place. But now they think he's there. They are talking to him and they will mislead him. When the time comes, you will see how they will rush to another person. I don't think that's a smart politics.
Do you think Wike still wields the level of power that he used to because whoever sits on the seat in River State usually controls everything. Wike, he has a lot of money, but I don't think he has that money to. His political loyalists are only loyal to whoever is in situation. Apart from Tinubu giving him cover, Tinubu, Wike rather doesn't really have anything in terms of potency.
I will differ from your position because I saw it in 2000 and the first election 1999 plus 4. That was 2003 or 2004, 2000. The second term, our Obasanjo pursue all the Southwest governors. They use the military. Don't forget, Wike has federal might, and it's a query man. And I believe the queries are more than the just. So if Wike can control query land, they can go and bring another German who is well better known than Mr. Fubara. You understand? To divide the vote coming from Ijaw people. Now, the Igbo speakers, the queries, Wike, I believe he still has dominance in that area with the federal might. You will see him with the chief of defense staff. They can, with the federal might, they can control even the commissioner of police. Federal power is so powerful. Except the president doesn't want to use that federal power.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to take us to the headline on the screen? Nigeria Dangote starts domestic distillate sales. So a lot of noise around the price of fuel in Nigeria for very long. So now that the market is starting to settle and starting to even reverse to affordability, suddenly the sound of silence is deafening. So what are you then making then of this major move by Dangote? They've started the sale of petrol.
Even though it looks like it's coming late, but I think it still came at the right time. And I'm so happy when I heard that they are actually selling diesel and then jet engine oil, the one used by airplane also. Because right now I heard that flight tickets are coming down all over the world because the Naira is getting its power back. So the exchange rate favors Naira a little bit. That's affecting the flight tickets. And then people need diesel. Industries need diesel because we don't have stable power supply. So if diesel oil can come down a little bit, that will help domestic production. And later, I think it will now start producing petrol. But for now, it's diesel oil and then the jet engine.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another headline, Richard. Tinubu signs student loan bill into law. So a lot of controversy around that space. I'm not quite sure that people understand what that student loan is there. If it works, and it should work, then it guarantees education in perpetuity for anybody that wants an education. So you take the loan, it is tied to your national identity. As soon as you start a job, you start to repay it, and then the repayment cycles back to another set of students. An excellent idea. So why all of the criticism against it, Richard?
The problem is this. Our opposition politicians, they are not playing their opposition party responsibilities very well. Anything that works for the national, for the nationality of our people or generality of our people should be praised, even though you are opposition to the ruling party. But the problem with Nigerian opposition party is this. Anything done by opposition, they will just criticize it. This is a very good move. The initial one that came out, the 2023 one, they only included BSc or BA programs, that is university programs. Now they saw that it didn't cover people who want to go to NCE, Polytechnic, and even trade schools. So they included all those things. One would have expected opposition parties to at least praise the ruling party. But they are still condemning it, and they are not bringing new ideas. If I say, hey, one man, what you are doing is wrong, and I'm now saying, why don't you try this? They are not chipping in new ideas. These guys saw that it wasn't working. Now they included everybody. If you want to go to carpentry school, any school you want to go to now, you have access to federal loan as a Nigerian, tied to your NIN, which is the best way they can do. So, and it is the belief that when they come out of their programs and they start working, and another good thing is this, it's zero interest loan. That is, if I borrow 100,000 naira, I'm going to pay back maybe 100,000 or maybe low interest, like 120,000. And I don't have to pay back in 1 year or 2 years. It depends. I can spread it over 10 or more years. So I believe it's the right thing. There are so many people that came out from very struggling background that were denied of education in Nigeria. Even when Nigeria started in the 50s and 60s, that wasn't the case. People like Awolowo and co, their parents are not well-meaning Nigerians, and yet they went to school for free and they became who they were. So we should give all Nigerians opportunity. So it now depends on those Nigerians if they take advantage of the opportunity. And this is a very welcoming one. Parents can still struggle to pay for the feeding, but for the tuition, which is the bulk of student financing, if that's taken care of by loan, I believe we should give credit to the administration that actually does it. I believe either you are opposition or you belong to the ruling party, all Nigerians should come together and at least praise them. And if you see anything that's not added, you can advise them. So I believe they can still do that. But for me to now, or anybody to just come out and criticize any move without giving them any suggestion, I don't think that's good enough.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the next headline. And apologies to everyone, by the way, for the rattling noise. It's raining heavily where I am. So it's beyond my influence. As I said, I'm in my conservatory, which is built with glass. So it's just rattling against it here. So because I come there to the back of the house, to the conservatory, so that the noise is not disturbing people in there. So apologies for that. But let me take you to this headline, Richard. And this really is like 2 steps forward, 1 step forward, 2 steps back in Nigeria. We were just celebrating Alan Oyema, and this headline now: air passengers left stranded for hours at Rivers Airport as Arik cancels flight. Which you say flights get cancelled all over the world, but now they said before they can get a refund for that flight, it will take 8 months. So that's typical of the Nigerian experience, is it not?
It is, but I don't think they will get away with it, because I remember very well when the current minister, Mr. Festus Keyamo, when they first came out, this is one of the things he addressed, that if there's a cancellation of flight, passengers should be informed. I think he gave minimum of 1 or 2 hours in advance. That's number one. And those who are already in the airport, the carrier, I think he said they have to take care of their hotel. And if they say they're not going no more, you have to refund them as quickly as possible. So they are not, as soon as this Mr. Keyamo is aware of this, I believe he will deal with it. I don't think he will let them go away with it. This is unacceptable. Number one, some of these guys might be going for job interviews. And job interviews are programmed. So for me to now hear that the flight is no more moving and I'm not going to get my money. Some of them borrow money to buy the first flight in the first place. Now they are not getting the money until 8 months' time. For me, missing my appointments, which would be maybe admission to schools or job interview, that's a big deal. Now I'm not getting my money in 8 months. I don't think they should let them go away with this. It's unacceptable. This is 21st century. Almost every Nigerian now have smartphone. You could have texted them. You could have emailed them. Oh, please, stay where you are. Don't come to the airport. We are sorry this happened. If you're already in the airport, we'll make arrangements to make sure we lodge you in an hotel. But if you are not, please stay where you are. The flight is now so date. And if you are no more making it, you want to book another flight with another carrier, your money should be in your account in less than 24 hours. That should be the ideal thing. You have their email, you have their phone number. You can
Do you
text them, you
think,
can email them.
Richard, do you think this example should test now? Because I also heard when Festus Keyamo was saying the customer services within the airline space has to improve.
Yes.
So do you think this is now going to test his policy position now? So should these people then highlight this to the point that then Festus Keyamo has to take a stance?
If Keyamo failed to take a stand here, then we're going to experience more and more of this. This is the deal. Some of these airline deals with senior career officers in those ministries. Like what happened with Wike yesterday. He said the person in the ministry of, in the FCT, in charge of land, he was dealing with people which supposed to be the minister. So I don't know if NUC makes it difficult to fire a career officer. So you're not going to believe that some of the career officers in the ministry are the ones jeopardizing the effort of the ministers. They might be collecting money from these people and say, don't worry, don't worry. But the minister, upon hearing this, you have to stand on your 2 feet. You have to maintain your stand. That I told you this will not be allowed during my own tenure. So investigate if there's any career officer in your ministry under you who is collecting money from them. Report straight to the president. Because I know, because they are unionites. Federal workers they belong to a union. So anybody who belongs to a union, it makes it difficult to fire them. But tell the president if you cannot fire them, report them straight to the president. And tell the president the reason why they have to be fired. Remember what happened during our sister's time? What's her name again? Dr. Betaidu. You can see how many of the workers in the ministry were frustrating the effort. Even when you say, okay, president says, go and give these poor people 15,000. During the Mr. Buhari, when they gave those people 15,000, as soon as those people were leaving, the workers in the ministry were cornering them and collecting 30,000 from them. Buhari did not know anything. He said, give them this money at this amount. But the staff who are even employed by the government, who are collecting salaries, were the one robbing the poor people. Keyamo should stand on his feet on this.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space, Richard, and then I'll go on from you to Jide, and then from Jide to Ajanle Koko. I'm not quite sure if you have any presence in this space, but you know, the two biggest problems we have in Nigeria are politics and religion, and the two of them are always enmeshed in all manners of debauchery. It says this madness is getting out of hand. Port Harcourt-based cleric says weeks after his colleague Pastor Abel rubbished Adeboye's claim of drinking tea with God. So where are you in that? So touch not my anointed, but if your anointed is claiming he's drinking tea with God, then very difficult not to touch him.
Thank you very much. I understand some of us are not very comfortable talking about religion. I am. I'm very comfortable. This is my belief. Anybody can criticize me, but I believe strongly that when the Europeans came, they came with what our father, Professor Shoyinka, called Gbadue. Christianity is a Gbadue religion. Only less than 20% of what's in the Bible are actually true. The rest are what the Europeans just wrote because they have an idea that they have a plan that they want to convert the rest of the world to their puppets. That's why they came up with that Bible. Why did I say that? I lived in Brooklyn, New York City for many years. I saw the Jewish people, that the Jewish people who actually received Jesus Christ as one of them, did not see Jesus Christ as a savior. They saw him as a prophet. They did not see him as a son of God. They just saw him as a special anointed prophet, just like any other prophet who have God has sent to them. And you will never see Jewish man forcing you. One man, you have to accept my Judaism. No, they do their thing. But the only thing is this, if you want to marry them, then you have to convert to Judaism. But unfortunately, the West, Europeans took that thing, manipulated the whole world, wrote the Bible, and begin to say, hey, if you don't follow this line, you are going to hell. That's like forcing people, that creating fear in people. This is the only way. There's no other way. You can't see anybody from...
Richard, do you believe in any religion, or is it the same template for all of them?
Okay, let me go back a little bit. Somebody like me, I'm an Ijebu man.
And by the way, just to acknowledge Adeola's comment, by the way, Europeans have abandoned Christianity.
It's true,
and
yeah.
I can say that from where. Hold on, I can say that from where I'm living. A lot of the churches in this country, they've either ceded it to the Africans who still follow religion, or they convert it to loft apartments, and so they've abandoned. Since they found science, they abandoned religion.
There is a reason why they are abandoning it now, and the reason is this: they have achieved their aim. They have manipulated us. They have kind of influenced us. They have affected the way we reason. They have taken away our identities, our culture, our traditional religion. They've been taken away from us. For instance, where you live, your King Charles, he came out some months ago that, hey, I have cancer. And guess what he said? He said, I'm going to treat it traditionally. If you come out as one man, or I can come out and say, Richard, I have cancer and I'm going to treat it traditionally. As an African man, guess what will happen? All my friends will be calling themselves. Richard says he's going to treat his disease traditionally. Don't go to his house again. No. Don't take food from him. He will be taking sacrifice again. Don't let him use you as sacrifice. That is what they brought to us. That is what they brought to us. So if you say, oh, you are doing traditionally as an African man, the mind of everybody around there is, don't go to his house again. He's a candidate of hell, because they have manipulated our minds. What? Oh, you ask me, why is my name Richard? Because even my father, when he was born, he wanted to go to school at age 6. They forced them that you have to accept so religion before they can register you. The same applied to me. If you don't answer this name, you can't register in the Catholic school. Those are the things we went through. Why should you force your religion on other people? But I'm happy now that the people who are coming now, Nigerians, I can see more and more of Nigerians of my age or younger than me in America now going back home to learn Ifa, going back to Nigeria to learn Ifa. Look at what happened at the same people that brought religions to us. Sunday, this last Sunday, we celebrated Easter. On Friday or on Saturday, the US president announced that Sunday, he said, so he declared Sunday as the day of transgender visibility. You can see the people that brought Christianity to us. Easter Sunday is the most solemn day in Christendom, because if Christ had not risen, there will be no Christianity. Now, American president is changing the day to transgender visibility. Before you know, Europe will accept that, and they will spread their devilish aim. They have an aim. They are working towards something. That's why you see a whole pope say, priest, Catholic Church will be blessing so people. You can see that they are working towards something. So this is the right time for Africans to leave them with their gradual religion, and let's go back to our traditional religions. These people are not.
And Adeboye drinking tea with.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's true. Adeboye has this Western mentality. Daddy. God is not daddy. It's like you are reducing God. If you remember some months ago, you showed some videos here. Some Yoruba traditional kings, Obas. They went to Adeboye church and they were singing, Awa Oba Nke Oba. God is not Oba. You are reducing God. A máa ń fi ọba jẹ ni. Kò sẹ́ni tó who crown God. God is God. God is God. That's what he told us. For you to now be saying, Ọba ni, ta ló fi jọba? You are reducing him pé àwọn àgbààgbà kan ló kàn péjọ pé okay, one man o àti fẹ́ jọba. Because even go to when the Israelites said they want king, God said, okay, Samuel, go and anoint. A máa ń fi ọba jẹ ni. For you to now be saying God is Oba, you are wrong. It's wrong. Or for you to be saying my daddy. No. It's like reducing him. This is somebody that even the Bible said nobody has seen God. Now he's saying God shared his tea with him. That is blasphemy. Yeah, that is blasphemy.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for kicking it off. Excellent for us, Richard. So thank you, Richard. Stay with us. Let's go on from you, Richard, to Jide, who joins us from Nigeria. So we'd like to hear from Nigerians. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Jide, are you ready to go? Jide.
Yes, one man. One man. Good evening. Actually.
All right, let's have it. What are you looking at in the news? I don't like to restrict conversations to the talking points. What are you looking at in the news?
Actually, before I move to what I'm looking at in the news, I want to first say something that one man, you don't know what impact your show is having on people, okay? And a lot of us, I've introduced some of my friends to this platform that they just listen. All they do is listen. Most of them don't have the time to join, but they listen after the show. And a lot of them keep saying yes. When after the discussion, they come up with this sign of there is still hope. And they are always looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. After listening to conversations on the platform, listening to educative arguments and presentation and analysis. But something happened yesterday. One of the guys that I introduced was the one that called me himself and said, have you listened to yesterday's program? I said, I'm on my way to the office. I'll plug in my earphone now and, listen while I'm driving. But I got to a point where I was shocked. And I was commenting in the comment section that I was shocked. You said something yesterday that really shocked me. And that has to do with your conversation with Inemeka. It could be your opinion, but it didn't pass the right energy to those listening. Some of us listening, most of us listening that we are in Nigeria. When I saw it, the guy didn't even tell me, just say go and listen to one man. One man said that kind of thing. Oh, Benny, this country is downfall, is this. I've told you before, I was like, what did he say? Let me listen. So until I now listened, and it might just be your opinion, but I feel that every generation has its own Messiah. And every generation has its own prophets.
What did I say? You've not yet said what I said. What did I say that jarred you?
What you said was when Ekene said, "Can you bring your child to Nigeria?" And you said something like, "I have never imagined it. Never. I have never imagined it."
Would you take your child to Nigeria? Would you?
And my children are in Nigeria. That's the problem. That's the message that you passed across, and that's what I was trying to point out. You understand? And you now say something like that, kill and go country, jungle justice, whatever country.
And I'm wrong in that. Am I wrong in that? Am I wrong in that?
Woman, I'm not saying that you are wrong.
So am I right? Am I right?
But I'm not saying that you are wrong. I'm not saying that you're
Am I right? Am I right? Is it not a lawless country?
Oh man, every country has its own challenge actually. But what I'm trying to say is this: for some of us in Nigeria, you understand, we look at you people out there that are still discussing on the progress of the country, keeping faith in the country as role models, and we look out to your own analysis. We might not see everything. It's just like when Kolata comes on the program and Kolata is giving his own analysis on economies. I always say, if Kolata is on the show, I'm always in. If I'm listening to the program after, maybe I didn't join and I'm listening the next day, there are some people that when they are talking, I just scroll past because already we are in a tense situation. And what we want to listen to are, constructive arguments, constructive, progressive thoughts that will make us feel, oh, yes, it's not all doom for us, because not everybody will leave Nigeria. And if we are listening to somebody like you, one man, for the name you have made for yourself, and, what we know you for, you are always like a neutral person trying to, you understand, but your neutrality is for the progressive end, and that's what I'm trying to point out. So that message to anybody, and if I remember very well, Ekene said something then, that why are you then, is it not hypocrisy, then why are you then saying they that are in Nigeria should not say things bad about Nigeria? So that is just the message I'm trying to pass across. And sincerely, that was why I really joined tonight. That I don't want. I'm this kind of person.
I take your point, Jide, but we cannot sugarcoat and we cannot be blinded to the realities of let me just say this. There is very little to, we are hoping against hope in the Nigerian situation. We are. I just deliberately put this headline up. So I can bring you 1,001 things. I was watching a clip earlier on. A kidnapping took place. The police happened upon it as it was happening. The kidnappers went into the bush and the police refused to chase after. That's an instance. This airline here, they cancel flights, which is acceptable, is known all over the world, not to the frequency of Nigeria. But then they are telling the passengers to either buy tickets again or go and whistle for their money. And there's no recourse for anything. There's no balance. There's just abject criminality. Everybody steals. They brutalize and serve. It's just. Is there anything I'm saying that you're not familiar with? What do you hinge hope on in the Nigerian situation?
Hello. Hello. What's going on?
Hello, what happened?
I'm surprised. I couldn't hear nobody.
One
man drop or did they drop?
Network
What
failed.
happened to them?
UK, what happened?
No, apologies. I muted myself.
I couldn't hear Jide too.
No, I was saying Jide dropped that. Let's go to Ajale Koko, and then you didn't respond.
Okay.
And then I was then saying Ajale Koko, and then I heard you, and then you muted again, and then also sorry, I was muted myself. But no, I was just saying that Jide was coming off the back of yesterday's session when we were just talking about the sheer hopelessness of the Nigerian situation, and he thought we were being excessively pessimistic. But do you share his thoughts, or should we continue to do rose-tinted glasses and pretend that country now is almost beyond redemption? Ajale Koko, surely.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can all hear you.
Okay. Yeah. You see, it depends on the experience that each person have gone through in Nigeria that will determine what somebody will say about Nigeria. Some people are still hopeful that things will work, but some, because of experiences that, bad experiences they've been through, or they
Ajale Koko, it's not even the experiences, it's the consistency of expectation. That's the best way to put it. The consistency of expectation. You don't have Jide, you're back. I was just saying, Jide is back.
All right.
All right. Ajale Koko was standing in bridge when your system dropped, Jide. I was just saying that it's the consistency of expectation. There is no expectation that you can consistently hold on to as holding true within the Nigerian space, and that is really where it is. So Ajane Koko was just saying that that your experiences shape how you see that country, but really you are playing Russian roulette a lot of times with the Nigerian experience. It's like a Kalo experience, isn't it?
Woman, I understand you. We are all in this together, okay? But I think you need to understand what I'm trying to say as well. Your personality is like when they come and mention some platforms, we already know what goes on in that platform. You understand? But for your personality, and for those of us that are following you, there's hardly any day that I really don't listen, even just to know what was discussed the previous day, and to get some facts from what you have said. You see, what you said is fact, right, about the situation on ground. But I was only thinking, like how would I say it? Báwọn Yorùbá ṣe bá ń sọ, mi ò tó kọ́ yín lọ́rọ̀ sọ, ṣe get. But I was only thinking that if you had said something like, yes, for now I can't bring my children to that country because of the situation of things. Should things get better and things are okay, that country, and you still you understand what I'm trying to say. But by the time you put it as I can never imagine, you said it 4 times. I had to go through that space. It was like a 2-minute space, and I've listened to it like 4 different times to see if I was just listening to the wrong thing or you actually said it. You understand? But I'm just pointing it out to you that you stand for something, and to some of us here.
No. I take your point, Jide, but we have to speak to the reality of it sometimes. Let me give you a little anecdote. My wife was going to mark the anniversary of the passing of her father a few months ago. And she was really wanting to take all of the children so that they can get to meet her, to spend time with her mother. But I had to put a stop to it because she was going to travel from Lagos to Ondo, and I could not abide the thought of that travel. If it was in Lagos, I would have probably, I would have gone with them really just to. But if to travel from Lagos to Ondo, I could not abide the thought of it. And I had to put it. She went, of course, but without the children. It's just that sense of foreboding. That Russian roulette that is the Nigerian experience. You're there, but for the grace of, there's no consistency of expectation. You don't expect that this is a standardized thing that will only likely happen this way. It's just so. Sorry if it was offending, but that's yeah.
I think I understand what Jide is trying to say, though. I think the choice of word, like, probably if you say for visiting, but the way your statement came across to him sounds like never you can never take them. You can never even think of taking them. If you say, oh, I can take them for visiting, but I can't take them to stay, it's more clearer to somebody in Nigeria to know that, okay, this is what this person is saying. And as much as a lot of people listen and they try to take some hope from what is being discussed here, I think those are the things Jide is trying to point to. Maybe the choice of words and how you put it is what he is talking about. Not saying the truth. Because I've been robbed as well. In Legon by the expressway, they robbed both to and fro. Police came, saw them going into the bushes, and they didn't even follow them. So, would I say I didn't see any hope? I think I still see hope. And when it comes to security, to be honest, if you live abroad, you would think twice. Especially if you don't go home often, you would think twice before you want your family or yourself to start making such trips like from Lagos to Ondo as well. So I get Jide's point.
All right, brilliant. Apologies if any offense was caused. It certainly wasn't my intention to cause offense, but organically in that conversation, those were my thoughts. But if anybody, if it judged people the wrong way, then apologies for that. But Jide, back to you. Are you still with us?
Yes, woman, I am. Just it's just just it's not that.
Look at this guy.
Kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. It's just that.
Kò jẹ́ ẹlẹ́gbọ́n wá sẹ́ nígbẹ́rẹ́ ìpàkọ́ ni.
Look at that. Irú pálapàla wo ni bá yẹn sọ lánàá yẹn náà ẹjẹ lọ́jà kú ẹjẹ lọ́jà kú ẹjẹ lọ fà á létí ó yá stoop down má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ má ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ káwọ̀ ẹ sókè kó kọjú sógiri
It's not like that. And you see, woman, sincerely, what you stand for, there are a lot of platforms out there, but what you stand for is different. I just have to say, it's not because we're on this platform. I believe what you stand for is different, even though we have divergent opinions. Like, okay, yesterday I think when Pansat was speaking, I said this is the first time I'm enjoying Pansat speak, because he was actually making serious sense, and that's what we need. We need people that can actually give constructive
we
ideas.
Quietly. We don't want people feeling that Pansat makes sense. That's an oxymoron. Two words that should not exist in the same sentence: Pansat and sense.
No. Jide is right. You see, Pansat is only when Pansat is going in the direction of this ethnic jingoism. That is where
exactly
you always get it wrong. But when Pansat is strictly speaking on issue, I think he always delivered very, very well, intelligently as well. So, but
because he's an anthropologist, Abi, is that why? Because is an engineer, an anthropologist, and a lawyer all rolled into one?
So, but when he's taking his thought on this ethnic jingoism, that is where he always, messes himself up. But when it's strictly on issue, I think he delivered well. So I respect him for that all the time. And he did well yesterday, according to Jide. I agree with Jide. He did very well. Yeah. So Jide,
all right, brother. Ṣé Jide mo lo wà ṣáàgbó fàájì kan ló wà ní èwo ní bọ́lọ̀jọ̀ tá à ń gbọ́n
ṣe gbọ́ ìyàwó mi ló rán play music jẹ́jẹ́ tẹ̀ nǹkan mi sọ pé àápọ̀ táwọn gbọ́ yẹn ẹ̀kọ́ máa ń wù.
It's been a long time she said hello to us, so ló kàn yẹn sí wa. I think she said hello to us once. But to the politics of it, then what are you looking at?
Yeah, woman, this airline thing.
Sorry, Jide, you probably have to move just for copyright reasons so that the music doesn't strike us.
Okay. This airline thing, I also fly, but I must say the truth. When I was listening to what Oyema was saying, I feel the man still has a lot of work to do on his local flight arrangements. You know, the experience, the customer experience. I had somebody saying it yesterday. I would say that since I only flew earpiece once, and since then I've instructed my company, the person that schedules for us at the company, that I prefer EBOM Air any day, anytime, because they are more organized. You know, even what they give to you in the plane. I flew from Abuja to Lagos, earpiece, and it was the whole journey was, you know, not organized, and it was just something like a wishy-washy thing. But you know, I can say that I've flown with IBOM Air severally, you know, business class, and but these guys are just, you know, they have a standard, and I think that's where the problem is. Most of these airlines, they need strict rules. They need stricter rules. They need strict government oversight on them. And that's why I think what the first speakers said, that if the minister should look into this matter, it's going to be a big problem for them. And I think he really needs to step into it, because, you know, you have situations whereby the flight is cancelled and you would not refund the passengers fund on time. I ran into that situation when I was flying to Calabar. Yes, I was flying to Calabar before the election. It was on the 22nd. IBOM Air could not do 22nd because the whole place was jam-packed. People were flying to Abuja. They had to, you know, take all their airplane to move people to Abuja for the inauguration and things like that. And that was when I knew that Tinubu is popular. If you knew the number of people that flew, I was at the airport and it was like I was in Oshodi. I had to go back home. You know, rescheduling, they rescheduled for the next day for me. I was the one that said, no, I don't have the time. And they kept on calling to tell me, would you like this? Would you like, until I now finally flew on the 28th to Calabar. Those guys have standard. It has to do with, you know, the management. I just hope that he will do the international whatever better than the way he's handling his local flights. So that's what I have to say on that. The government needs to come in heavily on these people, punish offenders and defaulters. Like this 8-month thing, it doesn't make any sense if it is true. But I don't think it is true. But if I'm to judge by the experience I've had flying locally, I must say Airpeace is not close to it. With IBOM Air, even the flight attendants, the way they address you, the way they do it, even the way they organize themselves at the airport, you know that it's different. The class is different. So that's just it. It's not as if all the airlines are like that. Some of them are good, while some of them are, you know, just there for the money. So that's my own
what
thing.
Jide is telling us confirm what BKB was telling us yesterday as well. One man, the day before yesterday, about Airpeace, that their local operation is not that too good. You remember one man? Hello, where is one man?
No, I'm here. Yes, BQB. And like today,
Yeah.
BQB was narrating an actual experience that he had, rather than he was saying this happened to me. This is what he said.
Yeah, he just confirmed what Jide is telling us about Airpeace, that they don't do good. They don't give good treatments to passengers and stuff.
Hopefully the international, because he was saying today, Alan Oyema, that they've had to double up. So popular has been that flight that they've had to double up their complements of flights. You know, they're overbooked, oversubscribed, and all of this. All to do with the price, of course. You know, Nigerians will endure anything for the cheaper price.
But Ilela and Shekato Sheta, they have to do good.
I'm encouraging people to patronize it anyway because, like you said, it's one of our own. So yes,
we have to patronize it. Anybody traveling to London must fly Airpeace. But
you know, it could well run a lot of them out of business. You know, all this because people hate BA, especially. I know Nigerian breeds, they hate BA because I don't know if you've ever flown them. The worst customer service you'll ever experience. They just talk to you anyhow. They you know, because it's usually the flight attendants are usually in Nipo and the passengers are packed filled with Nigerians. So you can imagine somebody that feels that, oh, I shouldn't really be doing this job. I shouldn't really be serving these people. And then I remember I asked one for a bottle of water and the attitude, I had to step him down, you know. In fact, I wrote a letter after that. It's just poor service, you know.
So Jide, I think Airpeace, it is good for them to improve on, you know, on their local operation and be nice to passenger Nigeria. They can.
Ajale Koko, one man. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, Ajale Koko, is it not when you fly with them at the local flights that will give you the encouragement to go with them international? If I have a bad experience with you, just the local flight, why would I want to fly with you when I'm going abroad, when I'm going international? So they are local flight. Yeah.
It's not money now. Okay, if you don't like them, go and pay 10 times as much with with the other people. You know, I think Emirates probably has the best service, but they are, you know, but the price point that Onyema is coming in is going to wipe them all out.
One man. Can I finish saying this, please? One man. I myself, my family, we don't care about the money. My safety is the most paramount thing. I fly KLM, I fly Etihad, I flew with Qatar Airline, I flew with I don't I may not go to business class, I may not go to first class, but I will flew a good reputable airline. I can be in my economy, but I will flew the best one. KLM, Etihad, we go with best flights. One man, I can't jeopardize my family life because of money. Flying earpiece that will go and drop us in the ocean.
No. Earpiece doesn't have safety concerns. It just has the experience is what people are and then cancelled flights and all that. But I don't think it's ever had an incident. So there's no safety concerns with Earpiece.
But one man, do you know Oyinbo? You are an Englishman as well. They said first impression do what? Yeah, that is the answer. So my first impression.
All right, but there's another saying: money talks and BS works. You know, if the guy is cheap, people, you know, if people have to take blankets to wrap themselves in the flight, they will do it just to save that at 3 million, 4 million naira. You know.
Woman, sorry,
When it comes to safety, is that you see all their planes, they are brand new ones. They are not.
They're being serviced by the Israelis. That's what he told us that the best, the best service is what they're getting.
They just need to improve on their, you know, their local operation and the way they treat customer, and they keep to their flight schedule. Just like Jide is telling us about EBOM, that EBOM, you know, they keep to the schedule and they don't mess up at all compared to the way Airpeace.
But the thing is, there should be policies and penalties that ensures that. So it shouldn't be potluck that you are lucky with one airline, you are not lucky with the other. There should be a standardized policy position. But
I was even going to ask Jide, the time when he had the experience with the other airline, did they ever told him if he's going to get a refund, how long it's going to take? Because what I'm worried about, I'm not even worried about that the flight was delayed or cancelled, is the length of the time you are going to get your refund, 8 months. How is that possible? Is that not meant to be a standard policies for
In,
refunds
in
and
fact, that would suggest that fraud has taken place. That's 419 now, obtaining by deception. That's
exactly.
that fraud has taken place now. You take their money, you don't provide the service, and you tell them to go and whistle for the refund.
Woman. Actually, in my own case, we flew that day, but the flight was for 10:30 from Abuja to Lagos, and Airpeace did not as in we didn't board until 1:30, and we were just sitting down there in the airport, just you know. And when we now even got on board, it was business class for me, and it was so shabby. For me, it's not even the delay. You could have a delay, maybe something that is beyond your your control. It's better you fix it and fly us safely than put us all in the air and have issues. But the experience in the plane itself, oh my god, it was something else.
All right. Take us to another conversational place. I think we've overflowed that somewhat. Take us to this. President Tinubu signed students' loan bill into law. So it's repeal and reenact the student loan which he introduced. He put it back, reenacted it. And for me, this guarantees somewhat a level playing field for the aspiring Nigerian student that has the mental faculty, but probably not the budget. So what are you then making of this new law that Tinubu has instituted?
Woman, the law is a good development, and the fact that he withdrew it and then added other institutions to it, like NC, and extending it to cover all tertiary institutions, or all forms rather, it's also thoughtful of him. Now the problem I would have is the implementation. I pray they can implement the way they've thought of it and the way they've actually signed it into law promptly. I hope they can implement it in a good way. Though for me, I don't really think it should be an issue implementing it, because I know that for people that have served in the NYSC, there's a scheme like that where you can borrow some money and you use your certificate as a collateral, and when you pay back after 2 years, interest free. When I was serving, though, interest free, you get back your certificates, and I know people that did it and they got their money. If that is done, and if we can implement it, even if we can achieve like 90% compliance, it's already a success. Because there are a lot of people that are out of school because of funds, because they are trapped, because maybe they lost their sponsors in the middle of the whole program, and then some of them have to drop out, some of them have to resort to to crime and other things just to meet up. So but if this facility is there, they can concentrate on their education and stay away from all forms of social vices, and come out good and pay back the government what should be paid. So for me, it's a welcome development. I just pray that we can get the implementation right and it gets to the right people. Because if you look at it, the presidency downwards might not be as even as corrupt or as evil as the civil servants that would carry the files and sign some of these things off, or disperse. These are the issue. From what I heard, I think it's a portal system where it's going to be automatic, no human interventions and things like that. If they can achieve that, it will be superb. And that's my own take on that.
What are the requirements? Because I hear some people complain about what you need to tender to be able to get
I think majorly they said it is NIM and BVN for now, and you have to show proof that you are in school and that you are a Nigerian and that you reside in Nigeria. I think basically that is what I have heard of. But obviously, when it comes to that, they will start. They might have to present some guarantors to sign your forms
Yeah,
and things
because
like that.
initially they said something like that you need to present
Yeah,
somebody.
but that's not too tasking for somebody that is serious about his education to present or provide.
Excuse me,
It
can
is
I
not.
chip in something?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right. Right. This new 2024 law, the new one, nobody needs no guarantor. In fact, the communication is between the school and the board that gives the loan. For instance, if I'm admitted to University of Ibadan and the tuition is 15,000, tuition 15,000, rent, let's say 10,000, other fee, books and something, 5,000. Let's add everything together to make like 25,000. Let's say my parent can afford 5,000, but I need 15,000. So I'll just apply for 15,000. I will use my admission letter. So the board will communicate with the school to confirm if truly I'm a student. So the 15,000 that's for tuition will not come to me. We go straight to the bursar or bursary of University of Ibadan. So if I'm applying for extra money for feeding, that's the one that will come to me, to my account. So it makes it difficult for students to lie that they are in school and then they are not there. You understand? So
Yeah,
government makes
that
that.
makes sense.
Yeah, there'll be communication between government and the school to establish studentship status.
Thank
All right,
you. That
that's it.
makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Maybe it's the first bill that was passed that had a guarantor or something, the first, arrangement. But it will be very, very good if that is the new arrangement. At least it makes it seamless for the students.
Yeah, because
So
not
it's a
everybody
very
can
good one.
provide someone that will be in that level.
Yeah, exactly. But
And
it makes it
a
seamless.
lot of people don't want to even be guarantor for things like that.
All right, Jide, let me move into another space, and then from there go on to Ajanle Koko. So this one is back to Pastor Adeboye again. This narrative of him drinking tea with God. He says this not as a parable, but as an actual event. He's not speaking in parables. He's actually recounting real life events. So the space doesn't seem to be able to stomach this anymore, and all the other pastors are riding against him. So what are you making of that space, Jide?
Woman, my position on all this religious stuff now. I think Pastor Adeboye should have added that he gave God a gigi bread too. This thing is becoming comedy. It's becoming, the way the religious setting in Nigeria is even structured is something else. Is something else. I don't know the difference between what this man has said now and what the white metal in Daboski, the man that said he has different kind of power.
Who do you think has more credibility, in Daboski or are they at the same level of? Is it the same Badue? Is it the same Badue?
Oh my, there's difference.
Jide, can I please ask one man something? One man,
Okay.
yeah, one man. Why is the people who are just reacting to this claim from Baba Deboye? He has said that for years. It's not a current, it's not the current proclamation from him. So why are the people just rising up now? You've said that a couple of years ago. I don't remember the years, but it's been a long time. You said he
All
drank
right,
tea with God.
Thomas, carry on the conversation amongst yourself for a moment. I need 5 minutes.
Thomas, that's not the
Yes,
point.
yeah. But Jide, why is it people just reacting now? He has said it for several years ago.
Doesn't
Even
matter.
though I don't believe him.
You're missing the point here. It doesn't matter if we just been aware of what happened 10 years ago or said it now. He said it is the point. That's what you should do. I'm not actually.
He has said it again. He has said it again.
Even if you didn't say it again, saying things like that, even if you said it in the past, that kind of utterance would come out from your mouth, that kind of claiming such stuff. And a lot of things like that is really going on in that Christianity right now, which is so annoying to Christians like me. You can't be, there are things I don't understand. Now, how can we be comparing Baba Adeboye to Daboski? You see?
I did not. I did not look at this. Sorry.
Are you there? This is BT.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah.
One thing I've noticed is that these so-called men of God, they do one very key thing here. They make people believe, or the way they brainwash you is that they will make you believe that no matter how hard you fast, no matter how hard you pray, you can never be close to God.
Yeah, that they are that closer to are that close to God.
They try to fight to God as my daddy, like he's that they know him like.
Sorry, I just want to chip this up. You know what I call them? I used to call them P alone. I want P alone. Yeah.
Right. So that way they can get away with because it's a mental trap. Because once he misbehaves, psychologically we just say, you know what, he knows God personally, so therefore God, maybe God is allowing. That's what they're doing. It's a form of manipulation. But can we establish something? The man is lying. We know that.
It's a lie.
Thomas, stay with me. The point is that, stay with me, Thomas. We know he's lying, but think about the millions of followers that actually believe he's telling the truth. That's the problem. It's not Thomas.
No. We have to say the truth. Mr. Thomas. Let me shock you with something. You see, I watched a clip some times ago of to tell you how people are brainwashed anyway. TB Joshua, and on his altar there is this fountain there. And while he was preaching, he just turned and looked at that fountain and said, "This fountain, in the next 20 minutes, the blood of Jesus will be flowing out of this fountain." There was stampede in that church that day. If you watch that video, everybody trying to go and soak theirs. If you see able men soaking themselves in water, turning inside fountain, drinking water, I'm like seriously? Oh my God! See, there is a problem. There is a big problem.
You see the problem.
DOG.
Yeah.
You remember this person we are talking about? He told us he drove a car without petrol from Ikare to Lagos, or I forgot. This is a lie now. This is a lie. How can you drove a car without fuel from Ikare to Lagos?
The problem is, I think, fine, if you want to be a Christian, it's good, yeah. But it's like a student going to school, sitting down, listening to teacher, but you don't revise, most people just go to church. That is why you will see a lot of evil things happening in the church. People don't even study to know that God themselves. A lot of people believe that when they go to church is when is best time to serve God. But for them to go back to the Bible, read their Bible, and because if you know the Bible well, there are sometimes you go to some churches, immediately the pastor starts sermon with the doctrine and everything, you will feel it's wrong. And I always say something to people: we can read the same chapter of Bible and all the same verse, but we might get different message from it. So
yes, I interpret it differently.
So people need to study. People don't study the Bible, and a lot of people in Nigeria are looking for miracles and prosperity. That's why you will see most churches that preaching salvation have few people in it, because what they keep preaching to you is give your life to Christ.
So do you feel bad for them when they get married? How do you feel when people fall victim of? I wouldn't say victim, but how do you feel about those that don't? The way you see it now, which is I think it's very objective. How do you feel when most people that attend those churches don't are vulnerable? How do you feel about those followers of those so-called men of God, or God of men, the way they call them? How do you feel about that?
I feel bad because at the end of the day, you just look at these people have been so brainwashed that it's actually hard to fine tune them back into reality. Some people will even abuse you and curse you, even with the Bible.
The DOG, if you remember, Pastor Sulaiman came to America in New Texas, in Austin, Texas, and he was telling people, God is sending money from heaven. People were getting a lot of their phones. Lawyers, professors, doctors, nurses, and people were fooled by those things. It's just
Thomas.
well, my brother, because I'm a Christian, it gets me annoyed. How can people just bring God down to
Your faith can set you free. You have to
Egbon.
just believe.
Egbon
And
Thomas.
don't question. Don't question.
Please, Egbon Thomas, I want to explain something to you. You see, the problem we have in our society is part of this thing. We have unnecessary entitlement. Eh? We feel that miracle is just something cheap. Instead of working hard, people will be giving us bad stories. Let me show. Wait.
let me say this before you go on. But these people are in the US. They don't, if they are fooling Nigerians in Nigeria, I can
No, that's
still
what is called
stomach that.
brainwashing now. Those people have been brainwashed since they are
See,
kids,
there's
But you are in
nothing
the
long
that
before they
US.
left Nigeria.
there's nothing that enslaves a man more than religion. That is the fact. Nothing enslaves a man more than religion. It is basic fact. Now, let me tell you what happened again. We say corruption. The man that God drank tea with him stood in the middle of his church and asked for, he said it in a calm way. Anybody that can give us 1
1
billion naira
billion naira. Call my
should
secretary.
see my
My
That was
secretary.
secretary.
when
And
that was when the naira was about 300 or 400 now, not now.
oh my
That was
goodness. And I asked myself, the first question that I asked was, if you see Dangote and you just ask Dangote for 1 billion naira, Dangote, and you just ask Dangote for 1 billion naira, is Dangote just going to just write you the check or just dash you? That is the richest man in Africa.
Black man.
And somebody confidently, without remorse, without caution, ask for 1 billion naira in the middle of a service, and I know they will get that money. So where's that money coming from? Cecilia Ibru went to that same church. I was even there then. She donated. Somebody forced me to go. That time I was still, dilly dally, in, outside, in, out, in, out. You understand? And Cecilia Ibru gave generators, all these big generators. She gave 6, and they were praising her, thanking her, doing everything. And I sat down there and I was looking. When they finally called Cecilia Ibru for what she did, I said, oh. So how do you say you know God when the money you take is not even clean? 1 billion naira, you just say it like one Yahoo boy can give you.
When I was
And
when I was
Jide,
when I was working in
I don't know for
Lagos,
fact. I know they will get that 1 million
when I was
from many
working in
1
people.
Lagos,
billion,
what are you
people
saying?
will
1
give
billion.
it.
When I was working in
People will
Lagos
give
on the
it. People that have
highway,
stolen Nigerian money will give that 1 billion naira without flinching.
but I
And
go
they will
to
feel that.
But
I
Jide,
attend this
you can't
church.
bend against it. But my
All right, hold on, Charles. Let DOJ come in, and then after that, we must move on. DOJ.
Yeah, thank you. When I was working in Lagos, I attend this church that this access guy that died in the crash attend. I used to attend that church.
Wigwe.
And what?
Wigwe.
Yeah, Wigwe, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to attend the same church. That same church, I know a lot of guys that lives on the highland that are actually job hunting at them. I'm telling you, in this church, in a minute, they can say they need 70 million to do interlock for children's church. Within 15 minutes, the 70 million would have been completed, donated. So, and I look at people around, and that is what annoys me about the wife of that pastor that went ahead and celebrated her birthday. And that's what shows you when people say church is a business. This is a man that has donated to this church on several occasions that even me I knew about. This man lost his life with his wife and his son. I think for it being a church, being a pastor, something should tell you, let me postpone this party. This is not a time to celebrate, to have that kind of party. So that's why I said to people, churches, you will go to church, they will deceive you, drop your money. If anything happened to you, if the church is not there for you, don't blame them. Most of them are just set up for business purposes, to be honest.
All right, brilliant. So Jide, thank you. Let's go from Jide to Ajanle Koko, who I think is ready now. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to come in at whichever point, or do you want me to talk you through the headlines?
Let me say this. It's been a while. We've seen DOG. Let DOG go now. Let him go.
All right, let's hear from D then. D, so your voice has been missed. DOG, the young millionaire of the platform.
Okay, no, oh man. Yeah, make me there.
All right. Is there anything that you saw in the news cycle before I take you through the talking points?
There is a lot of things going on. Just take me through the talking points.
Okay. Kick it off with Dangote Refinery that started churning out petroleum products to the Nigerian market, and commensurately prices starting to take a downward spiral. So this has just gone into the back end of the news cycle. Nobody talking about it anymore, but we're talking about it now. Well, but beyond this shutting the mouth of the obedient space, what does this actually speak to the Nigerian economy? Because it's pumping out diesel, which is the fuel for the manufacturing space, and then it's pumping out jet fuel, which is, of course, is the fuel for the airline space. So those two products alone, what impact do you anticipate that they will make on the Nigerian economic space, both aviation and manufacturing, and of course PMS to come in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, this will bring improvement in the economy because a lot of things will function properly, and if the price is down as well, it's easy for people to purchase. And like Mr. Richard said, it will help a lot of companies because most companies need diesel, which I think in the sense of Nigeria, I think this is a thing people could point to and still see hope in that country. If we can go in this step, people like Dangote can come in and create things like this. There will be job opportunity as well for people. And in the essence of when it comes to production, I think a lot of companies have actually even left Nigeria because of power. This is an improvement that can actually, at least if the price is down and they get the product on time, to foil their generator, their machines to function, it goes a long way. At least that reduces companies trying to leave the country to go to another company. A lot of companies in the last 5 years have relocated to Ghana, and which I think is sad for the country. Part of why there is not enough job in Nigeria today. So this is a good development, and kudos to Dangote. And I will encourage a lot of people in Dangote's position to bring up things. All these politicians, they need to start investing in manufacturing companies. And if the country start manufacturing stuff as well, it helps the economy. It brings about employment, job opportunity for people. Now they are signing students' loan. Most of these students, I know a lot of graduates, People, I know a lot of even 40 years old that still lives in their parent house because there is no job, there is nothing. So,
You know, I think Rational Mind was giving an anecdote once about people of his age that circumstances is such that they've not been able to marry. Like you said, people been stuck in their parents' home, 40, 45, thereabout, no wife, and then suddenly they are 50, and before you know it, they are 60. You know, they are ọkùnrin náà máa ń lélẹ̀, obìnrin nìkan kọ́ ló máa ń lélẹ̀, you know.
At the end of the day, some people even got married and they still live in their parent house with their wife and their kids. So is
But
that
that's common. That's commonplace in Nigeria, though. They'll just cut you a room. They'll cut you a room.
A lot of people that is no job. I know people that they are really doing well now, but I know they are struggle after leaving school, after even having to achieve master degree and all that. No job. I know a guy that have to start traveling to North to get agric tomatoes to supply to food co back in the days. And goes so good for several years. He struggled like that. He now has a job in Abuja and is doing very fine, which is one of those people I'm always looking at and I'm thinking, well, you've tried for yourself, because that country, a lot of people are roasting. The last time I went to Nigeria, I see couples of people that, to be honest, I cried.
In fact, some of them will start to avoid you because just from the shame of it, you know.
Even me, I was ashamed for them and I cried after I left them because I thought about them and I thought about the situation they are in and I cried for them. It's sad. It's sad. So
there was a time that an old school friend of mine, I'm not going to name names, of course, he sent me a text suddenly asking me for 100K, and then in that text was a repayment plan. You know, I didn't even know how to digest it. Imagine that, you know.
Even though you've not confirmed you have it to give it.
No, but even Pali send me 100. Even it's a repayment plan, you know. That was the one that really got me, you know. That you know, because it's not somebody you'd expect that from, and you'd have taken him a real tug of the heart before he was able to send it. It was just. I wouldn't say it broke my heart, but it caught me off guard a little bit. Yeah.
There was a time, you know, if you follow people on Instagram, if you follow each other, you see when they comment on like other blogs, you see some of those comments. And I saw one guy I knew that went on there on Femi's daughter, Kupi, DJ Kupi's page to beg for 5,000 naira that his wife is pregnant and she's asthmatic and she needs inhaler. And I know the guy. I had to message him immediately because his story was genuine. He told me, he said in those comments that, oh, they have printing press, which is true, they have printing press, but printing business is not all that booming at the moment, which was realistic at then. So I felt for him, I had to message him and send him the money because I thought for him to go to the extent of commenting on somebody's page, a lot of people I don't even know on Facebook that will just send, please, I need money to hit. You know, some of them, you know, the one.
No, there's a culture on Facebook that does that anyway. They'll send you, they send it, the bulk send it round to it. I get a lot of that. Just some random person will give you some, and then they'll send their bank account as well along with the message.
Exactly, you know. Yeah. So a lot of people are struggling and is lack of jobs and all that. Not everybody will be able to raise money to start a business. Not everybody has the connection to get stuff. So if there are jobs, but if people can at least have a job to put food on the table, it goes a long way. And I think this is encouraging, and I apply to people in such level and position to start creating stuff, making job available for people, and these things will boom our economy as well. That's what I have to say about this Dangote stuff. It will help us a long way, at least.
All right, let me take you to this space. This is somewhat woke gonna sleep. So this is woke behavior now going back to bed. So this guy represents a moral maze for people to contend with. Nigerian man insists all guests at his house must do the dishes after eating. So imagine then you go to your, it says, so this is a reply. It says, your visitors should do their dishes because you served them food. I can understand family members, but a friend should not be entering your kitchen as long as you are not living alone. When you offer a guest a meal, be gracious enough to do the dishes afterwards. So what are you making of this position that this guy has put forward? So you go to your palace, he serves you bomb, and then he sends you to the kitchen to go and wash up.
It depends. If he's a single guy and he lives alone, and a couple of friends come and he wants everybody to do their dishes, I don't really see any big deal. But if you're a family man, I can't come to your house, you serve me and you expect me to go to your kitchen and start doing dishes. That I think is wrong. But as a bachelor, I remember back I love cooking, and I would make food. My friends would come around, we would drink, play game, eat, and I would tell everybody, please do your dishes as once take you to the kitchen, which I think is fine. So I think it depends on the situation. If it's a single man and a bachelor, why not? You can tell your friends to do that. But if you are married and it's your family house, there is no way you want people to go into your kitchen, and I don't think your wife will appreciate that as well. So that's my take
Right.
on that.
I would rather not eat in your house than I don't even eat in people's houses anyway. I don't know. It's just I would rather leave your house and then go to McDonald's rather than come and eat in people's. I don't like doing that, you know. But let me take you to the space, DOG. It says a police spokesperson, ACP Adejobi, speaks on why why the police cannot arrest or prosecute cross-dressers. So is that Bobrisky space, DOG? And apparently, allegedly, it is not actually against the law to cross-dress in Nigeria. So is that a cover story for that culture? And if that is not law, should it be cross-dressing?
If I think the man is right, there is nowhere in the law that says cross-dressing. Cross-dressing is an offense, so they have to have proof that the person is committing a natural offense, which is in the law, before they can arrest or do anything to that. Fine. Why I won't just encourage cross-dressing is obviously a lot of people will run under that cover now to do whatever they want to do, as long as there is no proof for it. But the man on to the standard is not wrong anyway. Cross-dressing, I think, in our culture gives room for people that wants to be gay to hide under the pretense of a cross-dresser. Fine, a lot of those cross-dressers, like someone like Bobrisky, have said a lot of things that actually you would think is gay. So for me, that is why I won't encourage it, because people will use it to under
Do you think
pretense of
that Bobrisky thing is that Bobrisky culture? Do you think it's been encouraged in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's
Do
been
you think they're
encouraged
giving?
because a lot of boys, young boys, old boys, now that are acting as cross-dresser. There was even one that the picture came out in Abuja. Even if you see this one, you will
No,
never
I think
really.
I saw it. He or she was wearing a lacy,
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
with ties and boobs everywhere.
So that is why I
You
think.
wouldn't see that if it's the same image. You wouldn't see it, and you wouldn't think it wasn't a woman.
Yeah, exactly. For someone like what's the other one to Bobrisky? That one,
James Brown.
James Brown. For that, if it's that level, that
Is
one
it
is just
sad that we know their names so readily?
that James Brown.
Should
That
we
one
be
is
asking
just
questions about ourselves that
that
we are
one is
knowing
the
these people
proper.
so?
That guy is a proper cross dress. He's just using it to feed him. He's just doing that to feed himself
He's
and
in the UK at
people.
the moment, isn't he?
No, it's back. He said he couldn't fund the school fees. That the school fees is too much, which I kind of understand. If he's making all that money to be paying almost 15 grand for per section,
but GOG,
yeah.
are we not thinking these guys are making fortunes entertaining out of this thing? Do you think they really? Yeah.
Somebody like James Brown is more like of entertainment, and you will seem like he's cross dresser. You will never have a thought of him having a thing to do with another man, if you see what I'm saying.
I
But
don't,
with
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
like
And
Bobrisky,
the fortune out of it. People give
Yeah.
them money.
So, but
These
someone like
people, they get money.
she says a lot of things. I mean, he says a lot of things. She, bro, Tani, bro.
You know that little struggle you had there is the struggle of all of us. You immediately refer to him as she, and then you quickly correct yourself and say he,
As he,
and then you want to go back to she just to be politically correct. It's just the confusion, man.
So for
Eh,
me, as a matter of fact, for me to be honest, I think what I don't really even have a problem with the gay people or the lesbian. I think where I have the problem is the T. Is the T because there was a situation where a lady was telling us she took her daughter swimming and they went to the bathroom and there was a trans guy there. And
yes,
it came,
that was in America, was it?
yeah, and it came
Yeah,
out.
I saw it, and then he kicked off a fight, didn't he?
You
Yeah,
know, so things
yeah.
like so if they want that's the one I have a problem with. The other ones they don't even have issue with anybody and they don't even disturb anybody. And I think they are nice people. If you've actually met a lot, I've met a lot of them here and they are always very nice because they want you to accept them. But for the TIG ones, those are the ones I don't agree with. If they want to let that stay,
You
they
know,
need
I'm not sure if I object to it or not, but what I do object to is the militancy of it. You know, if you say that that's your sexual inclination, then that's your business. But you don't have to beat me around the head. They use it as a weapon to attack everybody and then call you all manners of whatever. I mean,
I saw a
it's
post
the way they are
somewhere.
militant about
One
it.
guy
That,
wrote,
yeah.
he said, I'm fluid gender, depending on the toilet
What?
queue.
All right, fluid is unbelievable.
I'm fluid gender, depending on the toilet queue, you know? So it's quite funny. So for me, it's the
I
tea I
blame the
have an issue
Americans
with,
for this, by the way.
you
It's
know?
always the Americans, isn't it?
So it's the team I have issue with. The other one I don't have problem. So, but with cross dressing in Nigeria, a lot of these guys are just using to stay under the pretext of cross dressing. There was an arrest that was made in a party. It was a couple of gay people having the party, but they all dress as cross dressers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. Sorry, guys. So
What
for
are you
me,
buying? What are you buying?
no, I'm not buying anything. I'm actually at work. I'm,
Oh, all
I'm
right.
going
Okay.
to. I'm going back towards the lab, so it's telling me not to do something.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I was saying is, so for me, is the cross-dressing thing. A lot because they went to arrest a lot of guys. They were pretending as cross-dressers, but they are gay having a party. I don't know whether it's in the east or something. I'm sure you saw the news.
I think that was in Cross Rivers or somewhere like
Yeah,
that.
you know, so a lot of them are hiding under the pretext of cross-dresser. That's where the problem is. But if it's just about cross-dressing, somebody like James Brown, I don't really have a problem. Even though he's annoying, he annoys me. But I don't have a problem with that standard. But for somebody like
Those
Gabriel,
lips, man. Those lips are. Did he have his lips? I've never seen lips like that on anybody.
One man, why are you look? Why is your eyes going
why
to
are you
even
looking at it
women?
with the lips exactly?
It's a freakishly wide mouth now.
Oh my
It's a
god.
freakishly.
No, don't invite me.
You know.
Just stay right there, one man. You're on your own.
You know what they call that? They call that
I don't know,
trout.
one man. We
They
don't
call
know.
it trout pout. Do you
You
know
don't
what
know.
you know what a trout is? It's a fish. They
One man.
call it trout pout.
One man. It's just you. Don't just you. Don't.
All right, you don't swing that way. Carry on, dear JJ. Oh, do we still have the?
What happened to DOG? Does it
Yeah,
drop?
I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is the problem. That is the problem I have with the cross dressing issue. But as the guy has said, the police guy is actually right. That's why they can't really arrest them. Because would I say we are arresting them for cross dressing where there is where there is no where there is nowhere in the law that is an offense to be a cross dresser. It is only if they now enact it in the law now to say, okay, you can't be a cross dresser, then that's how they can put a stop to it.
Did you see that controversy of Bobrisky emerging as our best dressed female? The country went aflame with that.
People are not well in that country. All of them now see the guy as a woman. He goes to parties with all these celebrity female people. They all entertain him.
He's
Everybody
an
shouts.
A-list celebrity now. There's no escaping
Exactly,
it. Oh. He's
exactly.
Bobrisky is an A-list celebrity in
Exactly.
Nigeria.
He goes to parties, spray you guys million, dressed like female. Everybody, mommy of Lagos. He goes to shopping mall. Everybody is calling, shouting him. A group of people will be shouting, "Mommy of Lagos," all that. So for me, I just think they are just a bit extra about it. I just think the person that has actually put her as the winner is just trying to create more awareness for the movie that was about to be released. But Nigerians they just use every little thing to cure their boredom and idleness, to be honest. I don't see a big deal in that.
DOG, what my
Yeah.
comment is,
Yeah, go on.
all these celebrities, they called Bobrisky to their party. They sold Ashwabi for Bobrisky as a female. So why are they mad now that
It's not the
Bobrisky got
celebrity. It's
the
not the
best
celebrity.
dress?
The one that is mad among the celebrities, the one that didn't win. She thought she would be the winner because her dressing was a bit similar to Bobrisky in a way. So she started that, but they took an offense. I think they just took an offense wrongly. It shouldn't have been, to be honest. So is that
Yeah,
the Nigerian people now saw that now made people start talking about it because those guys came. I think it's Dayo Amusa. She came online to rant and accuse Femi Adebayo, whereas that one self is not the one that decided who win. It was just called to announce the winner. But for me, I don't see why somebody as an actor or actress should have an issue with them naming Bobrisky as the winner. You should just get it. Your colleague wants some other noise around the movie that was premiered that day. So yeah, a lot of people are
You know
even
that
most of
person. You know the promoter of that movie later apologized. I think she apologized for.
You don't have a choice. The thing turned to religious issue as well, even for the Femi Adebayo himself, because he's a proper Muslim guy. The Muslim community raised eyebrow about it
But
because
Bobrisky is
it's because
Muslim
of that.
too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Muslim. Is Ibrahim? Is it Ibrahim or what's his name, sir? Is Ibrahim or something? That's his name.
Can I come in here, please?
Sure, 100% come in.
Oh, thank you very much for the opportunity. Back to what my position earlier on. Civilization should not be likened to westernization. It's unfortunate that we want to do everything the West does. Our boys, they want to play their ear. They want to put earring. They want to sag their pants. We have the best culture. I'm not comfortable with all this gay cross-dressing, transgender, whatever. In America, before, the president doesn't talk about it until Barack Obama. He was the first that started talking about that thing. And then they started castigating anybody who sees something different as enemy of the society. They will fire you if you have a contrary opinion. To the extent that Barack Obama was telling African leaders that time that there will be serious consequences if they come up with legislation to ban it. The same thing, the sick man in White House now. That's what he's saying. That is so disrespectful for America to think he has to tell Africa how to live their ways or their lives. The same America will tell Brazilian president that, hey, stop putting your bulldozer in the Amazon jungle. Leave the Amazon people. That there should be conservation of culture and language and religion. Why are you forcing your own devilish ways of life on us? I think we have to stop that nonsense. Because when America started, trust me, let me tell you this. If I have a bad mind and I have where I'm going, and I have to initiate boys, if I get to a community, I'm not going to tell them my intention. I will take advantage of, oh, right, a bag of rice is 90,000. If I have money, I'll start giving them. So they will see me as a good person. Then I'll start introducing my bad thing to them, recruiting them, changing their mind, teaching them to go against their culture or their parents. That's what America is doing. We have to be careful in following the West. They are not good people. They are devilish. When they started this thing, it was all about, oh, no worry, it's all about gay. But today, it's gone further than that. It's now more about recruiting young children from elementary school. You can see how bad it is in America. Elementary school, telling them, hey, if you are born a woman, you can change yourself to a man. Or if you are
What do you
born a
mean by
man, you can change yourself to a woman.
no? What do you mean by recruiting? They are not recruiting them now.
Ah,
What they're saying to them is that there are people who are biologically, naturally that way inclined, and society has always repressed it. But society now more accepting of it. So what they're saying to those children is that you don't have to hide who you are if that is what you are. So I'm not sure that's the recruitment. I think that's just that's liberalization. That's the woke.
Woman. That is what they tell you. But I can, if I search, I can lay my hands on some videos, YouTube videos, where these guys, most of the teachers they are hiring in America today are teachers, LGBT teachers. They're the one that will teach these kids. They are recruiting them. That's what they're doing. And they are formulating some.
Right. Actually, there are
Yeah, there are YouTube videos.
There
They
are
are
videos.
pure recruitment.
Even
and they are making law that those kids doesn't have to tell their parents.
Positions.
Yes, the teachers are the one taking them to the doctors without the knowledge of the parents.
Even
they do the same thing in Canada.
Some cartoons.
They are recruiting them.
Those are sex education books, DOJ.
No,
they are not.
They are actually.
Maybe it's not gone to that level in Europe, but in North America, that's what they do now.
Do you know Peppa Pig now have a mommy situation in Peppa Pig as well? There are some of these programs for kids that now promotes.
Hold on, DOJ. Do you believe that there are people who are by nature homosexual?
Yeah, but they need deliverance and some flogging.
They need okay. So that's okay. I see where you are now. Eke ogun ṣogun àjẹ́ ọlọ́run ọba ogun ìdílé they will speak in tongues.
Wọ́n máa nà lẹ́gba wọ́n fi àtòrìbó lára wọ́n á gba ẹ̀mí burúkú kúrò
láti. Wọ́n á nà jáde lára.
I must say, though, is a cesspool of iniquity. That's anyway. Have your interjection, but that select space is I have my thoughts on that, but yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, Patrick has said a lot about America. That this is what America is doing. America is pushing all this devilish way of life and trying to impose it on the world. Hey, let me tell you this. It is not entire America that are in support of this. Maybe next time if you want to say it, maybe you should say it better. Democratic Party in America are this one pushing for this. The Republican, the conservatives are standing up strong against all these. I mean, how do I describe it? I don't want to use
gender fluidity.
Yeah. So it is not. It does not represent America. No, it is Democratic Party. When it started during the Obama time, it was Democratic Party.
Obama was promoting it around the world, and he was tying it to support. He tried to force Goodluck Jonathan to do it.
Yes, he was Democratic Party. Now Biden, like you said earlier on Sunday, he was signing something into something, describing it was supposed to be the most
sacred day for the Christians.
Sacred, yeah, for the Christendom. So it's Democratic Party. It is not America. So I'm just trying to advise Patrick that next time when you are presenting this thing, always mention Democratic Party America, and it's not America that is supporting this.
Oh, okay, Papa, thank you so much for that. But you know the reason why I say America, because those who are, it's true, you are right, they are the Democrats, but they control the media, and they've been able to achieve that. Because when you look at the map of America and the population, majority of people reside in the northeast area, New York City, Boston, Massachusetts, Maryland, this area. And those are the people promoting it. They control all the Ivy League schools, except Stanford that is in California.
Those states
they control education, they control economy, they control the media. So they make it, we can as well conclude that it is the entire country, because they have the population, they have those who are funding it, they have the money, they control the media. So they control the discourse. They control everything.
Yeah, those mainstream media are controlled by Democratic. They are Democratic.
Correct. Yes.
Party, media that support Democratic Party agenda and all the rest. So they make it look like, oh, this is what America, but it's not America. A lot of America, I mean, millions and even majority of Americans don't support it.
But they've been able to silence them. They've been able to suppress them.
Yeah, because of the power.
Exactly. Because at your places of work, if you make your position known, they might sack you, they might fire you. So that's really affecting people. For instance, when Biden said that thing, I was expecting African American pastors, the clergy, to come out and say that is blasphemy. This is the most sacred calendar day in Christendom. You can't. It's just like, let's say, tomorrow.
Richard, was there because you seem to have be holding? Was there a reaction from the conservative space against?
There was.
Okay, so.
But it was not enough.
But was it vociferous? Okay.
It was not enough. It was never enough. I expect those who are calling themselves Reverend Jesse Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton, they all kept quiet. They kept quiet. And they've forgotten that the Lord they are following said, man must not live by bread alone, but by the words that comes from God. So the method that your party is giving you jobs, giving you money, that is bread. Word of God is number one, not the money.
All right. Back to you, D. So D, let me play you a couple of clips. React to them, and then we'll go on from you to Ajanle Koko. Let me play you this one first. This is your favorite pastor and mine, Nda Boski, who had an encounter with a young student. This is quite entertaining. Watch this.
Which school are you going?
Silver brand model.
Silver brand to what?
Silver brand model.
Silver brand.
Silver.
Silver.
Silver. Silver.
Silver now must seem silver.
The silver colors like silver. Silver brand.
That's what I say. Silver.
Yes.
Hey.
Silver.
Oh God, you are illiterate. I am saying silver. You are saying silver. I say silver. I say silver. Is it not silver I'm saying sincere? Eh? You are illiterate.
What? So what are you making with that little cameo on the Bosque versus a 10-year-old that is clearly cleverer than him? Sliba, eh? It's liver, huh?
It's it's a joke. My own worry is for the congregation. I don't know how people come and sit down and let that guy.
You know, I see him more as a comedy act than anything else. I don't think it's anything. I'm not sure that anybody sees him as anything to do with religion. I see him in the Bobrisky entertainment sort of space.
On social media, but it's church, it's congregation, uncle. They go there every Sunday to listen to him. That is my worry, that people come. There was one incident again, like a lady, I think it's a Nigerian lady that, but I think lives abroad. So phonetics, Abi. So that's the same way was trying to correct the correct English in the wrong way as well. So that guy just does a lot of things. There was one time too, he was climbing one, whether it's a nun or one lady like that. It's more like you are having, you are giving the woman inside church, say, lying on top the woman, doing as if he's jacking the woman. And is that deliverance? That guy is a joke. And people like that, I think there should be a law, or should I say, the Christian body needs to start.
You know, the biggest problem is that religious space in Nigeria is not regulated. So
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so for me, I think people like that coming in the name of a pastor, there is a way the Christian body in Nigeria needs to have a way of tackling people like that, because that's blaspheming. That guy is just a joke. He's more like a comedian, and I don't rate him in any way, but I'm always just worried when I watch his videos and I see loads of people in the auditorium listening and to all those rubbish and nonsense it does.
But is it not symptomatic of the hopelessness in Nigeria? You know, when they say people are hoping against hope, and then when they say people are at their wits' end, so you don't feel capacitated anymore within yourself to handle the situation that you find yourself in, and then you are looking for this celestial intervention, and then you end up in the clutches of elements like this.
Yeah, obviously, because a lot of people have been boxed to a corner that they can't even think straight for themselves. And like we said, there is a lot of brainwashing. People get even from as a child, that a lot of people get when it comes to religion in Nigeria. That is why when somebody was saying, even in the US, even in abroad, of course, there are thousands of millions of people abroad that have been brainwashed from Nigeria, and there are Nigerian churches all over the world. So they will still exhibit the same ignorance and all those things. You will still see them anywhere. So that's my thing. That guy is a joke, but I think the Christian body needs to find a way of, at least, I don't know.
Do you think they should introduce some sort of licensing to that Christian space, or even to the wider religious space, but especially to the Christian space? Do you think there should be some sort of licensing introduced?
Yeah, they should.
DOG, before you answer that question,
okay.
DOG, the Christian body you are talking about, they are toothless dog that cannot bite.
Obviously.
Nobody reckon them.
Because let's imagine one.
If you are not under their umbrella, if you don't register under the umbrella, they don't have any power over you. Even those ones that are registered, when those babas see money, they will just keep quiet.
Thomas, I think there is a way they could get to people like this. That means even if you open a temple, or I don't want to call it church now, if you open a temple, you can't use the name. Once you start using the name of God to say you are Christian and your doctrine is different, you need to register. And I think coming to where what man was saying about licensing, at least you need to bring. There are some things you need to prove that they need to see, and there is a way the Christian body needs to start scrutinizing this. For 1 second, let's think about it. Can you try this? Can you try this with the Muslim? No. You can't be a man somewhere, say you are a man of God, in the name of being a Muslim, and be doing things like this. It is, in Nigeria, I think it's impossible. Even on social media, people that will first curse you.
Do you think this idea of miracles? Do you think the law should step into it as well? This all these miracle claims. Do you think the law should step into it as well? Should it be illegal for a pastor to declare that it's a miracle something?
I think it's difficult for the government to come into a situation like that. It's just people that needs to use their head. Like for several times, a lot of pastors have come out to say, "Oh, we raise the dead," and all those things. And you've never seen anybody to come and tackle people and say, "Oh, it was in my family, or it was my brother, it was my cousin, or it was my mom, or it was my dad." Nobody has ever come to claim that fact that it was true. So people need to wise up. I don't know. You can't be that gullible for somebody to tell you he has risen 3 dead people or 6 dead people in the past year. So where is the evidence? How is that possible that it's not the talk of the town? Nobody knows that happened. So people have just, I don't know, because, and that's where I have problem with Christianity. Even pastors now don't even preach salvation for people to give their life to Christ. I don't even think they care. They just want you to come to church. Let's brainwash you and give us more of your money that you don't have.
DOG, a pastor claimed that he raised the dead in that your UK. I don't want to mention his name because he's very prone for taking people to court. I don't want him to shout. He has
Is
no,
Oyakilome,
no,
isn't
no,
it?
no, 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 no. It's not Oyakilome. No,
Because
no, no, no. It's like
Oyakilome told us he raised 50 from the dead.
yes, yeah. There's that one man. That one can take you to court. He can bring your nail down. He has brought down many
Okay.
channels.
I think you know. Is it Maureen
For me, I've
Badejo's
never for
boyfriend?
one day ever since my life
Yes.
believe Chris Oyakilome.
Yeah, so
Because at some point,
yeah,
I remember back in uni days, I knew a lot of people that goes to Christ Embassy and they started doing the same hairstyle as the pastor. I think once in Christianity, you start trying to look like a pastor, for me, and the pastor is not even saying anything about it, for me, I think it's a problem. Now they are starting to worship you when they should be coming to worship God. They should be doing things in line with God's ways and all that. And like I say, Christianity is not preaching, they are not even preaching the gospel anymore. They are just preaching what people want to hear, miracle and prosperity.
You know that's the thing. That's the thing with the Nigerian churches. They don't preach salvation. They don't preach good. It's prosperity preaching all the way through.
Has a church.
It's prosperity preaching.
He lost his son recently in the US, and growing up, I've always said that thing, and he said it because he was meant to have a revival in the week he lost his son, and he still went on with the revival because the son died in the US and the wife has gone to the US and the brothers are there, so he was not going. So he still went ahead and had the revival, and he said that even when he's late, that people should keep to his doctrine. And what I've noticed about that church is the same set of people, the same set of family that have been coming there since I've been young that still comes there. You don't see crowd. It's a big church, but you won't see crowd, because what they preach there is for you to give your life to Christ, how to live in the way of the Lord and all that. But the churches you will see crowd is the one that will tell you, come and put 20,000.
D, just to wrap up that space, there was this particular lady that had this hand something, and her hand is able to pop in and out, and she'd been to about countless churches. All of them claiming miracles. So she will pop her hand in at the backstage. The pastor will bring her on stage, and then he will do his, and then suddenly she will pop her hand out, and then everybody will start heading to the basket with the content of their wallet. It's a scam, the whole of the thing.
One man, that lady has been in almost 4 or 5 churches.
Yes,
with the same miracle, with the same performance. I know her very well now.
Yes, yeah.
It's Shade. Her name is Shade. I know her story very well. You are right.
So for me, I think Christianity in Nigeria needs to be, I don't know, they need to reevaluate things. A lot of things are wrong. a lot of people are coming in the name of being a Christian to brainwash people in the wrong direction as well. So the people that think they are real Christians need to come out and look for a way to stop this nonsense. Because every time I see Daboski, I just think how many this guy keeps going on for several years and has this kind of crowd in his temple, because I won't call it a church, in his temple, and he does all these things and nobody is saying anything. It's sad. I just feel for it's worrying for the people as well that attend such places and sit down to watch that guy.
All right. Let me play you one more clip, DOG, and then from there I'll go on from you to Ajande Koko. So the question with this clip is, where do you fall in this divide? So there is a divide that this lady is about to narrate to you, but where do you fall within this divide?
This person says, my dear girls, in this Tinubu's economy of fluctuating exchange rates, I was advised to change my savings to dollars so I could make interest. When the dollar was on this steep rise, my man told me to join him and some of his cousins to buy the dollar at 1,700 naira from one of his uncles that needed naira. That's how I carried my savings to give them as per when dollar gets to 2K and above, I go the ball and start dropping financial quotes on Twitter. My dears, I checked today and the dollar is 1,400. Egbami. Where are my returns? I called my boyfriend and I don't want to do it again. He should just give me my $8,000 in naira that I put in at 1,700. Say excuses and complaints. My dear girls, what do? I can't even tell anyone because my mom asked me for some money a few months ago and I was forming I'm broke. I've just been forming I'm going through a lot in the house. Dollar, please rise, baby. This is not you.
All right. So is that a naira fluctuation game, DOG? A lot of people were betting that. In fact, I'll show you clips of our pastors preaching to their congregation that the naira is going to hit 5,000 to 1. So did you play the naira game, and are you a winner or loser in that game, DOG?
I'll always be a winner when it comes to finances. I'm always trying, because obviously I knew it would fall back at some point. But what I was just encouraging everybody around me is, if you have project and you have some money here now, it's good to take the advantage of the rate, because obviously it's going to come down at some point. So from my own view, I don't know, you can't be forming for your parents. If you have, give to them. But obviously, everybody should know that it will drop back, and people will listen. And that's the problem again. Is pastors saying all
In
sorts of
fact,
nonsense.
you know, DOG is still a buy market still, because the naira
Exactly.
is 3 digits to the dollar. That's its
Exactly.
natural landing point.
Even now, as
Point.
at today,
So it's still a double your money deal, even still now. You know.
I think a pound now, even to a naira, is about 1.5 something still, which is still a lot. Even when it was 400, I still find it to be a lot to £1. Not enough. So to me, even still, it won't go back to. I don't think it will ever go back to the normal rate. But at 1.5 is still high, and if you want to still take advantage, because it might still go down a bit more. So it's time to. It's just like the Bitcoin. You have to know when to invest and know when to invest. So
hello.
All right. Come in, Richard, and then from you we're going to.
Thank you for the opportunity. Remember when our late governor Ajimobi won the second chance? They nicknamed him Kusheleri. So it is the belief in Nigeria that once something goes up, it doesn't come down. And then everybody was saying it. But I believe that time that it was going to come down, because the CBN governor kept saying the value of the naira should be between 700 and 850. But there were forces because people were lying to other people that, hey, this is an opportunity. Even if you don't have, go and borrow. Buy naira. Once you buy naira, this thing is going to 3,000. By that time, start selling your this. And that was the belief. Going by history, that anything that goes up doesn't come down in Nigeria. Now, the CBN had to come hard on, number one, the banks. All these bank GMs were making money. To the extent that they saw that they had, I think, about $5 billion. So the CBN had to tell them that, hey, You cannot be stocking this money. He gave them, I think, 48 hours. Once you don't need it, you sell it. You cannot keep it. That was number one. Then these Binance people, I think it helped. Those people were doing money laundering. So they came hard on them. I think it's combination of all those things that banks cannot be piling up dollars. If you don't need it, return it to us within 72 hours. And then the Binance, those things help. Please don't join anybody in doing that business. That lady will know how much she has lost. If you buy at the rate of 1.7, now it's 1.2. So she's lost like $500 on 500 naira on every dollar. That's a loss, big time loss. And for pastors to be engaging in that hey, please buy this, is going to 5,000. You can see that the pulpit has been turned to dubious things in Nigeria. For pastor to be preaching that Naira is going to 5,000.
A lot of that preaching is in spite. Let me play you a clip of one of those pastors. A lot of it is political jingoism by. Listen to this guy.
We never start. Wallahi, dollar now is 1,005 baht. We will go to 2,005. I mean, we will know. I'm not a boaster. I will tell you the truth. We will know between these three tribes.
So those are the sort of elements that were promoting that. But some of his followers would have because man of God now. So yes.
Obedient pastor, one man. Obedient pastor.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the thing. A lot of people don't know when it comes to finances. Some pastors don't know shit about it.
That's the thing.
Why would you listen to a pastor on financial matters? If he knew about finance, why is he not a banker if he knew about finance?
One man.
Everything the pastor says is correct. That's
one man.
The problem.
You live in the UK. Most of your pastors and prophets and prophetess in UK, they deal with land stuff in Lagos. They will tell their members in UK that, hey, we have these acres of land selling in Ajah or in Lekki. Some of them collected money and duped their church members. They get into financial stuff in order to dupe people.
Of course, my auntie in the US, she and some of her friends was duped because one time she called me. I was in Lagos then to go to the Ministry of Land to confirm. The guy has taken money from all of them and they can't find him again. And I said to him, you too, somebody came to you to say he wants to sell you people land. You are not communicating with your family. You have a lawyer brother, you have a lot of people that can help you make findings, but everybody was buying and it was church. So in the name of church, under that pretense of our church member, we are all Nigerians, sold them fake land and took everybody's money. So there's a lot of things that the church can't tell you. The church won't be the one to treat you if you are sick. It's as simple as that. You go to the hospital for that. If you need financial advice, you go to people that have financial knowledge to tell you what and what you don't know. You don't just go and let your pastor tell you everything. So the pastor is the one, everything the pastor says to some people is correct. I go to church, I'm listening to a pastor, and in my head I already know.
Why do you go to church?
Why do I go to church?
Yes.
It's more like to keep in faith and stay in line. But for me, I'm a bit picky when it comes to church. Because
do you know why I go to church?
Why?
I go to church because when we first moved to where I live now, it was a case of spot the black man. I think it was us and one other family that were the only black people in the whole neighborhood. So I went to look for a Nigerian church just to be in the gathering of people like myself at least once a week. That's really why it was but that's why yeah. And of course to stay in line like you said as well.
Yeah. So you see, me, I'm a bit picky with churches because somebody like me, from growing up till adult age, I was probably under one uncle that is a pastor. In my house, we pray before we go to bed. We pray in the morning. The night prayer section is where all your wrongdoings in the day will be treated. as well, you know. So if you know that,
so escape there. Why not show home here basha basha? Why gbàdúrà lálẹ́? Look at this guy, Why not show home lọ́mọ basha basha? Why not gbàdúrà lálẹ́?
that's when you face the court. They will use the Bible verse to tell you what you did, you know. So we've learned a lot. So that's why I always say to people, a lot of people don't even read their Bible. They only just go to church. You can sit down in your garage. That doesn't make you a car. People go to church and sit in the church. It doesn't make you a Christian or a good person. Even the worst things happens in the church. So a lot of people don't read their Bible or know the word of God. So sometimes if me, I listen to a pastor, I can already tell this church is not for me. You won't see me there again because I don't like what angle or direction you're trying to point me at, because I've probably come across the same Bible verse and the doctrine and the same message, which I read different meaning to. So a lot of that's the problem. People need to wake up to know that most really religion is more like when you go to study a course as well. You can't be studying a course, you are not reading the book, you just go to class to read, listen to lecture. If you don't read your books, you won't pass your exam and you won't know the right answer to questions. So that is why you even see a lot of Christians, it's easy to knock them to a corner. If you ask them questions as an unbeliever, they will be paused because they don't even know the right answer or how to even respond to such people. So a lot of things needs to be adjusted, especially when it comes to
Do you think people follow religion as an insurance policy?
No, I just think it's what people grow up to know, and you are being introduced to it. So if you've been going to church since baby till you grow up with all your family, whatever they are teaching there is what will be coming into your head. That's what you will know. That's what you will believe. You believe, if I have faith, there are some things. Yeah, let me just have faith. Something that you should go and work for. You believe, oh God, more miracle will happen somewhere, and that is part of why we said the brainwash was early enough that it has built foundation and built the mansion in people's
Do you
head.
believe that
So it's hard to.
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you believe that there's
I can
an
hear you.
afterlife? Do you believe that there's an afterlife?
Yeah, in my own little way of knowledge, I think so. I think people in spirit have
Sorry. Before you go into it, that was why I was asking you if you think that people take to religion as an insurance policy to insure afterlife. So like that monthly subscription you pay on your car, sort of. So carry on.
That's what is meant to be. It's meant to be like an insurance to know that okay, after life, I'm going to heaven, like they will say, like I'm going to heaven. That's more like what it should be. But now I think a lot of people have lose focus of that, and the church itself and the pastors themselves are not even preaching that, encouraging people in that direction. Somebody will leave the church now, is already going out to commit adultery to meet a woman somewhere. But if you are getting the right teachings, there's a lot of things that will tell you, I'm a married man, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm a father, I shouldn't be doing this. And this, I shouldn't be doing this. This is wrong as a Christian to do. But people are not thinking in that direction anymore because the pastors are not even preaching that to people anymore. That is why you will see there's a lot of churches everywhere, but people don't even act as if they have that God in them anymore. A lot of people don't care. That humanity, I don't know, is lost. People are mean, are so wicked. They just go in the name of miracle and looking for prosperity. And sometimes, for some people, it's just a tradition, just for somewhere to go to mingle with people and gist on a Sunday.
Do you think that God is being a deity or a concept? Do you think God is a concept?
I don't think God is a concept. I just believe there is God because I 100% there is a supernatural
like some omnipotent being.
Like some omnipotent being. I just think the teachings, a lot of things have been edited and fine-tuned.
Do you believe that if you adhere to a fastidious life, a life of piety and good doing, do you believe if you live that sort of life without necessarily adhering to any religious faith, do you think you will make it to heaven?
Definitely. I think it all boils down to your heart, the kind of being you are. God don't expect us to be perfect, but there are some lines you don't cross. Once you are not crossing those lines and you are not doing bad to anybody and you are genuine as a person, I believe you will make heaven if that really exists. I believe you will make heaven. I don't think you need to follow a particular religion because a lot of people they are in other religion and they worship other things. But you will see in those other religion, they still call God. So that tells me that is a supernatural, like an omnipotent being somewhere. But I don't know if everybody is just doing it the right way to it. And a lot of things have been changed and manipulated to just make some people suit some people's life. So that is what I see. Because if you look, even the people that does worship Ogun, Shango, they will still call God somehow. It's just like Ogun and Shango is like Christian will look at Jesus, like the messenger to God for them. So that's the way I see. So I believe in a way, at the end of the day, everybody serve the same God. People just believe, lots of religions just have different messenger that brought that salvation to them, kind of.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So that's the much missed voice of the excellent DOG who lives in the posher parts of the UK. So that's the excellent DOG. So thank you, DOG. So let's go on from you, DOG, to Ajanle Koko as we continue to progress the conversation. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Take me to the.
All right, let me take you to this space. Is your friend mine Fubara and your friend, but not mine, Wike. But it says, if you dare me, I will surprise you. Fubara wants political rivals. So political rivals, I'm not quite sure why they should put a plural there because he has only really one person that he's contending with. So it was handcuffed by whatever agreement Tinubu made him sign. But still, at every do you remember this big interview that Wike did? He still had a poke at him. So he continues to poke at him and he continues to orchestrate his discomfort within that River State space. So Fubara now comes out fighting, or should he just be quiet, take the blows, and carry on with this administration? So what are you making of this back and forth from the Sapele water drinkers from the creeks?
First of all, let me ask DOG, are you still there? DOG Osimbemo. Okay.
Oh, I'm there. I think it's at work. So yeah, but you're sorry.
So, well, let me tell you, this guy doesn't have any political strength as far as the politics of that state is concerned. All the legislators are with him. That is why he doesn't have no strength. All the legislators in the state are with Wike. Maybe 2 or 3 of them with him, which we know they are just absolute minority. So Wike have majority of the legislator. You remember that recently his attempt to spend, to implement the budget, it was thwarted by the court order that it is illegal for him to even embark on the implementation of budget, which is minority fraudulently passed into law, So he's been incapacitated now. So he doesn't have anything. He's just talking. And if we wish to, who is that?
I don't know.
So he's just bragging. And remember that he reached an agreement with the president too that certain things will be pursued, certain things he will, in collaboration with the legislator, will be done so that they can move the running of the state forward. He has not complied, and I think he is in a very tight corner, and I don't know a way out for him. The only way out is for him to go back to his team, which is the majority team, the legislature and the wiki, and settle everything with them, and so that he can govern the state. Because at the moment, he couldn't do anything. He cannot implement the budget. I don't know what his political power is. He doesn't have no political power. So you can have some disgruntled element in that state.
What do you think is emboldening him? Because sometimes I wonder if we're seeing the machinations of the undershadow of Rotimi Amechi pulling the strings of this guy. Do you think it's and by the way, articles circles around him as well. So I think it's been weaponized against Wiki, and I think it's falling for it. It'll be the fall guy ultimately.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yes. What's the name of the former governor? You just named
Rotimi Amechi.
Amechi and some other politician who never see anything good in Wikis are those people that are ganging up against Wiki, that are pushing him. But him, for the reason that he's not a politician, is dancing to their tune at his own political detriment now, and his future political ambition. The best thing to do is just to, act right by reconciling with his boss, because we can still remain the boss. If Wike has lost all the legislators to his side, he will have been Wike's boss today. But Wike is the boss. That is the hard truth of the matter. Wike still remain the boss because all the legislators are still on the side of Wike. You cannot.
You don't think Wike is a blunted tool? You know that Wike's influence, it was really being able to award contracts, influence positions, do all of these things as the governor. But it no longer the governor, of course. So he's holding on now to loyalties and old favors. But the man in situation now, he's the one in charge of that 13% derivative that they're getting.
Yes. How would he spend the money? I don't know how he would be spending, because everything must every government spending must be in accordance or with the approval as it has proved in the budget. But now the budget is not approved. How will they spend? If he dares it, that is where they're going to get him. They're setting trap for him. They're watching him. If he dabble into spending money that is unlawful, it's a matter of time. They will ask him question why he has to violate the law by spending, the state money that he doesn't have the approval of the legislator to spend. So it's in a very precarious situation, and all he just need to do is just to, bow his head down, sometimes when it is clear that the battle you are winning, I mean, you are fighting, you cannot win, it is good to diplomatically surrender, reconcile, and bring everybody together and move on. That is the way to do it as a politician. Because now, as a governor of the state, is a politician.
It's really a battle. If he wants to take on that battle, it's really a battle that he should be fighting in his second term. Not even barely. I don't think it's completed 1 year in government. Even it's not even completed 1 year. And
you are not even completed a year. You are not even completed 6 months. You started fighting battle against.
Do you remember when he went to burn down the state assembly because they wanted to impeach him?
That one, they are going to use that against him in the future. That building, that legislative building in the state, is the most beautiful in the whole of Nigeria. Even maybe the architectural design, maybe it's even better than the National Assembly, according to that to people that have been there before, that have seen it. So this guy bulldozed it. I think it should be put on trial for that, because what he did is a crime against democracy in that state. He bulldozed the chamber of democracy in that state. It should be punished. This is not a matter of Wike now. I'm not in support of Wike, but for the crime that he committed, it should be punished. It's a matter of time. In the future, I think they can use that against him. We have, good lawyers that can come out with, some aspect of the law that he contravened by pulling down that place. Yes, they can get him to and punish him for what he did. So as it is now, he just have to diplomatic, reconcile. The president waited. You sign agreement, but you don't want to follow it. Some people can say, oh, the president is APC, why must he comply? All of them don't know what they are talking, because they are not politicians and they don't know how power works. This is a power game. And the power is not on his side now. The power is not, he's just sitting there as executive governor with no power. The legislative have held his they are holding his neck tight. How would he breathe? He's struggling to breathe now. He cannot operate. He cannot carry out, a good. He can't carry out good governance. And how would you carry out good governance when you don't? It's only
it's going to end up being a very poor governor in that state, Fubara, because it doesn't strike as somebody that is progressive, constructive, or having the capacity to evolve. It's just there for the politics, the power, and the money. That's just the impression it's putting out there.
And it's allowing some disgruntled element, politician of old, and some that does not have base, that are noisemaker. They are doing, oh, we not go agree. It's allowing them to push him. You don't have no power. You are powerless now. You cannot run the state the way you like to run it. You can't affect anything. So what is the big deal?
It's a pawn in a game that is bigger than him. That's just what it is.
Why did you go? Look, that to tell you that guy is a dunce. You went to sign an agreement with the president. How would you? You don't want to sign an agreement, don't sign it. But you want to put your hand in a paper. You sign an agreement that, oh, this is what we do, and you go back and you are not doing it. What kind of stupidity is that? It's just, oh God, some people that are not fit to be in the position of governor or headship like that, it's just bad that he's there. He's not making use of his brain, is not applying wisdom to manage this crisis. You know,
He's an accountant, isn't he?
he's an accountant.
Yeah.
He's an accountant, and he's not trying to borrow wisdom to manage this crisis. One of the
Are never really good. You know the best politicians are lawyers. Only a lawyer really should go into politics. Accountants are never really.
Actually, accountants are good too, but you
in politics. Do you think they are good in politics?
Is Tinubu not an accountant? Is he not one of the best strategic politicians in the country? If not,
that's true actually. Yeah.
Or let's say
Ambody too was
an accountant.
He's an accountant. Yes.
He fumbled.
And he fumbled politically.
He fumbled.
Maybe it's only Baba that is genius, but most of the accountants are not good politicians.
Am I right in saying that lawyers are really that's the profession that suits to politics the most?
And you know that lawyer by their profession, they practice politics in school.
Obama was a lawyer. Clinton was a even that South African guy, he was a lawyer. All the best. Yes.
Yeah, you know by their profession.
Mandela. Yes.
They practice politics in school, so they grew up in politics by through their academic life, and they garner that experiences right from the school and from and the practical aspect of it. So, but he has worked with politicians for several years. He worked with what do you call this guy, Amechi? You worked with Wike 8 years, solid 8 years. So I can say this guy has been an accountant maybe for 16 years with politicians. You can't be with politicians and don't understand the game. But it's not applying wisdom. It's trying to show off. He think he's in a position that he never dreamed that he would be. He's there. He sees himself as, oh, I'm so powerful. I'm not going to surrender. I'm the number one citizen. That is not. The game of politics is different. Politicians, people in the position of authority, they have some people behind them that can control them, that can say, hey, stop it. Don't go ahead. And he has to listen to them. And that is the way you can carry people along. That is the way you can show that, look, give and take. That's the way to do give and take politics. Politics is a game of give and take. You can't have it all. So he is not managing the crisis well, and he's going to end up being the loser at the end of the day. It's just unfortunate. And anytime this kind of subject just pop up, and I just say, what is wrong with this guy? Why can't this guy just, take his shoulder down and then bring himself down? I'm not saying that it should act like a puppet, but at least try to reconcile.
But sir,
there's many ways that you can do it. Look, if this guy go to Wike's house in the night in Abuja and knock on the door, Oga, I not go come out for here today until you forgive me.
That is my question, Abajale Uko.
Until you until you say,
sorry,
okay,
Abajale Uko, sir. Sorry,
okay,
sir.
yeah,
I want
go
to ask
ahead.
a question. Quick question, sorry. Do you think the guy still have a chance to retrace his step and make things right, or is too late? He's beating more than he can chew, or what do you think?
No, it's not too late. All you need to do is just to invite all the legislators to his service.
I have to disagree. I think it may be too late. It's gone too far and cut too deep.
No.
Wike can never trust him again.
Yeah,
and Wike is going to get rid of him after this tenure. Wike is just being nice because of Tinubu and he's a minister. The Wike will have and very soon.
Look, it's not too late, and I will tell you why it's not too late. You see, politicians sometimes they can fight among themselves, disagree, and at the end of the day, they come back to agree and move forward. What he just needs to do, call the legislator, say, hey, you see, all of you, this thing is over. I want to work with you. I want you all to work with me. What I want you all to do, us to do together, is that we want to go to Oga and go and beg Oga that this thing should be over. I don't want to, I just want us to run this state together. So I've organized what do you call it? Flights for all of us to go to Abuja. Or the state will be responsible for the flight that we take everybody to Abuja and come back to. So on so day, all of us must be in Abuja and we have to see Oga. We don't care. Or whatever is going to take, this thing must end. Look, he cannot sit in Wike with, look, some of the politicians too, the legislator will look like, oh, since he has surrendered, let us work together. And when he gets to Wike and say, Oga, I'm not leaving this house, so I'll go and meet Oga. Look, madam, just tell, look, everything is over. It is over. We have to work together. Look, Wike just, because it's not only Wike that work for him to get there. It's the teamwork that got this guy there. Now you got there, you are trying to fight that team. And that is why you see the others joining Wike. A lot of people are looking at it that, oh, it's Wike's fight. It's Wike. No, when it comes to political organization like that, particularly people that have been together for a long time, like Wike and his team, that have been together, let me say 8 years, solid 8 years, and they believe strongly in his leadership. And they've all worked, all of them, majority of them, in many positions there, is by the virtue of Wike that they got to that position. And they have seen him as the central, I mean, how do I describe Wike now? Is the man that connects everybody together as a team. So if Wike should go down, they will all go down. That is the way they see it. Because they cannot trust Fubara now. So it's only Wike at the top with the federal that they believe, oh no, they can't suffer. They have to attach with Wike. So until this guy now try to work with this legislator in conjunction with Wike now, that is the only thing that can save him. So he must do everything to work everything out and settle this problem with the legislator and Wike as well. That is the only way forward.
All right, brilliant. All right, Ajani Koko, let me take you on to this other to the next talking point. So Tinubu promised us a $1 trillion economy. That was the promise that he made, and a lot of people thought it was overly ambitious. Nigeria's economy, round about the 450, heading towards the $500 billion economy. So he promised a $1 trillion economy. But the first steps towards that 1 trillion economy, they are giant strides. So we're talking about that Lagos, Calabar, Lagos super highway that is already fast tracking, likely to be completed within its first tenure. And that at that space, because that traverses 9 states, and what that does is it opens up the economies of those spaces to bring it into the national fold. So, because a lot of these things now is the ease of travel, the ease of doing business, people able to traverse the entirety of the country in the course of our business activities. So that in itself a giant stride. But now this Dangote refinery, essentially, when this thing was commissioned, they described it as a game changer. Now Dangote has started to pump out diesel and jet fuel. So what does that mean for the Nigerian economy? And this erstwhile overly ambitious, now almost somewhat under ambitious promise that Tinubu made of a $1 trillion economy. How does Dangote pumping out this diesel fuel now and the jet fuel and the PMS to follow, how does that propel us towards that promised land? Ajan Lekoko.
Yes, it's a good thing that this man refinery have started producing product um, for our use. The diesel, particularly, and other product that be coming out from that refinery will save us a lot of money. What I mean by a lot of money is that it will save us a lot of forex.
Yeah, they said the diesel has already dropped 20%, by the way, but I carry on.
Okay, so it's going to save us a lot of forex. So the importation of that diesel definitely come to an end, and the jet fuel will definitely come to an end. And very soon, when the petroleum, it's a PMS they call it, that petrol, when that one starts rolling out, all together will save us a lot of money. So, and what we are going to see.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, additionally to saving us money, which in itself is a big deal, these things, they actually, you know that it is actually diesel that drives all these big factories, all their machines, etc., etc. It is actually diesel that drives industry. And then if we have jet fuel in surplus, that advantages us in the aeronautical space. So it's a real economic driver, this thing that is happening.
Sure, it's a real economic driver. So what we are going to see, the savings in financial aspect of it, in the forex rather, mean that we are going to have enough forex to run the economy. So what impact will that make in the value of our currency? That's going to be huge. So when we have enough forex to run the economy, that means that our naira value will appreciate tremendously against the dollar. So that is number one. Then number two, on the production of diesel, regular supply of diesel to the market, that will give industry that once they can get that regular supply, that will, help, productive activities. So production will increase, capacity of, industrial activities, they will increase their capacity because the local production of this product now and the regular supply will ultimately, increase productivity. So you see Nigeria gradually becoming a productive state again. But it's not going to take us there until we have, electricity supply, because it is a regular electricity supply that really help industrial growth. Diesel is good, but at the same time, it's an additional cost on production. So we're still going to have, it's still going to, we're still going to experience, high cost of production one way, but it's going to reduce a little bit down. That's the cost of production will reduce a little bit down, but it's not going to take us to that full ultimate capacity of productivity, activity in our economy. So, but what we are going to see is that when production increases, government will make revenue from this production, job will be created, which is good for the economy, and we are going to see investors' confidence, because even though we don't have regular electricity supply, as long as we have alternative that is readily available. I mean, investors' confidence will set in, and investors can move into Nigeria to set up their industry. We can have electricity. If it's not stable, then we can have regular, regular supply of diesel to help productive means. So it is going to transform the economy economically. The positive impact in the economy is going to be huge. We're going to record, like I said earlier, we're going to increase productive capacity. Revenue generation by the government will ensue. Then Dangote himself will come, if he can supply, more than abundant for Nigeria. You can even export to generate that, forex for his company and Nigeria state. So it's going to have a big economic impact, for Nigeria, and it's going to stimulate economic growth. So it's a good thing that this man has started rolling out the product. It's that we've long awaited for. This man, maybe like...
Isn't it funny how suddenly that space is silent? The price of petrol, look at it, thank you, Tinubu, Agbadonomics. Where is it now? The price of dollar, remember when Kenya used to come and give us daily bulletin on dollars? It doesn't talk dollar anymore. Isn't it funny,
So, whether it's going to take us to $1 trillion economy, that I cannot say.
I think it'll take us beyond that. Certainly in its 8-year tenure, and I think it might well take us to the $1 trillion even within the first 4 years.
Well, let's wait and see. I know that surely we are going to, our economy will definitely expand as this guy is rolling out this product, and for industrial use and for and productivity, as productivity increases as well. So the economy will expand alongside the construction of this project that you said earlier, this coastline road. Once Tinubu can finish that coastline road, and they can as well build rail that can apply that route to, I mean, that's going to be huge. You're going to see a movement of goods from Lagos to all the way to Calabar, and and Calabar to Lagos. You see, all those coastline states, they can move their goods. People can move goods easily from Lagos, and it's going to be great for the economy. And it's just telling all those state governors, the state governors of all those states where this coastline road, going to pass through, to get prepared, to start working out their own strategy, their own plan. How they are going to immediately this thing is landing on their state, their road connection to that road, they should get prepared and plan and do something. The state should be getting prepared for all these things too, so that immediately they are connecting their road to that federal road, their economy will benefit in a huge.
If it takes us to $1 trillion economy, will be a bigger economy than Saudi Arabia. Maybe Simba and BQB would then make their way back home.
No. You look how much do you produce? How much? What's your production?
No. It's a the Saudi Arabian economy is I was going to say it's a single product economy, but they have religion as a part of the products they sell as well.
Yeah,
But
they are making a giant stride in diversification of their economy too.
To what? What are they diversifying it to? They want to be a tourist center. Abi?
No.
Who wants to go to Saudi Arabia to be beheaded?
No, they what is it? This alternative source of energy like solar. They are investing heavily in that area, and in agriculture as well. They are investing heavily. They are trying to turn the desert.
But that's for self-sufficiency, though. That doesn't expand the economy in any way.
No, it's not.
Saudi Arabia is not going to be exporting food. What grows in a desert, in the sand dunes? They are not going to be exporting food to anybody.
They're going to be growing. They're going to be growing a lot of things in the sector because they are turning desert into green land now. They are investing. They
are not doing any such thing. Remember, Gaddafi tried that with his green book thing that he was doing all those years ago. Gaddafi tried that.
Well, look, we are in a modern world where technology and science as what am I trying to say? Is in advanced stage now. So look, they are investing heavily too. So they are diversifying. Don't say this thing, and then they have investment in a lot of countries, particularly in the United States. Do you want to know their investment in the United States? Over trillion. They have trillions of dollars investment in the United States in oil and gas and some other areas of the economy. So you guys don't even try it. Even their own king, even richer than the whole of Nigeria, they're a single one person. So don't even say Saudi Arabia, you are going to be a match. Where? Forget about it. So, but Tinubu, I know under him, the economy is going to expand, but getting to 1 trillion it's going to require a hard work, and a lot of economic measures have to be put in place by his administration to achieve it. So we are looking forward to that, and we just have to pray that every step they are taking, all the economic measures and other steps they are taking, let's continue to pray that it works out. And when it works out, we are all going to benefit. So we want our country to get out of this economic mess, and we want the poor people to be lifted out of poverty. And that's going to be a magic when we lift our poor people out of poverty by giving the children of the poor good education, good health care, and small businesses, availability of loan for small businesses. That is the only way out. So the government should work very hard in order to reach that, to make sure that banks in Nigeria can fund businesses on long-term loan, not short-term loan. So if they continue on this way by giving short-term loan and they don't invest, they don't give loan on long-term loan, we cannot reach there. So that's my take. The banks, the oil industry, oil and gas, and some other industry, the aviation industry, all effort and resources must be, by government, must be committed in supporting all those sectors, and agricultural sector as well, so that they can grow. And when they grow, the economy will grow, and we can get out of this mess we find ourselves. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Let me play you a couple of clips, Ajande Kokoa, and then you react to it.
The Ghanaian cedi, one of Africa's strongest currencies, has lost almost 10 units against the US dollar over the last 10 years. This has driven up the cost of living in the West African nation. A currency's exchange rate, commonly known as the foreign exchange rate, indicates a country's worth in comparison with another. Economists say that significant debt servicing commitments by the Ghanaian government and lack of access to financial markets have led to the cedi losing more than 50% of its value to the US dollar since 2020. Ghana lost international market access in late 2021, affecting its ability to borrow more loans. This worsened the country's economic crisis. According to Ghana's central bank, the country's total debt stood at $51 billion as of June 2023. In 2022, Ghana's public debt was above 90% of its gross domestic product, an indicator of a country under debt distress. December that year, the West African country defaulted on its debt obligation. Now, let's take a look at the cedi's performance pattern over the last 10 years. In 2015, the Ghanaian currency was trading at an average of 3.8 against the US dollar. Between 2015 and 2018, it lost 1 unit to close at 4.8 in 2018. The steepest depreciation was between 2019, when it was trading at 5.2, and 2022, when it was exchanging at an average of 10.2. Between then and now, the cedi has lost 3 units to close at 13.2 as of March 31st, 2024. Ghana's foreign exchange reserves, which protect the cedi against market uncertainty, have also reduced, making it difficult to keep the currency's exchange rate stable. Economists observe that changes in the currency rate have likely had a significant effect on businesses in Ghana because international investors prefer stable exchange rates. The cost of electricity, water, food, fuel, and other consumables have significantly gone up in Ghana, pushing a number of people into poverty. In 2023, nearly 3 million people in the West African country lived in extreme poverty, meaning they could not raise more than $1.9 US daily. That represented an increase of 100,000 people compared with the previous year. Ghana has slightly over 30 million people. Economists say that control of the exchange rate system would help stabilize the cedi against the US dollar. As we talk about Ghanaian currency situation, we must talk about its leading export, cocoa. The production of cocoa in Ghana is expected to reduce by almost 40% in the 2023-2024 financial year due to crop disease and unfavorable weather, sources from the Cocoa Board said last month. This would further affect the inflow of foreign exchange. Ghana hopes to secure a loan from an international lender soon to mitigate the economic turbulence.
So there it is, Ajande Koko. Who would you rather be, a Ghanaian or a Nigerian? It looks as though the poverty capital of the world is about to relocate from Abuja to Accra.
Let me tell you this. There's no basis for us to compare Nigeria with Ghana. Ghana is a very small country, small population. Even the economy is not, the size of the economy is not as big as that of Lagos State. Lagos State economy is bigger than that of Ghana. So on what basis do you want to compare Ghana with Nigerian economy? So there's no comparison at all. There's no reason to compare the two countries. Nigeria is bigger. Nigeria have a lot of resources that Ghana doesn't have. Nigeria have oil. Nigeria have gas. Nigeria have gold.
Ghana has oil.
You know what? No, the oil they have, they cannot export it. They can, it's just for home consumption. It's not. They don't have a huge deposit of it that is enough for them and to export. So we can't compare it. So when we are doing this comparison, I think we are comparing what is not of equal measure. You can't compare what is not of equal measure. You know, Yoruba mason pe unto jora la fin wera. Laughing where so it's something of equal measure that you can compare. So they are going through hardship. we are going through economic hardship as well. The only problem that I see in there is that they default, in paying their debt. That is the problem with them now. But they can get out of it. Ghana, they went through the worst before. In the 80s, it was worst. The economy, you know, it was flattened. The economy was dead, bankrupted economy. They all left. Majority of them came to Nigeria, doing all sort of job. So, but whether there come a leader that in the name of Jerry Rawlings, was able to bring everybody back. Bring the country.
Is it dead now, Rollins? Is it dead?
Is dead. Is dead.
Okay.
He was able to bring everybody back, and that sense of patriotism. He led them with that sense of patriotism, and they were able to get their country back. So now they are facing the challenges like many other countries around the world. Nigerians facing it, many other countries are facing it. So it's a matter of time that we get out of it. Just as we have it, it just takes.
But they are worse off than us is the thing. Everybody thinking Nigeria is the worst example of everything.
You guys should just stop this comparison. Ghana.
No, it's not comparison now, but they are worse off than us. They are Nigeria is not the worst experience in the African firmament.
Nigeria is worst when you look at what is happening to Nigerian people. Nigerians are worse off.
Yeah, but what's happening to Ghanaians is worse than what's happening to Nigerians.
It is wrong comparison.
They are cannibalizing each other. They are eating each other raw in Ghana.
So you can't compare both countries. That is what I'm saying. We cannot compare both countries because one country is like 10 times bigger than the other. So how are you comparing them? Nigeria is like 10 times bigger than Ghana.
We can't compare. We can't at all. We don't even bury people the same way.
No.
Have you seen their burial? That's if there's one thing that's come out of Ghana is the burial.
I will explain that thing to me. Honestly.
Nigeria is like 10.
You know it's according to your it's according to your profession. If you're a pilot, they will go and build your coffin in an aircraft. Have you seen their funerals?
Yes.
It's beyond imagination.
It's a celebration of life, though, isn't it? I approve of it.
The guy was standing with shades like Thomas. It will be hard for you to even know it's the dead person.
If it's a shoemaker, they will make that coffee in image of shoe like that and put him inside. You see? But let me say this: we cannot, when we are making this compare. I think we are just doing a wrong comparison. We can't Nigeria is like 15 times bigger than Ghana. Why are we comparing Ghana with Nigeria? You should compare Ghana with Burkina Faso and all those small countries around them there, not with Nigeria. Nigeria is it's just unfortunate that Nigeria lack leadership. All those countries in West Africa would have been connected with Nigeria. They wouldn't have any means or any economically they would have connected, politically they would have connected, and Nigeria Nigeria would have been the headquarter. What I mean by headquarter is that Nigerians' human capacity would have been the source of their everything that run their country. but we are not blessed with good leadership. God has blessed us with that part of the world for us to lead and then use it to propel ourselves to one of the greatest countries in the world. But we fail to manage that geographical location. We fail to manage it well. And that's why you see all those countries like Burkina Faso and the rest of them, they are saying we are not going to be part of West Africa. Nobody will have said we don't want to be part of Nigeria, because West Africa, ECOWAS rather, is Nigerian leadership that hold ECOWAS together. So none would have said, oh, we don't want to be back. France, all French control country would have jettisoned France long time ago if Nigeria had been a country that, offered that leadership. All of them will have abandoned SAFA for a long time and apply to use Naira as their currency. They would have preferred to match their economy with that of Nigerian economy because they will benefit the more. What is that resources that we don't have? We have both the human resources, we have the natural resources, we have everywhere. Are you talking about, is it intellectual resources you want to talk about that we don't have? And we will have used that to integrate all countries in West Africa to be part of Nigeria. Maybe we will have, become United States of West Africa or something like that. We will have used that to integrate them with us, and we will have been one country, just like United States. And that will have positioned us very strong in the world. We will have emerged as the leaders of black people in the world, and all black countries in the world will have aligned themselves with Nigerian leadership and that West Africa, so that we can have a place in international gathering and stuff like that. But we fail. But let's see what the future holds for us. If we get it right, all other countries can still apply to be part of Nigeria. But Ghana, comparing Ghana with Nigeria, I think it's totally wrong. I don't, when people are doing it, I just don't like it. It just seems to me that, what are you comparing? Now. So it's incomparable, the two countries. Nigeria is far, far bigger in everything than Ghana. But unfortunately, do we not have 133 million people living in abject poverty in Nigeria as well? It's bad. Do we not have insecurity? It's very bad. Do we have many infrastructure has crumbled? We have our own problem we are facing as well. So, but Ghana, I believe they have been through this kind of difficult time before, and they came out of it. I believe they will surely come out of this problem as well. It's a matter of time. They are very resilient people. They are very forward-looking people, and they are not extravagant people like us. They are not wasteful like Nigerians. So that is the difference between us. They are not wasteful. They are not extravagant. They are very resourceful. Their democracy is very vibrant than ours, and the people fight for their rights every time. In Ghana, when they come out to say they want to demonstrate, you see the whole nation standing up, fighting for the same cause. Not Nigeria, we are so much divided along tribal and all this nonsense that we do in Nigeria. So Ghana, I believe they can recover. It's a matter of time. So let me leave it there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me play you. Let me take you to one more space, and then from there we go on to BQB if it's still available. Let me play you this couple of videos. So this couple of videos, they're the real lived experiences of the people narrating their experience with their Arik Air. So let me play you these.
send them a text or something.
Don't have sense. Yeah. You canceled the flight yesterday by 11. We are back here by 12.
But we need another thing.
And you are telling us that
you are
what will
telling us
happen.
the same thing because
You are telling us
saying
and
stay
report
here
our
till
money
7.
back.
No.
They told us that we should come today and go there. And
Exactly, that we will enter a flight by 12:30. Sir.
You see, can you see the same thing?
Sir,
we are not lying
you
to
rebooked
you.
2 tickets. You rebooked 2 tickets.
This
4 tickets.
4 tickets.
2 million.
2 million naira more
Because
than
of
that.
Irish. Because of
Irish. Stupidity.
And nothing is
Nobody
done. Nothing.
That's stupidity.
Nothing.
No
Customers have no
apologies,
rights in
anything or
Nigeria.
nothing. No apologies,
No
no
rights,
anything
no
or
apologies,
nothing.
nothing.
Look at it, that's the money.
Even a refund.
Look
They're
at
telling us
it, this
8
money.
months. 8 months. 8 freaking months. For what exactly? Eric Air in Port Harcourt. You cancelled a flight by 11 p.m. in the night. No excuse, no apology.
No means of
Other
passengers
airlines
out of the
landed
airport.
here. Other airlines landed here. Almost the same
I
time
moved.
airlines supposed to
I
land,
left
and they left.
I never to Lagos. You tactically delay people.
No excuse.
I frustrated people. How can you continue like
And
this?
you told us to come back here by 12:30. And we are back here. We are back here now by 12:30. And the only thing that you can do is to tell us to wait till 7 o'clock again.
Can you imagine?
They say there's no flight. If you want your money back, you have to come back in 8 months to get your money.
Oga. My Oga. Please let me come back. Please. I'll come back.
So Adane Koko, so there it is. Just another day in the Zoological Republic, according to our man from Umar here, the Zoological Republic called Nigeria. So the Golugi Central, Walegaja country, If you don't have muscles, you can't live in that country. Hey, look at that. It's just unbelievable.
Look at those people, they are stressed out. Look at that man. Look at the way.
And that's the permanent state of a Nigerian that has an interaction with government spaces, any business. You end up shouting, you end up frustrated.
You see, I think this airline should be punished. Keyamo told us that any airline that fail, to keep to the schedule, that cancel flight, they have to what did he say? He said they have to be responsible for taking those people to hotel, and they have to refund them. I think it was saying something like that, if my memories serve me well. So, but look at what these people went through. Their flight was cancelled, and they told them to come back the next day, that, at so particular time to come and board their flight. And getting there the second day, having rebook and pay some money again, they are telling them that no hope, no flight for them. And they are not even telling them a solution to their to their plight, and only just to tell them that their refund will come in the next 8 months. That is barbaric. That is bad business. And they can't just continue to operate business like this with, bad business with impunity. This is bad business with impunity. If not so, how can you take my money? You didn't render the service I paid for, and you are telling me that for me to get my money back, it will take me another 8 years. That is barbaric. That is insane. This is what they are doing. And we have a regulatory authority in place. This must not be allowed by the airport authority. They shouldn't allow this airline to treat their passengers, Nigerians, in their own land. They should not be treated like this by some irresponsible airline. They paid, for God's sake. If they didn't pay, if it's for free, one man I can say, well, whatever you want to get for free, you know, you just have to, whatever happened to you, you just take it. But these people already paid. Why can't they get what they paid for? They paid to fly the airline. You are not flying them, and you are saying that they're going to be repaid. They're going to get their refund in next 8 months. I think a bigger noise should be made so that the minister, this can reach the table of the minister. The minister can hear this and then start taking action. So it is good we are discussing it here. I believe a lot of people listen to us, including people in the government, and I hope tomorrow morning, by this time tomorrow, the Minister of Aviation will have reacted positively in favor of the passengers. This Arik airline should be sanctioned, they should be punished, and they cannot fly. They shouldn't allow them to fly if they know they cannot fulfill, their schedule, their flight schedule. If they cannot fulfill it, they shouldn't allow them to operate at all. This is very bad. Imagine, this is what some people, some of us, been to Nigeria, went through some hell of experiences, and sometimes you say, look, I don't want to go through that because you'll be scared. You don't want to go through such a treatment next time, because when this kind of incident happened to you.
Jide is coming here to lambast me that I said the country is a zoological republic. Is it not a zoological republic?
Because when this kind of situation happened to you, you find yourself in a state of hopelessness. And let me tell you, woman, when you are traveling to Nigeria, you are traveling to Nigeria on a budget. If you find yourself in such a situation like this, that you have to pay, you pay like 2 million, you and your family, you paid, and the next day for them to fly you, they said, "Oh,
you know, Ajale Koko, that's what I was saying to Jide earlier on, that there has to be some level of predictability.
Yes.
There has to be something that should be fairly relatively living outside the force majeure predictable. So it has to be predictable that when you book a flight, the flight will go on the time that they've stated that it is, and nothing should change that. Only rarely should it happen that it is cancelled. And if it is cancelled, the airline should make good. So that should be something somewhat predictable. Like you said, you are going down. Imagine you are stranded at that airport. You budgeted your trip to Nigeria, and there you are, you, wife, and 3 kids, and then they're asking you to fork out for and 11 p.m. at night as well. So what you're even doing is it's things like that, isn't it? It's unbelievable. Ajale Koko. Can anyone still hear me? We can't hear Ajale Koko.
I don't think he's here. So. Is he still here?
He's here. He's unmuted, but we can't hear him. But do you want to pick it up from? Do we have your BQB? Let's know just how many we have left. Yes, BK. Yeah, but fill that space. DOJ.
Yeah, you see, to be honest, flight being cancelled, I would say it's a common thing. Maybe rarely in some cases, but is the refund me I have issues with? How can my refund be 8 months? That's more like scam.
419 here now. That's a straight up GBT right there, straight up.
Not 7 to 10 working days, 8 months. So I think the government need to bring policy about refund to the airline issue as well. They need to come up with something that restrict the airline and will. I know even though I know the banking system as well in Nigeria is messed up. I always have issues.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can now. Yeah.
Okay. So look, one man. Let me tell you my experience when I was in Nigeria in 2020. during the COVID. I think is it 2019 or 2020 when everywhere was locked down, and
Lockdown.
and United States was flying all their citizens from all over the world to United States. So in Nigeria, I was there. So when at the airport, the plane, the Ethiopian airline that was arranged to, take us all the American out. Nigerian authority for one reason did not allow Ethiopian airline to take us that day because of one. Maybe they said Ethiopian Airlines supposed to have paid some money or supposed to have notified them for something. I don't know what they did, but so they didn't allow Ethiopian Airlines to fly us on that day. Do you know what United States did? All of us. They were begging us, all those U.S. Embassy officials responsible for that exercise. They were pleading with everybody that tomorrow another flight will come and pick you all guys up. But what we have got ready for you now is to take you to hotel. We have organized an hotel close to the airport, and quickly they've organized luxurious buses that came, pick up everybody to that hotel, and on top of that, they gave everybody $200 outside the food that the hotel is going to give you for free. $200 for you to have in your pocket for that night to have fun in the hotel. Maybe you want to buy some extra drink like liquor or something that you feel you just want to enjoy your night. It's just within 24 hours. Next flight, another flight will come the second day to pick you up, but for the night, go to the hotel. They organized the hotel. They already got the hotel, and they gave everybody $200. That is a country that value their citizen, that knows that once you are disappointed, they fail, they want to correct that mistake. They made a mistake, they correct it immediately so that they make everybody happy. So Nigeria cannot allow this airline. This is bad business with impunity. Why did you fail in the first place and promise that you will pick them up the next day only to fail again, and then telling them that your money, you're going to get it in 8 months? Oh, that is I mean, it is barbaric. It is barbaric. This guy must act. This is a challenge. This call for him to act, and act in such a way that others can learn a lesson, a very hard lesson. Because he said that any situation where the airline failed to pick people up, they have to refund them and they have to lodge them in a hotel. But these people, they did not lodge these people in a hotel, and they are not telling them they're going to refund them in 8 months. No, they should be punished, and that should serve as deterrent to others that, look, the regulatory body is not like what we
Joking.
used to have in the past. This is a new sheriff in town, and that is the only way. This guy, Minister of Aviation, must act, and act swiftly, and teach these people a lesson. That is the only way out. And that is what can give people confidence that, yes, if they mess up, they will get punishment and we will get our money.
Usually, most
Usually,
airlines self will compensate you if flights are cancelled. Not now talk of telling you they will refund you in 8 months. When you should even be compensating me and looking for a way I get my refund or the next flight the same day or in the next hour, you know. So to me, it's even funny. No compensation, no remorse. Then people will get their money back in 8 months. That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. So, one man, let me leave it there. One man there, or he left.
No, I am here. I was just about to say let's wrap it up, but
Yeah.
because we don't seem to have BQB, but Prestige joins us in the last moment. So Prestige, come into the conversation, whichever entry point you like. Man of Prestige, not Oba of San Diego. Man
No,
of
no,
Prestige.
actually, I'm not in San Diego right now. I was supposed to leave today, but I'm probably leave early in the morning. I'm in Florida.
Yeah.
Like I told you.
What are you doing? Are you on vacation or?
No. You know what? I went to school here. Okay, I went to school in California. Then my postgraduate degree, I did it in Florida. So I have partial resident. It's not that I can vote in Florida and vote in DC, but and my parents, I have families here too. So I do frequent here for business. Of course, I'm working. I can work from anywhere I want to. So that's where I was supposed to live
Be
yesterday. Most of
careful.
the
You're
time,
not in Nigeria. Don't do double voting. They will catch you.
No. I'm explaining to one man. Cook, are you familiar? I'm explaining to one man that I can't do that. But even I thought I have a partial residence in Florida. But anyway, I do come here, conduct my business while I'm doing my job. Most of the time I flew back on Wednesday. Because I don't actually work from most of my job. Most of what I do, I normally do it from Monday to Wednesday. So, but anyway, I'm glad to join you. It's late right now. I'm not going to be here a long time. I
What
think.
of Patrick? Patrick left. I think Patrick should come and face this man of Patrick, these Democrat people that are destroying America. So,
Wow.
No,
Patrick,
I don't know why. It's
this guy.
Richard, not Patrick.
I mean,
It's
sorry.
Richard.
I don't know.
Okay.
I
So,
can't believe you.
Richard,
I
come
can't
back.
believe you
Oh,
saying that.
this guy speaking now. This guy speaking now, a man of prestige, is a Democrat
Is
and
is the one promoting same gender something in America? Are you one of them? Are
You
you
know
one
what?
of those promoting same gender?
I'm gonna start from there. I'm gonna start from where you accuse me of promoting homosexual agenda or whatever, which is not true. I'm progressive and I'm proud of it with all my heart. But certain of their things in their manifesto have what they promote. I totally, I'm against it. But being a progressive is better than being a Republican because I don't subscribe to their ideology. So, in as far as I dislike some of the things that Democrat promote, that one is one of them. But let me start from that. I think you're talking about the situation in Nigeria. As of today, did you hear the Supreme Court in Uganda has ratified that kill? That execution. If you are found, homosexual. Did you know about that one man?
I didn't know about that, but I know that they have a very strident
Right.
very Museveni, yeah.
Yeah. It was passed by their Congress and the president signed it, but the Supreme Court has to ratify it. But during that time when it was going on, this actually happened today, and it was making a big news here. So some of the people were telling the American government they need to do something against it. I said, what can you do? I mean, the only thing you can do is sanction, and they plan to sanction Uganda. But that's the only thing you can do. I mean, I'm against. They went through a strain, regardless of you don't believe in that ideology. But it shouldn't call for public execution. It's not just dying. Go and read it, and one man. It came out today. They're talking about public execution. If you have find any kind of exhibiting any kind of that they say it's against the culture of the land, but they are calling public execution. They don't even execute their public official who committed crime, but they say for this one, it's public execution. So I'm going to see how it just played. This just came out today.
I'm with you on that. Prestige. It's not my preferred lifestyle of choice.
No, it's not at all.
But I wouldn't go as far as to say you should be executing people. I mean, that's a bit drastic, isn't it?
Yeah, they are waiting for their Supreme Court to ratify. They just ratified this afternoon. So it has been buzzing all over,
But then they're very backward there. They're very backward in that country anyway.
Exactly. But, speaking about that, in the Nigerian space, Did you see? Did you play something
Imagine
about
if they had
Bobrisky?
Bobrisky. Imagine if they had Bobrisky in Uganda. Yeah,
Well,
the president will go there himself with an AK-47.
but Nigeria doesn't have. Does Nigeria have a law, against homosexual,
Yes, it was
but not
promulgated by
cross-dressing?
yes, it was promulgated by Goodluck Jonathan, and I think a lot of people feel that that was one of the reasons. That was one of the main reasons why Obama turned against him and then got rid of him. But that question you asked, Prestige, let me play you this.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear it? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's not. I can't hear the volume. Can you hear it?
No, I don't even see it. But are you playing Bobrisky?
No, I'm not playing Bobrisky. I'm actually playing. No, it's not even on the screen. But
It's not on the screen yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me one micro moment. Let me just carry on with your thoughts. I'll bring it to you in a second.
Okay.
So no, I've got it. I've got it now.
Okay.
Some of your friends who are cross-dressers, and I say your friends because people, I see how people ask you questions about cross-dressing and these moral issues that are becoming a major problem in Nigeria. How is the police reacting to those kind of situations?
Well, Sean, there are some cases that are always very difficult to prove. Fine, I'm not ruling out the fact that we have many of them. But if you, for instance, you want to prove a case of rape has points to prove. If any one of those points is missing, you may lose your case in court. Let us be reasonable. You can't arrest somebody you want to prosecute without having credible evidence against such a person.
Cross-dressing is not a crime yet in Nigeria.
I don't think so, because I've not read anywhere it's an offense per se. But some of them that are into cross-dressing, the allegation is that they're into something else, unnatural offenses. That's where the problem lies. We need to actually have enough proof, credible evidence, to prove that they're actually into that. All those offenses are natural offenses in Nigeria, and they're punishable under our law.
So they must be careful how they
if there's fraud that is not a crime in Nigeria, fine, you want to do that, you want to enjoy your liberty. But if you're into something else that is criminal or natural offenses, many people have been saying that, but let's have enough evidence to nail an individual is that dirty thing. The law will take its course.
Oh, okay. So that's the position in Nigeria, Prestige. Cross-dressing in and of itself not an offense, but unnatural behavior, which brackets same-sex coupling, very much against the law. I think that was Goodluck Jonathan that instituted that.
Oh, okay. No wonder a lot of them, I see something that happened.
So, one man. So, if you have Bobrisky with another man, what will you call that one? So, Bobrisky now is a male or a female, according to Nigerian law?
Simba, do you
It's a male now, according to they call it is it a natural gender or naturally assigned gender? It's a male now. So what are you if they don't catch them, it's a very difficult thing to prove because you have to catch them in the
I've heard situation one man even in America where a cross gender impregnated another woman inside the prison.
No, that's
but America now is a land of is a land of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, America is different. I saw Bobrisky today walking around, and people are cheering him. I said, what is wrong? This is misguided. I mean, what are they cheering him like? I mean, I call him because it's not her.
You know the title they've given him or her now. Mommy of Lagos.
Yeah, I saw
the Lagos Mommy. Yes.
I didn't watch it that much. I saw a little bit of that. I didn't watch it. I mean,
you remember recently when they were doing movie premiere of one is it Ajakaye, one movie by Eniola Jao, that they gave her the best dressed female. Can you imagine? In a public event, they gave her the best dressed female. I mean, so that was to Nigerians now, Bobrisky is no longer a male; he's a female.
How can he be a female? Oh, okay, you know what? I mean, I'm lost of words. Sometimes, I think, this social media, to a certain extent, it should. I mean,
You can imagine in a public event, she was identified as a female.
Look at her.
You just called him
look
her.
at her or look at him. What are you
I'm confused. One man, because I saw the breast. That's why I'm confused.
Even me too are confused. Sometimes we use he, sometimes we use she for him or her.
For people who want.
If I play the if you are playing the audio, you hear the crowd cheering. Mommy of Lagos, mommy of Lagos, mommy of Lagos.
I've seen a little bit of that. I don't have to play it again. One man.
All right, carry on, Prestige.
Yeah, I mean to a certain extent, one man. Remember, you was talking about it at this social media. Nigeria has taken it to a different level. I mean, in as far as I'm a proponent of free speech, 110%. But they are misusing it. There should be certain kind of regulation. Imagine, what's his name? The gospel singer, Chimon, whatever. The lady from Port Harcourt or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The gospel singer.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not familiar with
that.
Very popular in Nigeria. One of them, she just got married, I think late last year. But it was a guy that came on TV today and was ranting and saying because they showed their kids, and the guy was ranting, said that kid doesn't.
Oh, somebody sent me that. Yeah, carry on. I'll play you. Yeah, somebody sent it in. Yes, carry on.
I mean, why would you make such a public accusation? I mean, you don't have any evidence. He said he was sleeping with, what's his name, Nathaniel, the one that got married to Ghanaian.
That one I sued him now.
Yeah, you need to sue him. This is where
apparently that guy, the same guy, had to apologize to
you see my brother,
comedian.
You see my brother. This is what I want them to do.
AY comedian is not the father of the second child.
Yeah, this is why I say you need to sue them. I don't want them coming with their impunity because they have money. Go and arrest the person.
Looking for house rent. That's why he said it then, that he apologized to AY.
I mean, you don't have any evidence, and you're saying that, she was going to sleep with. So social media has gone to a different level in Nigeria. I'm not saying it doesn't happen here, but if you see, they can sue for, they can sue you and take you to court, not the police coming to arrest you. That's where I'm against, the impunity.
That guy, man of prestige, that guy is not meant to say that, but I see where he's coming from the pictures.
How are you supposed to know that little baby?
The baby and Nathaniel Bassey looks alike though. And
can you tell?
The baby looks nothing like the father or even the mother. It looks too much like Nathaniel Bassey. So I see where he's coming from.
Evidence. You have to have evidence.
Of course,
to make that
you can't just come on social media or
exactly.
say things like that.
Exactly.
The guy will be in trouble at the end of it because he almost got to trouble a couple of months ago with AY as well.
But that the same guy?
Yeah, with AY. He said AY comedian. He said the second child is not his.
Oh, I think I heard that story. So that's the same guy that said that.
Then he came to apologize that he was looking for house rent. That was why he said it. So
you see the problem. I mean, you are assassinating people's character, because he tried to get some traction on
that
social
guy has
media.
Petitioned the IG now. Nathaniel Bassey has petitioned the IG for defamation. So that guy will be in trouble.
Yeah, he needs you. I mean, as far as I'm a person of free speech, but people, you can't defame somebody like that, I mean, now you are, for no reason. You have to have certain kind of evidence. You come to a national, a national media and accuse somebody of cheating with another pastor or whatever. You don't even have a shredded of evidence. You just say the baby doesn't look like.
Yeah, but it said the child doesn't look like He said the child doesn't look like the purported. Well, I won't say the. I'm not saying purported father. The actual father.
Yeah, the father.
Look at that.
The father is who you do.
Yeah. So my point I'm trying to make in that area, one man, maybe in social media needs to be regulated to a certain degree, in the Nigerian space because it's getting out of hand, I mean, they are misusing it.
Man of prestige, is there anything that we do as Nigerian without putting excessiveness into it? That's who we are now.
I would have thought people would have learned from the mistake Very Dark Man made a couple of weeks ago. Or is it just last week, Seth? When he came out to
You're
say,
calling it a mistake. He's cashing out on it now. So is it not cashing out? He's cashing out now.
he's
Yeah,
cashing out. It
it's
might
not a
end up
mistake.
in
It was
Kirikiri
deliberately,
eventually.
I mean, how many days
He
this thing get?
mentioned the IG, mentioned the Senate. You don't do that. That's why he got arrested. You don't say things like that. You don't have evidence. You said if somebody in the DIG and the Senate they are sleeping with Bobrisky. That is why nobody is saying anything. But the actual fact is they can't arrest him or her based on being a cross dresser. They need an evidence like the guy said on the channel's interview. So people
Okay,
need to on social media.
DOG.
Hold on. Just for the benefit of the conversation, let me play a clip that speaks that sets the background for what Prestige was talking about. So this is what Prestige is talking about.
Mercy Chinwo husband, go and do DNA on that your son before it become too late. Mercy Chinwo husband, you guys should pass this message across to him. Go and do that your son DNA before it become late. I don't want to hear judgment of justice for this person or this person that you have been fathering somebody's child. Go and do DNA test. I don't know what Nathaniel Bassey's face is doing on your son's face. That your son no resemble you. You no resemble Mercy Chinwo. Wetin concern your son with Nathaniel Bassey? You guys will see the pictures of this guy on this video. Or go and search for the picture. You see that this boy does not even resemble Mercy Chinwo's husband. If you don't do DNA now, you will end up training another man's child. Mark this word. I'm passing this message across to Mercy Chinwo, the gospel artist. I'm passing this message to her husband and her herself. I want you guys to share this video so Mercy Chinwo's husband will see this video. Now there's something I want to tell you guys. Stay tuned. Now she surfaced her son face yesterday on the internet. Everybody saw it. I saw it. But if you can tell yourself the truth, who that baby resemble? That baby resemble Nathaniel Bassey. Blessed and something blah blah blah. Your husband, go and do DNA of that child. Go if you don't do DNA for that child. 18 years, I don't want to hear justice for yourself that you are betraying another man's child right on time. That baby really resemble Nathaniel Bassey. If you're a true Nigerian, look at that picture. You see this picture on this video. Look at that picture very well. You tell me whether the baby is not even resemble Mercy Chinwo. Is it not resemble Mercy Chinwo's husband? How many years you go carry Nathaniel Bassey's face? The world, the Christian world is demonic. You see this? You see the entertainment and Christian and musical world. Let's tell ourselves the truth. If Blessed does not do DNA now, that means in future they will say he has been training another man's child for the past many years. And remember that internet does not forget anything. This video will be here when I ask you, Blessed, to go and run DNA test on that child, because I'm 100% sure, maybe or maybe not, you are not the father of that child, because the child does not resemble you. He wants to resemble Nathaniel Bassey. I don't know what Nathaniel Bassey's face is doing in your baby. Every time you see Nathaniel Bassey and Mercy Chinwo ministry, going to churches to minister, maybe they don't minister finish, they go minister for bed. Oh, as Nathaniel Bassey minister, as Chinwo minister, they will minister for bed. Let us tell ourselves the truth. That is why many men as father so many children that is not their own. 90% of first son or first daughter in Nigeria, 90% of them, the man they call their father are not the real father. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Truth be told, every day we are hearing that this person is not a child, this person is betraying somebody's child. Now God don't bring this one, show you. They tell you, say this face, Nathaniel Bassey's face, go and do something. But because you are in love, you don't want to do something. But I want to remind you that when the thing is supposed on this internet, I will still remind you of this video. Just imagine how this girl resembles Nathaniel Bassey. What think that Nathaniel Bassey will do for your pikin face?
Oh, all right. So Nathaniel Bassey, man of prestige, she's not taking it lightly. She has responded, and this is her response.
My name is Peter Abraham from Fortress Link Law Partners, and with me is Barrister Uche Matthew, also from Fortress Link Law Partners, and Barrister Anthony Abia with us. We went to the authorities to submit a petition on behalf of our client, Pastor Nathaniel Bassi. The petition is against one Mr. Okoronko Ejike, Mr. Kingsley Ibe, and two others.
Let's also educate our people. You cannot catch cruise with someone's hard-earned reputation. In fact, the law does not understand what is a cruise, in the sense that you are criminally defaming someone, and you cannot hide behind a camera to say what you were doing was a cruise. Because if it was a cruise, you would have clearly made it, a cruise. But in this instance, they were very categorical.
So, Prestige, why would anybody do such a thing? That you go on a public space to question the paternity of somebody else's child just for the benefit of internet clout. I mean, what level of depravity is that?
Exactly. A lot of Nigeria does that. Like somebody said, they have taken it to a different level. And, this people, Nathaniel is doing the right thing, hire a lawyer, take him to court. If he has the money, which he probably doesn't have any money, and then let him spend some time in jail. They are taking the
It
right.
doesn't look like he has money. It looks like he's in. It looks like he's in one bedroom somewhere. It doesn't look like he has.
One man.
He said he was looking for rent when he said the.
I know.
But let me tell you the damage that guy has done to that family. There is not, apart from this lawsuit is just for the public. What he has done a lot of damage to that marriage. There won't be trust in that marriage again, and not until they just have to do the DNA of that child before that issue. They have to do it. They just so forget about all this public thing. Okay, they are sued the guy. The damage he has done to that, and God forbid if they want they not do the DNA and the thing now comes to pass. This is the beginning.
Yeah, Simba, you are 100% right. Apart from that, he has created a doubt in people because the two partners that he's accused, he lay all these fabric stuff on, they are very high personality in the industry. So regardless of what happened now, a lot of people, he has created doubt in people and lack of respect. So there's no doubt about it. He has demarcated.
And she's even a gospel singer. Can you imagine that?
Yeah,
gospel.
Both of them.
Prestige. It will be very difficult for that lady to continue to collaborate with the other guy that he claims now is the one that is the actual real.
That's what I'm saying. That the damage is beyond.
Hold on for Prestige. Yeah. It will be very difficult. Yeah.
That's the area called the market in their profession. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even for now, and eventually he has forced them to do DNA. And even at all when the DNA come out of that, you know how Nigerians, some gullible people. Some people are believing. There's a lot of Nigerians that are gullible, they don't have sense, to reason, make out their own sense, So definitely has created a doubt in that Nigerian society due to what they do. I mean, they are public figure. If it is ordinary person like me, who cares? But this is how they make their money, from the audience. So when you created a doubt in people, you have been demarketed. I don't know what effect is gonna done. It's already done damage, like Simba said, regardless of what the outcome or this lawsuit, is gonna be, or he's gonna hopefully spend some time in jail. He doesn't have money. That we know here. So to pay any kind of liable, that's not, he doesn't have the money for that. So I hope he spends some time in jail.
It's funny. Let's not imagine that a husband actually even have issues with her having to travel to go and minister sometimes. And to be honest, if you look at the baby's picture,
you see,
do we have it? Should we go and look for the images?
Let's look for
No, it's on social media now. One man, I saw it yesterday. The guy actually looked like the partner. The baby actually looked like the partner.
Not the husband, but the single partner.
Not the husband. Yes,
God.
yes.
You see, You see
No,
what I'm
no,
talking
no,
about?
no, no,
One
no,
man.
no, no.
Yes,
Man of
one man.
prestige, man of
One man. You
They
see
prestige.
what
put
I'm
it
talking
on social
about?
media and people are doing the
Simba,
comparison.
He
Simba.
already created doubt in people like
No, he
Sinbad.
didn't create doubt. Let me tell you something. As much as none of us is supporting what that guy did, but at the end of the day, if you look at that baby's picture and you look at the husband picture, there is nothing. If there is no one feature like this that will say
But
the baby
my
picture.
brother,
Hold
how can
on.
you tell how old is the baby? 6
Even the
months.
mother, the
Is the baby is
baby's
not even up to a
face.
year?
Oh no! Wait. To be honest, the
Wow.
baby's face. Wait, the baby's face looks like Nathan Basi,
Okay, I
100%.
didn't pay attention to that, but even I thought
You
I
need
pay
to see the
attention. I
picture. You
can't
need
judge
to see
from
the
that.
picture. Fair enough, the guy is not meant to come out. But looking at our surroundings, a lot of things have been going on lately when it comes to paternity that people need to be aware of things like that, but not to come out to say it like that. The way the guy has come out to say that is totally wrong, and it's not his business. Even if the father, I believe, if the father is not questioning the paternity of his child, no man has the right to order the mother or anybody to go and do
Oh,
paternity
oh, oh,
test.
all right. I don't
Well
know any
said.
of these characters, but talk us through it. A man of prestige. Which one is who in this picture?
That one is the
Nathaniel
husband,
Bassey is
but
the
the other
last
guy on
one.
the right hand side is not Nathaniel. It's not the other preacher from Head of Basi, that married a Ghanaian doctor or whatever. But this one is the husband. I think he's a preacher.
So the man holding the
And this
baby
is
here
Chinwe.
is the man holding is the purported father.
Yeah, he's a
Yes.
pastor.
And this is the playboy to
Nathaniel
this one
Bassey.
here is the playboy.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see now, you can see that the baby looks like
But
the
no, but
playboy
that's
rather
not
than the
Nathaniel
father.
Daniel. Is that Nathaniel Is that
That's
Eh?
that's not
Nathaniel
him?
now. That's
That's him?
Nathaniel. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is now.
Because
Yes.
I joined his Instagram live
Oh,
watch
okay,
it
okay,
once
okay.
in a while.
He looked
That's
different
him.
from okay,
That's him, yeah, from the right.
okay,
That's the
okay.
father of the baby and the baby in the middle. That's the mother and the father of the baby
So
in the
you
first
fuck you
picture.
you
The
you
elect father.
Alleged, yeah. So
If you come and say, "Abi Simba,"
you have come
if you
here.
come and say,
You have
"Oh
come here
God."
alleged narrative here, but here, I don't, what do I know?
what do you know? The face of the baby and the head of the baby.
No, it's the eyes. It's the eyes that tells
Yeah.
you everything. Because this guy has quite distinctive eyes, and
Mhm.
you can see it right there. Look at the eyebrow as well.
Okay, I can say a little bit of that, but
Even look at the hairline. If you look at the
Uh,
hairline, sir.
Exactly.
brothers, this is not conclusive.
It's not.
I don't
Until
want to make
proven.
anybody they can't talk for 18 years time or say something, oh. Eh?
Well, they have no choice right now. One man, they're gonna do DNA. You already created that in the family.
Yeah,
But
without a doubt.
some women can be ridiculous, honestly. I don't
But
know
if
how
they
they
do the DNA and they find out the husband is the father, they would destroy that guy. They would
they
destroy
will.
him.
They will. Because people are even not pleading for the guy. People are actually pleading for the guy to be punished because everybody saw him coming out to apologize during that AY incident as well. Then his excuse was he was looking for house rent, which was more even it makes it more annoying, you know. So people are telling Nathan Bassey not to give up, that he should sue him, that was good because that's social media in Nigeria right now. A lot of people need to get a grip on themselves, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some weird things on Nigerian social media. Do you remember this lady called Etinosa?
Yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah.
I saw her in an Instagram stream stripping naked, totally naked, as she was
Wow.
getting drunk and the guy was some popular streamer. This was a couple of years ago, and she
Mm-hmm.
just stripped it. And then
Mm-hmm.
do you remember? Did you see it as well?
I remember,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
The
It's
guy used
unbelievable.
the guy would tell them to, and it was funny that she did that on a live.
Social media is not for monkeys. That's just the thing. It's not for monkeys.
Exactly.
No, Nigeria has taken it to a different
And
level.
funny
So
enough, you see, Nigeria, a lot of guys that are popular on social media are nuisance. To be honest, they are all nuisance. There is loads of them. One is called DJ Chicken. That one, I don't know how he became popular, sir, because I don't even see any value he's adding in any way. Even it's not funny. There is plenty of them like that. So, fine, as much as everybody is looking at social media as an alternative to make money, that doesn't mean you can come on social media to yarn dust and define people's character and say nonsense about people that you are not sure or have proof of. But they will learn, and they will learn the hard way, because I think the government is taking it up right now with the way they've picked the dark man. Me, I thought a lot of people would pick sense to understand that even it's not easy to be a blogger, but as a blogger, you
But
need
I
to.
heard one man condemning government for arresting that very dark man.
Did he?
One man.
Did one man condemn it?
Yes, now this.
Did I condemn
Because
it?
I heard you said that they just that to decay and this and
Oh, yes, no, I did.
Yabo
I did condemn it.
lie
Yes.
against they lie against the guy, then
It's not them Toto
they
Dike
got
that
the
arrested
guy
him. Oh.
arrested.
It's
No,
not
that
them
was
that
what
arrested
one
him the
man said
second
now.
time. It's the government, because the guy came out to say,
It was a
where he said in
petition.
the foot, he said the DIGs and people in the Senate are having affairs
But
with
let me interject.
Bobrisky.
I thought a very dark man said that wasn't the reason why. When he
That
was
was why.
narrating
That
what
was
happened when he
why.
came out, he said it
That
wasn't
was
the
why.
reason
That's
No,
why
why
he
he
came
was
out.
saying,
he did a video after he came out. Now he said there was a petition from Tonto Dike and
And
Iyabo Ojo,
You're right.
and he said he was threatening to buy them, and that was the hub of the. And then he alleged that Iyabo Ojo and her daughter were doing double dutch with men, and all of these sort of things. Yeah.
yeah, but that is not why they picked him up. Well, that's why the exact reason
But
why they
that's what
picked
he
him up.
claimed. That's what he said.
No, that's what he will say. He will say, he come out and say anything. Even Shebi, even after I did the first video when he called the DIG and the people in Senate that they are having an affair with Boriski, it's not up to 5 minutes. He came out to apologize. Me, I knew the guy has
Okay.
put himself in trouble. So the petition has been pending from the first arrest. After the first arrest, Tonto Dike made and he got released, that he came out to make a music to this Tonto Dike. That was when they rewrite another petition. So that petition was on ground. They are just looking at that. So when he now came out and mentioned DIG and the Senate, that was why he got arrested. He got picked up. So he has to now answer to the petitions as well. But he's coming out now, not to say it's because of what he says, because obviously he's scared of government, Abby. He doesn't want to
But
give.
that's not sufficient.
So he's not going to point finger at them. That's why he keeps saying, no, Tonto Dike can arrest me. Tonto Dike can never arrest me. He said it in his video that he made when he came out. He can never arrest
But that's
me.
not sufficient enough for an arrest, though. The fact that you said that somebody is sleeping with somebody, that's defamatory. That's a civil matter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, yeah.
It's enough to arrest because you don't have a proof and you're talking about DIG.
Yeah, but that's a civil matter. Now, that's for the person to take to court. Yeah.
What is the difference between this one and this other woman?
Somebody that don't even commit offense and you will stay there for 1 month. It's Nigeria now.
See, that's why I have a problem with Nigerian justice system. In my own opinion, that's a
It's
defamation.
Nigeria that happens.
Jide, I hope you are listening. No, Jide, you are hearing it now. Yeah. This is DOG turning the corner and agreeing with me. Yeah.
No. I'm not saying Nigeria is bad to go, because what I just feel about Nigeria and when it comes to going to Nigeria is, if you don't go to Nigeria often, definitely everybody has that fear factor of security, the things going on that we can see and we hear every day. But if you go to Nigeria often, it's in rare cases, even though you have the fear, but you still have that a bit of that mind to say, nothing, because you go often.
DOG,
So I
we
think
that
what
we
Jide
go
was just
often.
pointing at to you.
I agree with you, DOG. We that we go often, we know how we navigate our way, and we don't cry over all these things that one man is crying about.
So before you go, you send alert to area boys. You
Which
send
alert? I don't need to get. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that,
you
one
send
man.
something
I
to their
don't.
bank account.
I
Area
don't need.
boys.
It's not. It's not.
Simba probably has a police protection and everything. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Simba is a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think what Jide was just trying to say is they pick a lot of courage and hope from the platform. So coming out to say things like that, like Nigeria
No,
is
I don't
dead.
even know what came over one man the last two,
I
3
will
days.
never take my kids. I've never thought
I
about
just
taking
started
my kids.
talking.
I think they would have reacted differently if one man had said, "Oh, I can't make my kids live in Nigeria, but I can take them for vacation." But him saying, "Oh, I've never even had the thought of taking my kids," is what make him feel like this platform that we try to pick hope and courage from, hoping that Nigeria will be better one day with this how this guy talk. They are now the one even making us feel there is no hope anymore. That's why I keep
No,
saying
no,
your
there is hope.
person,
There is
your
hope.
person,
There is
your
hope.
person, your
One man.
person.
Yes,
Can I speak
back
on
to
one more
President.
topic? I need to go to bed because I have to catch plane early.
Yeah, the floor is yours. So let our Prestige have the floor unfettered as we look at you know what they call a ménage à trois in French. It's a threesome. So this is a three-way happening right there. Who is your daddy? I'm your daddy. Who is your daddy? I'm your daddy. About Prestige, carry on.
Yeah. Let me speak on that Wike something. I think I had you. I did a playback. I'm going to speak on Wike and the FTC team. With that guy from Anambra. And then on Fubarak. That would be it. Then I have to leave. But anyway,
Okay.
let me begin with that man because initially when it first came out, you were seeing what that man was saying to be a little bit viable, but the only part you disagree when he played the tribal card there, without evidence, right? I agree with you on that. Then when Wike came and spoke, it seemed like you agreeing with Wike, but not, one man. How can you just agree in totality without evidence? You know how Wike is. He come bragado and everything. I mean, he's like a gangster. So everything he said, because I still have doubt. I need some evidence from both sides. I mean, the man, did you obtain, did you obtain any kind of certification for the land property? According to Wike said there was no minister that existed at that particular time. Okay, how did you obtain it? Let that man come out and show us, the land property that he obtained, the certificate or something like that he obtained. And people in Nigeria should be aware. The accusation he was laying against Wike, I'm not saying Wike doesn't do all those things because I remember what happened a long time when, I think somewhere in River State, he was, I forget the name of that, is that Oribo or whatever, somewhere, he was kind of killing people over there, doing whatever he did, kind of ransack, yeah, he played that kind of narrative, even I thought to me, he's an Igbo, but that's not relevant to me because I have relative there, so I'm not even gonna go to that area, So
Prestige,
huh?
Prestige.
Yes.
There is nothing like hiding your mouth. Wike said it. Anybody can talk whatever they want to say.
Okay, yeah.
Me, I believe
But do you have
that
evidence?
everything
I'm
that
not
man
saying you didn't
said,
say it, Kenneth. Do you have evidence?
everything that man said about what Wike did is true. That's the character of
Did he
Wike.
have any collaboration? I just
Unless
want to
people
fight.
want to cover his character, or
No,
because
I'm
they
not
want
saying
to.
Wike. Wait a minute, can let me speak. I'm not saying Wike is
Yeah.
not capable. If I have to, it's not because that man is from Anambra. I'm going to believe everything he said about that narrative. But just because of Wike
If you know the
antecedent.
character of Wike in
Hold on
River
now, let me
State,
speak. Let me speak,
yeah.
Kekin. I'm not going to be here a long time because of the antecedent of Wike, and there's some narrative that he made. Instead of going to narrate exactly what happened or whatever is true or whatever, somebody coming there to buy land, whether the land is not certified, then he made some incendiary statement saying this is what you're doing in Anambra with your PDP. Come on now, what is that necessary? I mean, so are you accusing all those lawyers in Anambra, with their PDP coincidence, all they do is, do something illegal. So that's not right for Wike to, to paddle to that part. So that's why, I don't have any fight to back up that part of, the narrative, but they need to come out. If that man has anybody to collaborate what he said, let him come out and, and bring, let him bring the certificate and something like that, but he can't just be going around demolishing people property. And if you do, you have to compensate them, you know. So the man has to come back, and vindicate, come to Arise News and show us, the certificate that he obtained, because Wike has already made a claim that during that time there was no minister, So we have to
There
have an
was a
evidence.
minister. That thing that
Oh,
Wike
yeah.
is just talking is just
I'm
anyhow.
not saying it. I
Just
wasn't
talking nonsense.
because Wike.
Let me tell you, that man has drawn the line with Wike. He told him he must pay him everything, even after he leave office. he will pay him every penny of what
Wike
it's
gonna
a
pay him?
personal fight, and they will fight it. So forget this thing that Wike is doing, and anybody that is supporting him, I don't care.
No, I'm not.
Wike
I'm
is an
not
evil man.
supporting him. I just want fat.
He's an evil man, and he's going to. You must pay for every penny. And any day that fight will broke out, I will join hand and fight him. That man is taking too much. He's a very stupid man.
Okay.
Why are you making it personal? Why are you making it
But anyway,
personal?
I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm just not. No, I know you, Simba. You're not referring to me. You're referring to Ekene. But anyway, let me go ahead.
I'm referring to Kenya,
Yeah,
yes.
so I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want the fight to come out. Okay, I hate people doing something with impunity, but we know we get to have that antecedent. So whatever transpired there, hopefully, because this is not just few millions. This is a humongous, investment. So whatever, there has to be an outcome. Get it resolved, compensate the man. But if the man did
So
something
what does
illegal,
the guy want now? What does that guy want now?
I think I don't know if because the property's already been demolished. I think it's a lot of property. I guess they want a compensation or re-award him that land or whatever. So with a lot, but it's not just like
Because
a
I won't
it's
lie to you, man of prestige. When it comes to land matter and government, once government revoke that land, if you like, have all the evidence in this life, they
but
will
is that
have
but
a,
is that proper,
they
my
will
brother?
have a way.
Is
They
that a
will have
right
a
thing?
way. They have a way of knocking your evidence aside.
Yeah. I
I
believe
can
you. I
tell you
believe
that
you.
one for free that it will be hard for him to get anything back on that land. Once government has revoked the land, though, it's hard. You can't fight the government. There is no proof you want to have. They will always have something to knock you off.
Oh no! I completely agree with you. This is why I don't. As much as I like Nigeria, I don't like Nigerian space when it comes to jungle justice. In particular people with high power like that, like Wike or something like that. And Wike is overdoing whatever he's. Wike. We know Wike impunity from he just think that he own. Remember,
He
Wike.
likes to flex his power.
Yeah, you're not gonna be there forever. You're gonna retire, you're gonna get old, you're gonna leave that position. And you're gonna leave this earth. I don't know why people take all this kind of thing with impunity, like their life depend, you don't care about other people.
Prestige, please. Don't not be like I'm disturbing you. When they first brought that matter to Wike
Mhm.
look at their document. He doesn't have anything against the man or against the document. He said there is nothing there now. There is nothing in this matter because that issue has
Are
been going
you
on even for
there?
the
Why
time
are
of
you?
Yoruba.
See, can I see the way you are talking as if you are there?
Okay,
Simba,
let
let
me
me
finish
let me
my let
finish.
me
I
finish.
beg. Let me
Hold
finish.
on,
You
guys.
can.
Hold on, guys.
I
I
know you
gotta
will
go.
defend
Let me
your Wike.
finish my commentary. I need to go to
You know
another
you
Ekene,
will
town.
defend
you
your
guys used
Wike.
to like Wike when he was PDP
Please,
before he
just
started
So
before he
just
started doing
so when
Tinubu,
when
before he
Wike came
started
to that
supporting
side,
Tinubu.
when
All of
Wike
a
came to that
sudden,
side, that
Wike
was when
has
he made
become
an
the
agreement.
the
Maya,
devil.
don't come with that narrative now.
How can
Ah,
how
you
can this
guys used
land
to
be
love
given to an
Wike, man.
Igbo
All
man?
of
How
you.
can this land be
Let
Wike,
me
given to an
you
finish
Igbo
my
man?
celebrate
submission.
Wike.
I gotta leave, please, brothers. Let me finish. Just give me 2 minutes.
Sorry, gentlemen, one voice. Allow Prestige. I think he only has a moment to spend with us. Prestige, yeah.
Yes. So, but anyway, let me go to Fubarak. And I think I had a Jalikoga. That was the only one I had. To me, I disagree with I disagree with a Jalikoga narrative that the man has to come down to wicked level. That's my understanding. But if I'm wrong, okay, there's godfatherism in everything, even American politics. There is. But Nigerian people, they play to a different level. This man is duly elected governor in that state. Let him govern the people. I don't know what kind of contract they have, what kind of percentage he's supposed to get. I saw Wicked and went to, I think, to Ikwere like about, was it last week? And was talking all kind of nonsense that he's going to show this man Pepe. This man doesn't know who he is. That he made him what he is today. That the man needs to be subservient to him. So it's just that impunity about Wiki that I just don't like. He play like a rascal. It is not even funny to a different level. So that's why I said, when it comes to the godfatherism, their impunities on a different level and deplorable in my own opinion. But anyway, one man, I will go. So I will join you early tomorrow. Okay, I will be home by that time. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent man of prestige. Safe flight back home to your base. So
All
that's
right.
the excellent man of prestige. And from the excellent man of prestige, Mighty Mike joins us now. So that guarantees then the after our session. And I see that his crew are already assembling. So that's my cue then to leave. So to leave, to hand over to Mike, but leaving, acknowledging the super chatters, Alexander Gomez, Ayo, of course, regular mention, one Niger who regularly, somewhat, and Nigerian priests who pass by. So thank you to all those. I'll keep them coming. So as we hand over to Mighty Mike. Mike, the floor is yours. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Ekene, now one for you. All of you now you say, I like Wiki and a guy those days. All of a sudden, Wiki don't become Satan.
Mike,
What's the
if
happen
you
now?
give me
Nothing
time
good
to
about
talk,
Wiki again. Because the guy
nothing like supporting Wike, whatever he's doing, nothing like supporting him. The guy, with my problem with him started during the time of Obibo massacre. That is when my problem with him started. It's not even during the election.
What did you do wrong now?
I know. You know what it means to kill. This man almost killed the whole village because of the problem he has with Biafra or whatsoever. You understand?
Hold on.
You are killing them one by one.
Ekene, why they talk like this? You go come. I don't even know where you go come and talk. Say you know be IPOB member, but there you go. They support.
No, you can't kill people like that.
You don't kill anybody now.
That man is a very wicked man. You can't kill people like that. That is what my problem started.
Okay, somebody call your village now. Change the name of your village.
Almost a whole village in Obibo.
For River State. I ain't gonna go kill your people for River State.
And
what are you talking about?
Any slight problem you have with him in River State, he will target your property. That's what he does. All the people he had problem with in PDP in River State, he revoked all their landed property.
I lie, man.
Okay, no be lying. I lie. You go to talk now.
You see the way he's even talking as if he was present when they were having
he was there, exactly. You know, seriously, even when you are so arrogant, I go they call another people's state. They go change the name of their local government. For them, I call land. The name na Oyingbo. When I go change out to Obigbo. I go call another man's state. They go change the name of him.
Nobody
gave that place allow you allow you to come
that name has been there for a very long time. Nobody gave it.
I go come from Abia, go River State. They go change their local government name.
If you allow me to talk, you are the moderator. Let me tell you, Wike himself. If you listen to his name sound is everything Igbo. Wike, yes, Wike.
Why are you people always looking for land to gain people to gather? Why can't you restrict yourself to
allow me to talk? Allow me to talk. So he comes out every time to say he's not an Igbo man. Every time he comes out to say he's not an Igbo man.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
And nobody's begging him to be an Igbo man. But why do you do such things you do?
Okay, let me ask you a question. I calm down now. Let me say just a rant. Okay, are you an Ikwere man?
I'm not an Ikwere man.
But your name sound Ikwere now. Wait, your name sound Ikwere too now.
Everything about us is about we. If you check everything about Ikwere now, those people. Well, our name sounds the same. Our name sounds the same.
I go say no be Ikwere when your name sound Ikwere. So you are Ikwere now, but you say no be Ikwere, but your name sound Ikwere. Okay, so you your hair. So now the same way they play now.
Even if my name sound Ikwere, it doesn't mean anything now.
Because
we are the same people. It doesn't mean anything.
You know, Mike,
you come out to say you're not an Igbo man. You're not an Igbo man.
It's like Rotimi Amici that cannot say that, okay, because it's very Rotimi is a Yoruba man.
Rotimi Amici is an Igbo man also. Every Igbo man has Amici.
But why go tell people say, you can listen to yourself. That's very arrogant. I go tell people say they don't be who their business be.
He's the one giving identity to them now.
Listen to me, Mike. I'm not forcing Wike to be an Igbo man. but he should keep
That's what you are
his
doing
peace
now.
whenever he see
You
an
just
Igbo man.
say Wiki is an
Do you
Igbo man,
understand?
Amici is an Igbo
The
man.
only thing I know,
And the people saying gonna be query,
let
are
me,
query people now.
Mike, let me talk. The only thing I know is that he has done his whatever he wants to do. I know Mr. Ukachukwu very well. He's not a small man. And that battle line he has already drawn it. People like me, I will not forgive Wiki in a very
What
short
can you
time.
do? What will you do? What will you
I will
do?
not do
Who are
anything.
you?
I will not do anything,
Who are you?
Simba. I know I cannot do anything, but he will not stay there
Anybody will
forever.
get against Obi, just get to Peter against that
He
person.
will nothing like being
I
against.
make
I
sure
told you
say
when my brother
before
started
we
with
get
him.
on against Obi, no day,
It's not about Obi.
Come
He
on now.
started during the time of
Mike,
Obi.
that's a
Now so it
good
start with
point
Suludo
you
too.
made earlier on. A lot of obedience used to love Wiki. Now the way they hate that guy.
Exactly. I know many of them now. Wiki. Before this whole campaign thing starts, they hail and say they got to perform for Rivers. Then they
And
talk about the guy.
he's supporting Obi.
Yeah,
Obi's
when the guy
gonna
was,
win Rivers.
PDP man, all of a sudden the guy don't become Satan. They call it blackmail the guy. And he destroy property, do this one, he do that one, he do that one. Come on now. The only people I knew that were attacking the guy back then was IPOP people. But regular person, regular Easterner or Sasa person like the guy now. Everybody hate now. We all know we can perform well in the state now. I
But
can give
sorry,
the man small credit now.
Ekene, from what I
You
can
can
see,
say everything,
But
whatever
give him
you can
credit
say.
now. The guy perform
You
for
can say
Rivers.
whatever you can say what
Ekene,
So
I've
if
told
they
you.
can't say no
I've told
perform
you
for
this.
Rivers.
I would like you
This is
to.
not it. I did not. My problem with him this time. If you check me very well, I know I don't even. I tell people that Wike is not going to support Obi. I told them live and direct. It was people they don't know him very well that we are even happy that Wike gave him this, Wike gave him that. I told them forget it. Even in my line, forget Wike. Do your campaign. Wike is not going to support Obi. At the end of the day, they came to me and say, "You are saying the truth." I told them Wike hates. Wike will not allow anything. Wike fought for that position to take that power. Well, the reason why he was the people. He was the main reason why PDP didn't zone that to the southeast. He said the power must come to the south. And the people we are telling him, if this power must come to the south, first of it must be southeast. Then if it's not going to be, if it is not southeast, they let them throw the ticket open. And that was why Atiku defeated him. And you know how angry he became after Atiku defeated him. He know that if that power has been given to the south, and let's say southeasterners participate, he will use money because he has the money, he has the state resources, and that was his plan. But Atiku refused. You understand? So
But Atiku
I'm not
was wrong
even
anyway.
though I'm baby
Atiku
in
was
politics.
wrong.
Let
Atiku was
me
wrong.
finish. Even though I
No,
am
but
baby
my
in
point is,
politics.
you will finish. Ekene, you will finish. I want you to really go to the point of this issue, Iwike, with the guy that they've demolished his house, because it seemed personal to you. I know you when you talk, but the way you are talking about this seemed very personal to
Yeah,
you.
it seems personal to me because anybody saying that Wike didn't make that statement don't know Wike very well. Yeah, the first when I listened first with him, when I listened first to the man, what the narrative that the man gave, that land is
Can I
not the
give me
only.
1 second? Give me 1 second. You guys give me 1 second. Hey, Choma, you see, when the other day when all those guys were attacking you, that you are very biased. You see the proof today. You see how Panster is throwing insult in our comment section. And you're not cutting his comments. But those guys say when they type something that's not even close to insult, you will do your job as a moderator, delete their comments. Now your uncle Panster is typing insult there. You're not deleting his comments. Now you see why I didn't defend you that day when they were insulting you, right? You say I'm your friend, I'm supposed to defend you when they were insulting you. That's why I kept quiet because I know what you do. I know that you do that bias thing. So you're a moderator there. You see people you like typing insulting comments. You're not doing anything about it. But some people will not type anything that close just because they are anti-OB. You will delete their comments. Shoma, you see, I'm exposing you now. Just so that I'm letting you know. So sometimes just know where I'm coming from. Okay, all right. Can I continue?
So the narration the man gave, that land is not that land is. There are some part that was given to Sunrise that they are built that same part is still the same land was settled between them. The same document, and that man has the CEO, CFO, and everything. You understand? Saying that it doesn't have ministerial approval, and that is why you came to demolish a billion, multi-million naira property. and you think you have the right to do so. The man is asking you a question. Okay, if you know this land dispute was settled by us by the last minister of FPT, the last, that is it Bello or what is his name?
Ekene,
Then the same thing should be applied to that sunrise. If you know you're not being partial, or it's not because it's an Igbo man property, that same thing you are doing to us should be applied to the sunrise property also.
Ekene, what you are saying is not correct.
And the first thing that happened there is that when they took that matter to Wike looked at the document and said that everything is okay, that he doesn't know what to say about it. It was one week his boys invited him to that site. His eyes open. He said, how can this property be given to an Igbo man? And if you don't believe it, don't believe it. That's what he said.
Hold on.
It's not only if Wike is a very tribal.
When we allow other people to talk now, you just do one man ranting here. Calm down now. Oxford make other people come in too.
Because that man don't talk about television, say he talks, say how can this so that one not true. That man don't talk so.
Yes, not true. That man talk. If you don't believe Wike, if you believe Wike, may I believe that man that Wike said it.
Hold on. All this information you are dishing out now, where did you get those information from?
He got it on television now.
Don't you listen to the man interview? If it's only Wike interview that listen, you listen only to Wike, you didn't listen to the man.
He's a very funny fellow.
That prominent businessman that.
So if you listen to that man, what that man was actually said, he said.
So, Choma, now that you can see the comment, are you going to do something about the comments?
He said,
you are saying you don't read every comment. Excuses. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
The man said they initiated that transaction when the man was there, but the man was not there when they completed it. So don't say that he has CFO. Why? So you guys always talk about let us do the right thing. You cannot. You don't have the document with you, and you are taking side. You cannot take side because you don't have the right document that man has. You don't have it. So if you don't have it, why are you defending him that, this document?
Who told you that he didn't have it? You don't believe the man, you believe Wike. Who told you that the man told you every document he had, including CFO? You want him to kill himself because he is purchasing a property, and the matter has been settled. The Rufai and the former FCT minister that settled that document and everything. I don't know ministers in that FCT. It's Wike the first minister in that FCT. That property was acquired during the time of Rufai.
Who told you the Rufai was acquired during Rufai? Why you guys lying? You lie a lot.
Lie what? Which lie are we lying? You didn't listen to the man interview. It's only what Wike. That is why you are biased. It's only what Wike said you hear. You didn't hear what the man said. You only judge on what Wike said. You are not judging. You are not even judging on what the man said.
I said earlier that it is personal.
And I'm not speaking for you to defend the man or for you to like me. I'm saying it. The man, the Wike, is
one voice at a time now. You're just over talking everybody. Can you hear me?
Ekene is becoming malignant.
Have conversation now. You can't just.
He always come with annoyance, came with anger, and the talking and the ranting.
Let's do allow other people to also chip in. It's not like before they do one sentence, you just rant. You are making points. We allow them to also make points. Just have a conversation. Let people talk soon.
All these things are annoying. We just come online, something that we don't even know anything about. So you take
sorry,
and we'll be talking.
You go after Crown. Right, continue, Crown.
Yeah, as if the whole level is coming down. Why are we always doing this thing now? We talk about let us do the right thing. So those are the right things that the obedient people want to do. The guy said he had meeting with them. Wike said he had meeting with them. That about three or four people were claiming the land. That they said, okay, he told them that, okay, let us wait. Later, these people, they went ahead to go and seek a court injunction that then federal FCT should not do anything about the land. So they begin to sell the land. And even the man that you are talking about said it. He said the transaction started during the former one, that they completed it when the man has left. And you come online now and say oh, this thing has been during the Erufai. So if it is during Erufai about 20 years ago, so it's just now allocating the land now. So let us say something that's reasonable that people will understand, because Erufai was there almost 20 years ago. And you're talking about something that just happened recently. So that
Ekene
land
is
that
just angry because the guy is his own. The guy is Igbo. That's why Ekene is this angry.
why are we doing that?
You know, you see,
Why
and
are we
what me
doing
I
that?
know is
Okay,
that guy. If the matter is that long, I'm telling you, I can tell you for free now, Ekene, they might just bring out something. Maybe it's one fee the guy need to pay. The fee said might be 50 naira, and he didn't pay it.
Something that they will settle.
You can't. When government revoke land,
that's what he does. That's what he does. He keep people in the Odigbo and all that.
No.
That will be you are supporting. He did not keep people that keep people inside the river the other time when he was a governor.
Exactly.
Have you ever spoke about that?
No,
we take
we need
side.
to.
What happened? What happened with Obi killing? Obi did worse than wicked. If he throw people, keep people, buy them, and throw them in the rivers.
Yes, now this
Can
guy
how about that one now?
This former IPOB guy. He said it. He said it was Obi that killed a lot of them in the river.
What's the name of the river? What's the name of the river?
In Anambra, who knows? Let Ekene tell
us the name of that river.
No, let him complete the story now. He knows the river now. Let him complete the story.
You will not say it because it's your.
Tell us the name of the river now.
No, he knows the place now, and he knows where the river is located. So let him tell it and
the river,
give
so
us
you will
location.
not say that because.
Well, what do you think about that?
It is Peter.
I'm not thinking. I'm thinking about Wike. What I would do to Wike if I see him face to face. That's what I'm thinking.
So you will excuse Obi for buying your IPOB members and throwing them in the river for no reason. At least Wike just went to clear them away from his.
I'm not an IPOB member, but everybody is my brother. Everybody is a Nigerian.
Ekene. But when Wike went
whether
after them,
what to call it, whether Oduduwa nation, whatever you want to call it, everybody is a Nigerian. You don't come and kill people like Wike did.
So what about Obi condemn the one that buy those?
I'm talking about Wike. Don't divert it to Obi. Any day we want to discuss Obi, I will tell you what happened.
You have to be fair now. You
understand? No, I will not talk anything about it. I'm talking about Wike, what he did, and when my problem started with him, and now what he did, and now what he see. You see his political career now. Look at him and Fubara. You came out on television and tell people that supporting Fubara was on an agreement. Was on an agreement. You agree.
Take these things easy. Take this easy because I noticed in recent time, Ekene, you are getting, you don't know that this anger is getting into you. The way you talk, better go and do medical checkup so that you check your BP.
Simba, I did not come here to please you. I don't have any BP. Now you get BP. I go do medical. I'm a happy man. I'm a happy man. I enjoy life. If I feel I enjoy my life.
Ekene, Obi with the good notes, they go share suya with Northerners.
Your anger, Ekene's anger.
Now you talk to the Bio Bridge.
The guy in question is an Igbo, and I will tell you something. There's an example. Not only Igbos are going through these things. Even in Lagos, there is a Yoruba guy. There is this guy called Abu Ebel. His land too has been revoked, and he's actually fighting it too. So
I'm not talking about what I'm talking about. The statement of Wike.
It's not the statement. It's not about the statement.
It's about the statement.
Shows because we know you, Ekene. You come to this platform almost every day, and we know how you talk, and everybody can actually tell you for fact now that the way you sound tonight, that's why everybody keeps using it seems personal to you. It seems personal. The way you talk
it's
tonight,
personal to me because he made it a direct attack to
because
Igbo.
the man in
which means if you are an Igbo man, you are not qualified to own such property in Abuja.
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Hold on. Ekene, the same minister, the same FCT minister Wike, he appointed the man from Anambra as the first service commission chairman in FCT. He appointed him, yes. But you will not say anything positive about that. But when he now did something, if you do something wrong, and that is where you now, as if it is you that is.
No, not even something wrong. Something against his people. It's not something wrong.
What he did, it's not Igbos. He did it to that guy. But you guys will not take it as if.
No, are they not the one that will come here and be talking about ethnic bigotry and everything? People that are filled with bigotry,
I'm talking about whatever appointment he made.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Who is the Kone man? So you cannot tell me that. How can he come and say that Igbo man don't have the right to own such property in Abuja?
Let me ask you.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Now one voice, one voice.
He's doing it based on
wickedness. Hold on now. Hold on. The property Wiki has been demolishing. Is it only South Igbo property, or has it demolished other 5 Igbo property?
I'm not saying that he cannot demolish.
No, property. I'm just asking.
I'm going to. Understand where I'm going to? I'm not saying that we don't have any right.
Guys, calm down now.
Even if you want to destroy all the houses in Abuja, he has the right.
Can you calm down? Calm down, man. So we agree that he also demolished other people from different ethnic group property too. So now you are claiming that Wiki is an Igbo man, and now you are claiming that wait.
You say what I said now to balance the discussion. Not say what I did not say.
You say it's an Igbo man now. Have you don't change now?
I don't have strength.
He's just a priest. Okay, you said
he wants to deny it. Something that you said about a few minutes ago. He wants to deny it.
I said his name sound Igbo, but he has come out. He has come out to deny his Igbo-ness. That he doesn't have anything to do about it. Does that mean that I said that he's an Igbo man?
You said
okay. The other tribe people that destroyed their property, they didn't come to say Igbo man is destroying our property. Now you are even claiming that he's targeting Igbo, and he says Igbo. Oh boy, I don't understand now, man.
He said he won't say that Igbo cannot have property in Abuja.
You people like to twist words. I said
no, we are going by your word. We didn't twist it. You argue with me. Me, I told you the man is Igbo. You won't argue with me that he's Igbo.
Let me finish. Going by Wike's statement before destroying that property, that how can this property be allocated to an Igbo man? That is Wike's statement. And that is what you guys don't want to believe. But for me, knowing the character of Wike, I believe that Wike said it.
You can't believe.
That is what I'm saying.
Why do you believe?
I believe that he said it.
You can't believe because
you cannot believe
the guy is just saying that to get that to get public sympathy. That's what
he has gotten it.
He just said it.
Whether he said it or not, he has gotten it. So if you believe Wike and you did not believe what the man said, for a public
lie. We couldn't have said such a thing. It's a public figure.
For a public figure.
One man, he can only listen to me, so I don't know what to do. Man. That's the thing.
For a public figure like Wike and a leader like Wike to come out and say that how can a property be given, such property be given an Igbo man? And you don't know. You said that Wike didn't say it, but everything that Wike come out to defend, you believe him.
Okay, so why did you say that?
Who is being biased?
Why do you believe that man?
Wait.
I believe that man because you believe Wike. I believe that man because you believe Wike. That's why I believe the man.
So what are you telling us exactly? What exactly are you telling us?
I'm saying that for Wike to come out, a leader like him to come out and say, how can such property be given to an Igbo man?
Well, he's an Igbo man too now. So are you saying
why would he make such statement? That is my point. Why would he make such statement?
Why? Will you tell us why now?
Why would he make such statement?
Tell us why.
If you want to destroy a property, go ahead and destroy it. Don't make such statement.
We're asking you now. Tell us why now. Tell us why. Why did he say that?
He shows his hatred, or he's envious of the man owning that property because he's an Igbo. That's
You
what it
lie.
shows.
You lie.
So
Please,
Equatorial people are
please.
envious of Igbo
Do
too.
you
Yeah,
know?
it's as simple as
So,
that. It's like because
Do you,
a leader cannot come out. It's just like Tinubu coming out today as the leader of this nation and said,
do you,
"How can
all
Igbo man
right,
be
can
living in Southeast?"
let's other people talk, man. I beg.
do you listen to the interview? I don't think you listen to that
I
interview.
listened to both interviews. I listened to both.
Let me stretch you back. During weekend interview, he mentioned one statement that when he's going to commission a waterfall, this company sue the waterfall to not be commissioned. You understand me? See, you guys don't, you just come here ranting. There is a lot behind this issue. The guy know that the only way he can get the public sympathy is to just mention Igbo. And he's already get it. See, we can't continue this way.
Took a court injunction that
Yes, Baba Jalen Koko, yeah.
Wike should not come there
Yes.
to commission that
Commission the
project.
waterfall.
Yeah.
Yes. See, I think we should play that interview so that we can educate Ekene, so that Ekene will not be using all this anger, Igbo anger. We are all Nigerians.
You are not educating me. For me, I believe what I did, and if I believe something, you don't have the right to educate me. You choose to believe Wike. You choose to believe Wike. I choose to believe the man. That's what is happening here. Yes, you choose to believe Wike, but me, I choose to believe the man. Both of us cannot believe the same people. I choose to believe the man and everything that the man said. So you can choose to believe Wike. You are defending Wike. I don't care. And I'm not here for you to help me to support the man. I'm here to say my voice and how I feel about the issue. You understand? And I believe whatever the man said. And you can choose to believe Wike.
Correct.
So that's my own. And that's where
Nice.
I stand.
What, Mike, are you still there?
Huh?
Are you there? I think
Who's that?
Ekene has finished his points now. Can we move on to another topic?
Yeah, let's move on to something else, man. Take us somewhere else. Man.
But
Yeah,
Mike, yeah, yesterday we talked about this paternity issues, and the thing is the thing is just rearing its ugly head all over the space now.
Paternal fraud.
DNA, paternity fraud, yeah.
Fraud, sorry.
You know,
the level that I don't reach now. That place.
I think at this stage, everybody should go and do DNA tests for all their children.
Everybody live in close proximity of one another. We are too crowded in that country. So the chance of
Mike, they are not saying the fact though. We need to talk to our Nigerian women now.
Àbí gbogbo wa yìí náà ká lọ ṣe DNA wa náà.
Àbí
o bóyá lè tá a pè ní dáàdi wa kọ́ ní dáàdi wa.
Bóyá ìṣòro lára wa gan tá a mọ̀ báyìí.
Our women, they need to do better. They need to do better. It's just too much these days. You look at the Chelsea guy, the ex-Chelsea player as well. Imagine grown-up kids, 2. All of a sudden, people you think they are your child from birth, you struggle, sleepless nights, back and forth hospital, baby is sick, all that. Then you come to know almost after 14 years that a child is not yours.
After a lot of investment, not only financial, emotional, everything.
Everything, my brother. If I get 2 kids, I know how it is. Sometimes back and forth in a week, I'm back and forth A&E because the baby is feeling somehow.
But why somebody will have a child that will not resemble the dad? I have not.
Let me tell you, resemblance doesn't mean you are the true father of the baby. A baby can resemble anybody.
Of course.
And let me tell you one thing about resemblance scientifically. Let me tell you, if we talk about body count of a female, any man that sleep with a female deposits some form of DNA into that woman. You understand? So you can't use resemblance alone to say, no, this baby resembles no, automatically 100% is my child. You are joking. It is not confirmatory. That's what I'm telling you.
Ẹ̀yin oní sáyẹ̀nsì ti dé nìyẹn tọ́mọ bá ti jọyàn àyàn ní
bàbá.
Mama Jale Koko. Let me tell you, the genesis of all this DNA of a thing was all this japa. When people now started japa, you know, the Nigerians, they can japa with people, children of other people and all those things. But when the embassy now started requesting for DNA, that it must be you have to japa with your biological children. That is when they now started seeing all this fraud. And that's what will actually led to the popularization of the using of
That
DNA
man
in
I
Nigeria
expose
now.
it.
Yes, now.
Ah.
There are so many people that wanted to bring their parent here. That is the DNA that revealed that
You
the
go
father.
find out your papa, rid of your papa
Therefore,
for yes, not your
at
papa.
the embassy, they will reveal that no, this DNA is different though. It's not. This is not
That
the.
the so-called your so-called father is not your father. Your so-called
So
siblings are not your siblings.
Timber can
Mike, let me
DNA
talk, man.
Timber can
Mike, let me
DNA
talk.
be 100% accurate? Eh?
Hey, Mike, let me talk to Simbad, man.
All right, go ahead, man. Freeze that.
Simbad, are you calling me a bastard?
Ah,
Praise that you.
freeze
Have
that.
I
Freeze
said
like your
anything
dad.
like
Oh.
that?
That
But boy,
that
kí ló tó sọ láàárọ̀
that
yìí.
is what Simba is trying to say now. When I said we resemble your dad, he said no, that one cannot count. I don't know what.
Oh boy, you did
Simba doesn't trust
Bàbá yìí
to
tún
the
dé
point.
o.
Simba, you've lost trust to the point you don't even believe people that look like your father is.
That's right.
Hey, it's not. No, no,
That's
no,
right.
no, 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 no.
How
You
was
know,
that?
That's right.
Let me tell you, even our culture, you know what they used to do? They can even if the baby does not resemble any of the parents, they will trade, they will say, no, it's one grandfather that died maybe 60 years ago. That's what, it's all those things that are just fallacy, lies.
So Simba, quick question. So are you telling me
No, it's not
now, like
fallacy. Simba, that is not fallacy. I have a son. Let me tell you, it's one of my sons that
Your Alex son.
my no.
have you done the DNA yet?
Things
Ẹ
are
mẹ́ta àbàjẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ló.
Alima, don't scatter homes. Oh.
So
What are you doing?
one of my sons, let me tell you, one of my sons look exactly with his height, with the physique, with his face, look like my uncle. My uncle. If you see that my uncle, my son look exactly like him. So there's no time that I say that my son. It's just like I'm saying that my uncle. So it happened like that. It looked like me, but it looked, because my son is taller than me, and that my uncle is a very tall man. If you see him, it's like, wow.
I totally
So
agree, sir.
it happened. So
In
don't say
in
that
in
it's
my
happy.
my mom's side, all of them, their dad is from Akwa Ibom and is very light. All of them are fair in complexion, and even all of them that got married to somebody that is light in complexion,
You don't
they are
understand what I'm
hold on, Simba,
saying.
I'm still coming to you, sir.
Mm.
They are all
Okay.
of them. Their last child pick my grandma's complexion. Even our own side, our last born pick my grandma's complexion. All my aunties, everybody, my uncle, all their last child pick the complexion of their mother, which is dark. That's their so the kids are picking the grandmother's complexion when both mother and father are light. But you can still see the resemblance. So coming to Simba now. So are you telling us that in the case of the Nathaniel Bassi one, so there is possibility Nathaniel Bassi has dropped a DNA if he had something to do with that lady, but it's possible the baby belongs to the husband, but the baby might look
Yes,
like
so
somebody.
very,
So the
very
baby might
possible.
look like somebody the mother has had something with.
Very possible. Very possible that it might actually be their late father might be the real father, not the one that they are, not the partner, not the, I mean, what do they call it? So you
So
can't use resemblance.
the husband might
Let
be
me
the
tell
real
you,
father.
resemblance, you can't use resemblance to say this is it's not a fact.
You
It's
don't
not a
answer my
fact.
question. I guess what you are
We
saying is
just,
we can't. Okay, fine, we can't use resemblance. But my question, you said if a woman has had things with different men, there is possibility our kids might look like one of those men that he had had
Yes,
something to do with.
yes, yes.
So in this case of them, Natalie Bassi won. The
Hmm.
baby, to me, I won't say it's good for people to come out and say things like that. But to me, when you look at that baby truly, and you know Natalie Bassi, you will see where the guy that came out to say that thing is coming from. So are you telling me to say there is possibility the baby belongs to the father, but looks like Natalie Bassi, probably because the mother has had something to do with Natalie Bassi beforehand?
No, no, it doesn't prove that the mother has anything to do with Nathaniel Bassey. You can't use that one. You can't say just because of what I said now. No, that okay, maybe
So
because
that's what
no,
I'm
no,
saying.
no, you
So there
can't.
is possibility the baby still
Mm-hmm.
belongs to the father, the real father,
Yes, yes.
but and look like Natalie Bassi, probably because
You know what? You know one thing about
Because
that
he's been
guy. What
hanging
that
around
guy
there
has
too
done.
much.
No,
I wonder.
excuse
Now you're
me.
getting
What
me.
that guy has done, even ordinarily, he has actually swayed the attention of people, everybody towards that side. Even what is not there now, people will look for it and they will see it.
But Simba, let's be
Everybody
fair.
will be
That
seeing.
baby look like that man. I mean, you can't look at that man.
Nigeria like Simba. Nigeria likes to discuss what doesn't have meaning. What this discussion and this issue of Nathaniel Bassi and Chinwowo, I don't know why Nigeria like to talk what doesn't to contribute to their national development. They like to do amiibo too much. In fact, Nigeria is not. We are not matured. We are not a matured people in this country.
That's why.
What is your point now? What is
You
your
don't
point?
have. You don't
What
have.
is your point
What
now?
concerns you? What concerns Nigeria with what happened between Chinwowo and what? If do you have any proof? Every time you people will
So
be doing amiibo, that doesn't
that
make
is part
sense.
of social life
Allow
now. You
the
can't.
man has given birth to a child. You
There
people
has
are in
been
fact, if that man has the right,
paternity
let him sue
fraud
everybody that is
all
deforming his
around
character.
the news,
Can you stop
and if
shouting now?
news like
You
this
like
come
shouting.
up,
I want for you.
Make I dey
if
shout now.
things like this
All this
come
discussion,
up,
it dey vex me.
we have the
You
That
leave
media
is
to
what is
vex.
talk
affecting
about it.
Nigeria. All the problem that is affecting Nigeria. What you are talking is about Nathaniel Bassi. All this nonsense. Nigeria is not
Sinbad.
mature. In fact, in this country, we are thinking we are building people that have the mentality to take over this bad government from Tinubu and his cohort. But we only have people
Relax.
that is
Relax.
focused on Amebo Nigeria. Nigeria is an Amebo nation. It
Relax now,
doesn't want to stop
I was gonna say Sinbad.
relax.
the interest of the development of nation. Allow Nathaniel Bassi to rest. Allow the woman to rest. Stop spreading his flaming on internet.
Relax.
Relax. Let me tell you,
Hey
Ekene,
Sinbad, I was
this
gonna
whole
ask you
thing is
though. Sinbad,
getting
hold
into
on.
you. It's getting into
One voice
you.
now. You guys. One voice.
Simba,
Well,
Sinbad.
Prince Daddy, let me say this to Ekene first. I will listen to your question. Ekene, you might not notice it, but I've noticed something in you these days. That anger is getting into you. And if you don't want to believe me, you don't believe me, but it's getting into you. The way you talk these days, the way you do things is getting into you, and it's not going to be good for you. I'm very sorry, it's just an advice. Oh.
You
very
cannot
unlike
advise me
Ekene.
now. You are not. You don't have any right to advise me. I say things the way I feel and the way I see it. You understand? You just for me.
You
You can
can't advise them.
Timber,
You can't advise them. Very
Timber.
arrogant
You are a doctor. You can come and
people.
check me. You understand? I don't have anything to do with BP. I'm a happy man. If I finish talking to you now, I'll just go to where I go and enjoy myself You understand? So now you go check yourself. I don't have any problem. But my problem is that the only problem I have is that
You
people
don't have
like
a
you
problem,
that
but there's a problem. The
the
only
only problem I
problem.
have is that people like you that have the integrity and the knowledge to contribute to the development of this nation is discussing Amebo, doing a woman market meeting, market gossip against a man. That this is what happened between him and the
Ekene, if you are
woman
not happy with that
that is
discussion,
saying
you can go
the
to
discussion
Gen
that is
and go and
supposed to be
see it.
going on between women in the marketplace.
What are
That
you
is
talking
what
about?
what is
What are
what
you
matured
talking
men are
Peter
about?
Obi will
discussing.
win 2027 election. That's the discussion. Oh yeah, let's go there.
I like that. Ekene is just getting angry unnecessarily. So
Anyway,
just
Prince Daddy wants to come in. Let him come in, man.
they just to change topic. That's why they put in the topic. And so I don't see anything wrong in what it's in the news. So and what people gather to discuss about news, what is in the news. If it's not
Even
good,
Ekene doesn't want us to be.
paternity fraud lately is becoming normal news. We hear it every day now. I even know one of my friend's brother recently just actually found out his first child is not his as well. They live in Edinburgh.
Yeah, a lot
You
of
know, so it's
people
something
in
it's something you
America
want to
here
talk
now.
about, and we are just pinpointing about Natalia Bassey's case because it's like the most recent one. So I don't know why Ekene has a problem with
Even there's a show in Nigeria now. There's a show that this woman, I forgot her name now.
Justice Court.
Yes, she does it for them. She does it. So if it's in the public and people are coming to the court and you say people should not discuss about it, so what are we? Is it not something in our environment? He said it's only
This is the list of our problem. This is a personal issue. You understand? The list of our. In fact, sometimes, let me tell you, sometimes if Nigeria bring up news, let me finish. Sometimes if Nigeria bring up news and how serious they are about non-issues, is what woke me up about this country. You understand? This is a non-issue, and the way people are talking about it on internet. Even the people that broke out that news, you see, that person don't have any sense.
So just because Nigeria has a political problem or we have economic problem, we should all go and die. We should not discuss any other thing again. We should go. All of us should go into depression.
On internet with all the problem Nigeria is having? The only thing you have to do is to talk about Nathaniel Bassey giving baby to and we are talking about revolution and how to make. In fact, Nigeria I hell on so much.
Yourself, my friend. Go and sleep, Joe.
Let's talk about Peter Obi.
Okay, what do you want to discuss? What do you want to discuss?
Nigeria economy. I want us
to talk about the 400% increase on our electric tariff that APC has inflicted. Everything APC is doing, they give you with the right hand and take it with the left hand. 400% increase in electric tariff.
Well, if you read that,
the light where we know the CEO, the light where we know the
you pay. Is it not prepaid? Is it not prepaid? Is it you only pay for what you use now? So nobody will force you to pay for what you don't use.
Why 400% increase? I know you will support them, and that is why I want to.
I'm not supporting them. I'm telling you what you said. You said there is no light. So if there is no light, you will not pay. If they don't give you light, you will not pay. So what is
the light? That is my point.
The question I'm asking you. So if there is no light, then you don't pay. That is it.
Then why?
So what is your hunger now?
Why should
they increase it to 400%?
Estimated bills. What about estimated bills? Say don't pay. What about?
Is it everybody
wait, Baba Jayoko, if you anybody that is using estimated bill, they are using it deliberately because it favors them. That's why they are still using
and
it.
Even
it favors them.
That's not true. That's not true. We have many areas that cannot get where this meter is.
Anybody that's telling you that is a lie. Anybody that's telling you is a lie.
I just got four.
One man. This thing you are typing here. I want you to come to Nigeria to the price of diesel to ask if this price, what you are saying is the truth. There is nothing drop in the price of diesel in the market. It's just like you people. The last time you came and said that you came out to say that the petrol price has dropped to 500 and petrol price is still what it is. The diesel did not drop anything. Come and buy it. There is nothing. Come and buy it or ask somebody to go and buy it for you. It did not drop any 20%.
They just started.
Nothing dropped.
Sorry, gentlemen. Let's have one voice at a time. One voice.
Ekene will not agree now, woman. It's like you can't say one way.
Ekene is another chill man on this platform. It's not under control.
Sometimes we made the platform to look very hot now. Sometimes you behave like woman here. You make it look hot. This is men talking.
This guy. Sometimes I just look at the information.
Well, Ekene is right. The price cannot quickly come down now. When did it start?
It's not right. You need to understand that. That's what Ekene needs to understand.
But that is why they are giving the information.
Generally like that everywhere the price will just drop down. You know?
Yes, now
let's
market,
comment what is commendable. And
yes, now in next 1 month, let us study the market and see where how the market will react to it.
Because
he just started the distribution, so it's not something that will just come down like brands like that.
That's the problem with Nigerians. They want everything automatic.
No, but
if the price drop, I will tell you that the price has dropped.
But what they're saying is that report that it has dropped.
Baba Kuku, from what Ekene has demonstrated on this platform,
it will take some time to drop. It won't quickly drop.
We cannot even believe what Ekene is telling us on this platform again.
Why can't you believe him? You live in Nigeria.
We can't believe him. Which live? He lies a lot of the time. He lies a lot of the time. You cannot believe him.
You are living with King of Saudi Arabia.
We cannot believe him. We cannot believe him.
We cannot believe. We cannot believe Ekene.
Ekene don't mind these people.
But it's good that at least it's good if Ekene come on this platform. He make it a very, very, very active. So it's good when it comes like that.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's a lively session. Actually, the price of diesel they are dropping in some states, especially in Oyo and Ogun, because they are close to the refinery of Dangote. And what Dangote did is very simple: is selling the diesel to independent marketers as a whole, and also selling directly to some marketers. So
I think he gave each one of them 1 million liters.
Yeah, it sold at 1,225 liter to some marketers, and some it sold them below if they purchase more than 1 million of diesel. So it's not the same price, because this is a matter of if you buy more, then the price you are getting per liter
discount.
Discount. So if you come here, maybe in the area you are, Ekene, maybe in Lagos or because I don't know whether you are using diesel.
It doesn't even have the fat. It's just talking. It doesn't even have the fat. Did he price it? Is he using diesel?
It can say maybe it has not reduced because it does not know. It does not know.
Well, just to make it clear, Simba, we use Lista in our market. That Lista, you don't power it you don't power it with petrol. You power it with diesel. You understand? So every single day we buy diesel for that Lista.
Are you the one buying it?
Continue to make your argument. I'm not the one buying it. Continue to make your. I contribute money to buy it.
But
with all the price we pay for it.
Is Remy? Is it Remy? Yeah, it's Remy.
It's Remy.
And he's making a good point that is understandable to anybody that wants to listen and don't want to be biased.
In some few days, you will know exactly whether it's reduced or not, because even some of these independent market that come together as a whole, they have not started lifting their own diesel. They are still trying to ask for more price reduction one way or the other, because they came together as a group. So in some few days, you will know. At least we can see that even as of today, the naira to the dollar continue to reduce. And they say in the next few months, if by May or June, if we started pumping our PMS, the price will also reduce. But I don't know exactly how much it will reduce to, because we are not importing from abroad. So all those charges that will come along with it from abroad, imported fuel, will not be there anymore. So I'm not saying that from 600 it will go to 200, but at least maybe some 50 or 100 naira off it is possible.
But Remy, the naira reducing. What do you also say about the money they used to support the naira to sustain it?
You don't know. I will tell you something today. For you as a businessman, it's a good news for you. You don't need to worry yourself about CBN, several policies they are using to make sure that they make the naira to stabilize, or they make the naira to continue to appreciate. If you continue to appreciate, it's a good news for you and I. So you don't need to worry about the instrument they are using to make it to improve the naira to the dollar or the other currency.
You know, Remy, the question we're supposed to even ask him, Remy, sorry.
Yeah, right.
What do you mean by supporting Naira? What do you mean? What do you understand by it? Because sometimes some of us will talk about something that we don't even have a knowledge of understanding. Then
Let me
we come
continue to
and then
speak.
be
Say what you want to say. Forget Simba. Discuss. Say
Okay.
what you want to say.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. Because the instrument, fiscal policy or whatever kind of policy they are doing is not just one. There are several. And when the portfolio investors, people that trade with money all over the world, and they can get a lot of interest on your bond, they will come and put in their money. And then the physical investor will also come back. The only problem we are having today is that if we can improve totally on our electricity and also the state police coming into effect, you will see a lot of competition in Nigeria. What I just want you to know is that every Nigerian, no matter which political divide you have, if things are improving, we should applaud it and ask for more before we decide it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Remy?
Yeah.
Okay, that Dangote only produce diesel
and jet fuel.
Jet fuel.
When it's going to start producing gas? I mean,
they said by May.
By May, it's going to start to. And it's not. And I also want to tell you that plant is not for PMS, jet fuel, and also for what you call for diesel alone. They have started also lifting fertilizers from that because to produce.
Yes, they have been doing that for
no, we did this last that one since 2022.
Yeah,
so
that one.
When and other proper, I forgot.
I think he exported that one a lot.
It's a byproduct.
He exported that
so
one a lot.
it's really a game changer for Nigeria. So sometimes for me personally, this is personal to me. I always think that I don't care whether the most important thing is that we have somebody that is doing it. Let's assume we have 3 of Dangote or 5 of Dangote in Nigeria, and they are doing the same thing Dangote is doing. Don't you think they'll create more employment? It's a good news for that country. Let's applaud it. I know that we can be divided by political or whatever we are doing, but from 2000, almost 2000, and in the space of 1.5 months now, it's coming down. So who knows? Maybe if all of these indices came into place, who knows whether it's possible for
Remy, I appreciate the Naira coming down, but you people still have to agree that what you talked against supporting the Naira a few months back, the government is also following the same footsteps. So you have to agree on that. I say I don't care how they do it. I still appreciate that the Naira, but you still have to agree.
Are you talking about arbitrage? Are you talking about arbitrage?
No, you still have to agree on that.
No.
But I appreciate the Naira coming
supporting
down. But
Naira.
it's not that it's possible.
One voice now.
It's 2,300.
They don't support Naira as what you thought like that. What they are doing is using various forms of intervention and various forms of policy to make sure that the Naira appreciate against the dollar, blocking a lot of loopholes. Do you know that today?
Sorry. What do you mean by they are supporting the Naira? Let us get what he's saying right first.
Okay.
What do you mean by they are supporting the Naira? Are they paying the way they were paying before, or what?
And that's too heavy.
Yes, now it's a subsidy on the Naira on the dollar now.
Who told you that? How do you know that they are doing that?
How do I know? It's on the news now. I saw it on the news now.
Which news
they
now?
Say the amount. They say how many billions of dollar that is required
this guy don't say
to
that.
make the Naira strong.
No, don't
you understand?
That. What you didn't see.
I saw it now. So that's why I asked the question. You know, you read a lot of things on the internet.
Send the link.
So
send the link. Send it.
Are you don't go to news, go anywhere and find it. And I will not send the link to you.
Block obedient news. That's where he got it from.
I thought he had something substantial.
It doesn't. That's how he talk.
It doesn't know. First you must know that they have floated the Naira. Because they floated the Naira, that's why speculators in Nigeria and abroad continue to trade like that. That's why you see that difference up to about 2,000 to the 1 Naira. But when the government saw this, the CBN have to react And when they act and react, they put in a lot of policy to stop that. It's not about putting, you cannot put money or support Naira.
But the price of product is still very high in our market, too.
No,
everything is still where it is.
No. Let me tell you the truth. I have a cousin in Nigeria that trade in rice. Yesterday, he told me a bag of rice now is 70,000 naira from 95,000.
65.
So,
65.
No,
65.
65. It's 60. It's not up to 70. He told me that one. So you cannot say that prints are not reducing, and you must also know that.
Ekene is not happy that things are getting better. He's not happy.
You cannot say things are reducing.
Exactly.
Maybe not
Ekene is
all.
playing politics about everything.
Silva, you'll be.
Ekene, have you become rational mind?
You have a problem with me,
you
but
don't want
that
things to
problem
get
will not
better.
happen. Whether am I not living in Nigeria? If things doesn't get better, am I not the one that it will affect? I'm saying I don't know where Remy bought his own rice,
Okay,
but I know what the price.
How much are you buying 50 kg?
How much are you buying?
What is possible? It's possible. I'm not that in you, Remy. It's possible in some places, but for me, where I stay, the amount I bought rice a few months ago is still the amount I bought it last week.
How much did you buy it?
I buy 84,000.
84.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you agree that was a time it was 95,000 or 90,000?
I never bought rice 90,000.
No, that is
4,000 I bought.
That is what my cousin. That it was what.
What you are very close to border.
There's a time it was selling for 90,000.
That is it now. That is it. You know when this government came in, rice is about 50 something now. It has increased so much. So I want them to bring it down to that, even if it is that Buhari price. We are not asking of Jonathan price. So let them continue to work so that it comes down to that Buhari price. I'm not even asking of Jonathan price. I'm asking of Buhari price. That's what I'm asking from Tinubu government. So if they're able to do it, I'll be happy with them. But for now, it's still more above. It's still higher. It's still very high than what. It's just like coming out today to increase the electric tariff. So everything with about 4%.
I don't even know why you are crying about the electricity. You don't get light where you live.
It's affecting me living in Nigeria. I'm crying.
Do you know?
So why should it be increasing? If not even 100%, not even 10%, it's 400%.
But you don't get the light now, so nobody will charge you. There's no light, so why are you crying over something that you will not pay? There's no light in Nigeria now.
It still affects you. Whether I get it or I don't get it, anytime it will make my light to finish.
You don't have light. There is no light in Nigeria. Get me? There is no light in Nigeria. No electricity. So, and if you don't have electricity, you don't pay. So why are you crying over something that you don't pay?
That 1 hour, 2 hours light, the thing will be going. It will be sucking the light like a baby sucking, like baby sucking breast. That's how the thing will be going now. You understand? So it's a very big challenge. So if that 1,000 naira used to last for me for about 1 month, now it will be just like 2 weeks or even 1 week. So whether yes, so that is it.
You know, Ekene, do you have prepaid meter in your apartment? Tell me. Don't lie. Do you have prepaid meter?
Yes, now I have.
Ekene, you told us before that you are using estimated bill.
Our landlady has been. She has a. It's all dependent on the people that have the house. I'm not the one to provide it now, so she has even
necessary. What they are trying to say is a proposal for urban area band A, band D electricity. Probably is not going to affect consumer like you. So don't worry about all of this policy when you read them from the newspaper. Try to find a way to digest it. Sometimes it's not what you meant here. And it's not yet to that time. And when it's yet to that, do you think you just increase it like that? It does not go that way. The regulatory body is there. The House of Assembly and the Senate, they might call them for a meeting. At the end of the day, they might not increase to what you really want. But I think, personally thinking, I don't think it's the right time for that increment now. I think they should just find a solution to the distribution of electricity. But fortunately for Nigeria, states are producing electricity now. So don't worry too much about all of this because at the end of the day, it's not going to be under the federal government anymore.
But Remy, if you listen to one, I think Kenel always listen to Arise. There's a guy that,
Obedient news.
yeah, there's a guy they brought. I think that guy is an energy expert. He said that if government not remove the subsidy on the electricity, that electricity is not going to stable in Nigeria. Until when government removes subsidy from electricity, that is when they can get it right. Because if they are not charging the right,
compare Nigeria with developed country. Even here I am paying two form of electricity. I'm paying for both generation and distribution. So it's quite high, and there's no government subsidy. So ask anybody that live in abroad. Even electricity, you have it 24 hours, but you just don't use it anyhow. You also try to curtail yourself, especially in the month of winter and summer. Especially in winter here, where you also have to use heater. So
you know, one of the problem, let me tell you now that, excuse me, you know, initially we were saying it that who is this? There is a lot of subsidy that Nigeria are enjoying. You understand? But people will say no, everything is this. Now they now remove subsidy on electricity and everybody is crying. But before we didn't agree that there was subsidy on electricity.
Of course, there was a huge subsidy on electricity since time immemorial. That is why a lot of Nigerians were having a good time subsidized for everything we do, education, health. Tell me, when I was growing up, when I go to Adeoyo State Hospital, it was free during my time. Education was free during my time. So even electricity was free, although we don't used to have it constantly. There is water running, and how much are we paying for water? It's also subsidized. So everything is subsidized.
When have you got electricity for free in Nigeria, Remy? When? When in Nigeria have you ever got electricity?
Subsidized, so we do not have 24-hour electricity. I say we do not have 24 hours.
You said when you are growing up, you got electricity free. When was that?
I say it was subsidized. I did not say free. Subsidized.
He said subsidized.
I did not say free. I never mentioned free.
Let me tell you this. You see, all these arrangements that we have in Nigeria, this RNG system of electricity supply to, favor some politician and their crooked friend that they brought to come and run your electricity system. It's just a complete fraud that you people don't know. Tell me how far we've gone, what improvement we have made since this electricity
privatization. No, since privatization.
Tell me improvement that we have made.
No, nothing.
Hold on. With all the money they sunk into it, what improvement have we got? So it's just a mirage. It's just a complete fraud. And now they are telling you that, oh, we are giving you subsidy before, we are going to remove it. It's another way of, imposing some kind of, a hardship on the people. Before the privatization, we were generating about 4,000 megawatts. Have we improved better than 4,000 now today? So what is all the money
No.
that they have sunk into privatization?
Can you hold on? Hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. In terms
hold
of
on, let me land.
Because you're wrong in that fact. You said 4,000.
Let me land.
We can actually generate 17,000.
You are not generating 17,000. You are not
It's
generating
4,000. There is nothing like
electricity.
it's not. It's 4,000 we are generating.
Which 17,000 are
No,
you
you
generating?
can only transmit for that amount, not at the amount. I think you're conflicting the issue here. You have the capacity to go as
The
high as
capacity
7.
is different. You are not
No,
generating that capacity.
but
You can't be generating something that will not be transmitted. How can you be wasting resources?
How can you don't
This is
generate that
simple.
capacity? You
Enisuru
have the capacity, but you are not generating that capacity.
If I have the capacity to donate 17,000 and you can only move on 4,000, why would I go up to 17,000? If that's what I'm saying, you can actually do 17,000 in terms of generation. The problem is transmission and distribution.
No, you are not generating 17,000.
You can do that. Is what I'm saying. Just stay with what I'm saying.
But
I will not do that if you cannot move it up and down.
But try and understand what he's saying. If you cannot transmit what you will generate, you won't generate it now.
Okay. You say you will generate it. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. That is the fraud right there.
Oh.
Why?
How can you be generating something that you cannot transmit?
Okay.
So what's the point of me doing that?
That is the fraud right there.
How is it fraud?
Let him explain. How is that one fraud? Explain.
Okay, why I tell you it's a fraud is that you know that it's what you generate, what you can generate that you will transmit, right? The transmission line, why is it not effective?
The transmission,
this generation,
the privatization. The privatization that they did was, we have three branches of this electricity thing: generation, transmission, and distribution. It was only the generation and transmission and distribution that they privatized. The transmission is still under government.
Yeah.
And that is the one that is having major issues.
And on this platform, we have shared that data on this platform where those private companies, Gencos, can actually do 17. So when you said it's fraud, why would I keep generating 17,000 when I can only transmit 4,000? It does not make any business sense to do that. But they have the capacity to.
Yes.
So the focus should be on transmission, like Simba rightly said.
But
government is not willing to let go of that yet. It's the issue.
Hold on right there. Let me tell you the fraud that is playing out in that sector, or how do I describe it? Government is giving subsidy to generation. All right? Government is giving subsidy to them, even though they cannot generate enough for transmission. And it is what you transmit that the DISCO will distribute. DISCO is the one that have that interface with the public. So if that DISCO cannot make that money, how would the whole from the generation to how will it work? How will the system work?
We don't seem to understand what you are talking about.
Okay, let me tell you. You will understand.
Don't help him. Let him help himself.
Let me tell you.
Let me help you.
Hold on now.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me land. What I'm telling you is that the whole system is not working well. The generation is poor. The distribution is ineffective. I mean, the transmission is ineffective, and the distribution is bad. So tell me what is good in everything.
Okay, in a nutshell, what is trying to
and
say
the generation is not getting enough gas to even generate as much as we needed. I agree with you that you are saying that our transmission line is bad. So why must the transmission line be bad? The government is responsible for that transmission line that is not effective, and the government is giving subsidy to the to the generation. Generation
But
that is
they can only collect subsidy for what they generated. Now they can't collect subsidy for what they didn't generate.
I think the problem have to do with both transmission and distribution.
Transmission is the
Even
issue.
even before they unbundle them to 3. The Nigeria already can generate more than 4,000 megawatts, what you call it. During the time of, I know that they can generate up to, there was a time that they can generate up to 12,000 megawatts. But unfortunately, because of old network and so many problems with the disco, and also with the shenanigans of the discos, because the discos were sold to former president of Nigeria and their acolyte. You are right in that, Babajali Koko, because I know that some of, for example, Ibadan Disco, Abu Salam have a big stake in it, and also in the because they put them into several, maybe like 8 or 10. So it is those discos that belong to various wealthy Nigerians. Instead of them to pump money or to look for money to make it better, they rely on government, and government continue to bail them out. And today, all the money were because of fraud and corruption. So the beauty of it now is that it is not within the state confine. For every state that want to develop a state, they should go ahead, generate, distribute, and transmit just only your state. You can remove yourself from the national grid, and that would be good for everybody. So but what they are trying to do is that maybe they can have a uniform price before every state continue to generate and distribute their own electricity. But I don't think that should be. If I or your state can generate, distribute, and transmit my electricity, I can also try within my national state assembly to put a price that my people.
They still want to. That's the problem right there. They still want to stick to having. You must have regional grids. You can't have national grid. That has to be scrapped. You can't have just one. Even in America, America does not have a national grid. They have regional grids. That's the way it works.
I can even have a national grid that once every there's a problem, then the whole country will be in darkness.
And that's it. In America here, when they had the flood down in Texas, when their grid was down, they had to connect with the one in California temporarily because they had flood issues. That's what it's supposed to be. I don't get Nigeria. I don't understand you guys. It's just basic economics.
Yeah,
if I'm doing 17,000, if I had the capacity to do 17,000, and government says, you know what, we now have this line that transmits that we've privatized to Siemens, and we can do 30,000. We can actually do 30,000 in transmission. Guess what I would do as an investor? I will scale up my generation to meet that 30,000 that they can transmit. And guess what happens to the distribution companies? They will also expand their own business because there's a market for it now. It just is basic supply and demand. Fix your transmission. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Because just like Simba and you said, a simple in national grid everywhere is dark.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, I'm coming. I'm going to get prepared.
So it's not supposed to be like that. And when you look at all the developed countries, every region, every state controls everything within their capacity. So it's supposed to be like that in a country like Nigeria. And I think there's still politics they are playing along with it. I don't see where I think the problem with the Nigerian government is that they want all the country to develop at the same pace. It can never be like that. So if these states are ready to do their stuff, and those states are not ready, you cannot let the state that want to do stuff to wait until that one that is not ready. Now that is the problem of this kind of democracy we practice now, and the federal character or whatever, blah 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 they used to talk about. So we should give priority. And I think, to be frank with you, let's break it down. Our government in Southwest, they are not doing a human job about this electricity. They are not taking it seriously at all, to me. Because if you want all this industry to be back in your region, you must quickly address this issue about electricity. It's high time our people start calling them to order. They should do something about this electricity. Because once you have that electricity, voila, everybody even if it's expensive, at least you can plan, and you can set up your own factory or mini factory and start producing something. But whereas they don't care about the electricity, Just look at them, just talking rubbish. I don't understand why there's no a roadmap and we started effecting it now. At least in the next 4 years, the electricity in that southwest, if they cooperate together, should have improved by more than 50% in the next 4 years. Even that is the only thing they do, we will know that. And I think probably, I don't know, if you have the ears of people that are close to Tinubu, they must totally give away and let everybody go on with transmission, distribution, and generating.
Yeah, you can't have so Simba. When it comes to transmission, the reality is states should not. It will not be wise for one state to invest in those three chains. I think when it comes to transmission, they need to work. Like let's say Lagos, Ibadan, Lagos or Ogun can work on a line. It will make more economic sense for them. That would be in like a region that they can work together.
But that's exactly what I'm trying to say. So what is stopping them? Who is stopping them not doing that? Are they going to wait for another 8 years?
But when you have a Shigima Kide and Dakpabiodun, how can you get anything done with among? Okay, maybe
even the so-called that we have in Oyo State is just a dummy head like the same to the one at the Ogun State. If they are the same, there's no big difference. It's also dummy head, to be frank with you.
You see the law that is guiding that electricity sector in Nigeria is too complicated. They have to legislate the law in such a way that this system of centralization can be broken down, and each state can be.
I thought they had removed it from the exclusive list.
They removed, but they still have they still have the law.
Not sure about the transmission aspect of it.
It's not easy like that. They still have to rewrite the law because all this GEMCO and all this nonsense they are saying, the DISCO and all the rest, they signed some agreement with them that those agreements have to be reviewed. They have to review it. Otherwise, they will sue you people to court and they will pay heavy.
Yeah, is it not Jonathan admission that this?
Like you said, let me put it this way. Those companies, they have been built up by the federal government three times, right? Those discos, because they can't pay, they've been bailed out, so they can't even meet their basic payment for their loans. So it's very easy for government to take it over. Just make the bank repay the loans. I've said that before. They are owing. I have already bailed you out.
Owing them. You know that Nigerian government, the federal government by itself, agencies, is owing them over 100 billion.
I know, but they are owing the banks. Is what I'm saying. That's what you use. The banks will be forced to record their loans for them. They will declare bankruptcy. Then you take it over, and you can then do the right thing that you should have done in the first place, and get competent hands that can even come in and run the thing properly. They were sold to they said to their friends and their lawyers. That's what they sold those companies to. They were not competent in the first place. So make the banks record their loans, force a sale to the right people this time around.
It's just unfortunate that all these simple things that is easy, that in Nigeria they make.
Oh, they will not do one. That's the problem now. These are friends that sold it to now.
To even manage those things, they don't have the technical.
If you know the caliber of people that own this disco, or what do you call them, they are your former president.
That's the problem.
And they are the ones, they don't want to spend their own money on it. It's like they are getting Nigeria twice. They don't put in money from them, and
a lot of billions of dollars is involved.
So Jonathan used that thing. He used it to appease some of his political distance, just to achieve second term that time. That was what he used it for.
Even if it's your friend, just get the job done. Nobody will care if you're doing your job. If you're a former president taking it over, I will not give a damn. Just do your job. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if you sold it to your banker or your lawyer. Can you do the job? Can you provide the service that you bought this company for? If it's yes, nobody will care now.
Oh yes.
Babati, you know that
give the job to your friend. Let your friend deliver. So that everybody can.
Do you know that most of these prepaid meters, they were imported from China? Each of them does not cost up to $2. $2, because there was a guy I knew. He's a friend of mine. We went to the same secondaries together. He came with some Igbo guys. they have a contract in Nigeria to get about 5,000 meters at that time. And I met them, took them to that factory. They have been talking to the factory before. So if you see how much each of them make from this contract, I don't want to talk about it because that one is personal. But what I just want to say is that the value of the meter they imported to Nigeria for each one is not up to $2 for each unit. And by the time they take it to Nigeria, they sell it to some people.
But so I mean, if it's that cheap,
Remy, it's not manufactured in Nigeria.
Not all of them. It cannot meet all those who manufacture. It cannot meet Nigerian need. Majority of cities.
Remy, question to you, please. Sorry, if it's that cheap, why is it not available in all households in Nigeria?
Because when it comes to Nigeria, the people that work in various of their offices, they try to hide it in answer to.
They sell it for some 80,000, some 100,000.
They sell a lot of Nigeria that way. They will tell you, we don't have prepaid meter, but when you bribe them or something like that.
No, Remy, stay with me here. I'm saying as a federal government, I know these schools are supposed to provide it, but I want to help my people, and it's going for, like you said, $2 in China. I can just say, you know what? As the federal government will go buy it in bulk, and I will force that supply to you, and I will fix the rate that you must sell it at.
No, it's not easy like that because you know there's
I know it's not easy, but you are the government. You want to help your people, right?
But the federal government is not solely responsible to provide prepaid meter.
I know, but you want to help out. It's intervention. Your people are being gouged. They are being all this billing, whatever.
Do you know one thing?
If that's like you said, then go get the damn meter yourself as the federal government.
My friend that time is the chief technical consultant to the Ibadan Disco. So his own job is to satisfy that the meter meets the parameter and the technical that's supposed to be in that meter. That is his own job. And I won't tell you how much he make, but it really smile big to the bank. Because if his signature is not there to say, fine, this is what he's doing. So what I just want to say is that that even me myself, I ask so many questions that they cannot even give me answer. So it's not very clear. There is a lot of ambiguity in the way they do business or the way that business of electricity in Nigeria. I think there is a big cartel around it, including all these big men.
Because they are the dumbest cartel I know in the history of humankind. Because you can actually make more money if you do your job. That's the funny part.
They are selfish. They are only thinking about the little one they get.
And they are dumb idiots. Because if you actually provide a service for people and you do the right thing, you actually make more money. If it's available, you actually make more money than what you're doing right now.
And if you see where they are doing this, oh my God, it's just the factory is not so big. Wow, I think these Asian or maybe Americans and the rest, they have done a wonderful job. And what is the total length and breadth of the meter itself? So just as simple and work perfectly okay. And here in Finland, I cannot even see the meter here because they block it from everybody. You can't see it. So you can not like Nigeria that is so visible that some people go and tamper with the meter or whatever they want to do. You can't see them. Everything is sealed up. So because of
even the transformer here, you can't see all this bang.
You can't see. I didn't even see now. Even
copper
transformer line kò dẹ̀ nágbára. Àwọn transformer kékèké tá ń lò ń bíbá yìí tó máa gbé sí òkè ó nágbára ju transformer ńláńlá tí wọ́n gbé ní Nàìjíríà káàkiri gbogbo àdúgbò tó máa sọ pé káwọn èèyàn tó wá dáwó.
Every weekend you go and buy copper to come and my wire. My binala.
Is it not the electrician you call that go and remove something?
No, you will call one guy from NEPA. We call this guy Remy, Mr. Lam from NEPA to come and help us fix. So one day he came doing I think the Eagles were playing. But she want to, they build all these small houses for the transmission and they build. But she want Benny. But he thought about it. But she been on here. Kini yẹn jù nù bàbá ńlá kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀
wọ́n máa di eru lójijì ni
ẹnì kí ló wí ojú ọ̀run yẹ́lò yẹ́lò kẹ̀ kí ló dé
ikú fẹ́ gbé mi
So all those copper every week. I get what you're saying. America is very small and powerful. It's
Very small, little thing. You just see it at the corner on top of the pole, and they are so powerful, and they will feed the whole of the community. I don't get it. It's like everything is so difficult in control. It's so simple. It's so simple thing, and they make it so difficult as if it cannot happen, as if it's impossible. I mean, pipe-borne water, they can't provide pipe-borne water anymore. They can't provide electricity. Can the government shape?
What happened to water corporation? That one is even dead.
You know, some Babati,
yeah.
I'm beginning to kind of see how ridiculous African leaders are. If you look at all these countries, like for example, Taiwan, and they just had earthquake. Like some of these countries, they will have like natural disaster that will destroy their whole infrastructure, and they will build that shit right back up. We've never we've never had anything that destroy anything in Nigeria. In Africa, we still can't build anything.
There's no rebuild.
In America, they will have like hurricanes, tsunami. You know how many hurricanes I witnessed there? The hurricane will wipe out the city, and by the end of the year, they build everything back up.
In a month, rebuild everything immediately.
I was in a bit for the past 50 years. I forgot them, but I think they build. You know, they I'll be shaming.
It's not funny. It's sad. It's not Mike. It's not funny. It's sad. It's a sad.
When you be about this, ibẹ̀ ni ọba ibi pẹpẹ ní bá ń ṣe ń di pẹpẹ ó máa jẹ́ ń di pẹpẹ ṣùgbọ́n ẹ má jẹ pẹpẹ mọ́ èyí ti jẹ pẹpẹ bọ́ kí ló wá kù sí it's just I can't believe it.
Even something as basic as waste management, you find it difficult. So how can you even build anything advanced? Just to manage your own waste, it's an issue. So I don't know.
Well,
so it's so.
Let's keep on praying. Let's keep on praying, Babati.
Let's stop praying. Stop praying.
Or Africa go ṣojú lásán mi.
Don't you say fún wọn báyìí kàbí kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ yọ jẹ́ pé Africa ni.
Ọ ti ṣe pé ẹ ní bíìlì kankan sí
Okay, àwọn wo la ṣe.
Baba Jale Koko. I'm sorry to say this, so it will be very annoying to black people, even including me. It's like what I say, I need the brain where I like to rewire because we are so self-centered. It's all about what I can gain from everything. That I've never seen in the last 30 years, I've never seen a black man from Africa talking about developing this kind of principle. I want to have a good name for myself. I want to build this kind of infrastructure. It's not infrastructure, maybe just like what these Asians and white people are doing all over the world. Look at all the technology we are talking about. Are they from Africa? It's zero. Most of it are from Asia and America. And what are they using their own talent for? Their own talent is just to cheat every time. Every available opportunity is just to cheat. If they put your man there, the family will say, this is our turn. They will start teaching you how to steal the money. Are they going to go to jail with you if they send you to jail? That's why I said that forget all our generation. Let's start from generation 0 or 1 and reorient them. Start from age 1 to 5. Forget all those from 7 years old and upward. They can never change, okay?
Good morning, everyone.
It's if you think about one problem today, then before you even say I want to solve this problem, another 5 or 6 problems, as some people are solving the problem, some people are wishing that the problem never go away.
Good morning, everyone.
Go ahead, Kandu.
Ẹ ti jẹ́ kí n rẹ́rìn pa láàárọ̀ kùtùkùtù báyìí o. All this re-examine our brain, re-engineer our brain. I don't laugh tired this morning. Good morning, Babaja. I greet you. I greet everyone.
Baba can number yẹn.
Well, I need solar, so but I need no ladugbo. I need solar.
But
I
yeah,
need no
look,
ladugbo.
you know, a while ago, you hear low current. Me, you listen to current. You said what is low current? Now buy stabilizer to bring it up. Emotion is telling you. It was really low current in your love, by the way.
No.
Iná mi máa tọ bí orange ó lè mọ̀ bóyá ó fẹ́ tọ orange ni àbí kìlíbà wá ní ló
You know, in all seriousness, I actually wonder how people live in this country, honestly, because I've had days to be more than 8 times in a day. I mean, báwo ni fridge ò ń ṣe ní bàjẹ́, báwo ni freezer ò ṣe ní bàjẹ́, báwo ni everything ò ṣe ní bàjẹ́. You just take this thing, bring it back, take it, bring it back. I mean, it's like, even people who have gen, they will have to wake up at 3 a.m. to go and on the gen because of Mulo. So people are going back.
What is the reason for that? What is the responsibility for Mamulo Bambum? Tabaku Mamulo Kemulo, Tabada Mamude Kemude, but about 5 times a day. I've experienced it before when I went to Nigeria too. I said, what is all this for God's sake?
It's part of what has been discussed this morning. They have to solve the transmission part. You can always, like Babati said, you can always increase your production when the needs are there. I don't know if anyone remembers Enron in California and Texas back in the day. Enron was supplying power to California. So during peak time, they were jacking up the price like crazy. So even if you're able to generate, if you don't cooperate on either regional or bi-regional level, just like BT said earlier, T or your state and Ogun and maybe one other state, if they collaborate together, of course, your price of the individual cost to each state will be reduced. I mean, these are low hanging fruits. You don't even need to go to school to be able to understand these things. But there has to be some people involved. Real quick story. There's an area in our area that before I left Nigeria 30 something years ago, at night, that place, people to go down from that area, there is no light. And the ground people, people on Manchester call left, right, and center. I was passing by there last week, and there was this old woman in front of me, and the woman almost fell. I had to, rush and grab her. I was so infuriated. This same place go see number, and there's no one to live in. I'm talking about just one light, one solar light. So I called our area NEPA guy, YED. I said, Biko, come right now. So I went there with him. I said, okay, look, we can buy a solar thing. We don't even need to go and put a pole. There's already some pole over there, I think NEPA pole or whatever. We just buy just the top of the solar with the light and attach it to the pole. He said, but I mean, on Shebeo. I said, Kilode. On Igba. I said, who are the one? Who are the one that will not buy? Only NEPA will not agree. So if they have been seeing this for 30 something years into your long, how much does it cost for this solar thing? But they told me I first have to go and meet the ballet of the area. I have to go to NEPA and write letter.
You have to go and bribe. Lots of you have to go and bribe.
Go and sit Lord,
Láti
hate
lọ
to
dá-
To use
láti lọ
to
dàbílẹ̀
use
níwájú baálẹ̀.
to use my own money to put light for people. Now I have to be go and begging people. I told them whoever I need to go and beg, I will go and beg. This is insanity. So I'm just saying that to say whether it is light, whether it is water, whether it is road, they even told me there was a particular road. If you see that road into your long, money, how can people baby koja every day? If you all put 1,000 naira together and go and buy some gravel, I'm not even saying call you as beggar. It will make it passable. They said if you do the road, the local whatever will go and uproot the road. Am I from these people? Is it possible that I am from these people?
Baba T, are you from there or where are you from? Are you?
I mean, low hanging fruit.
Can do. Let me tell you one experience. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. There's a road leads from Challenge to Iwo Road. That Lagos Express Road.
Yeah, I know that place.
Yeah, Tabati Koja, when we pass the Ibadan toll gate, you know Shoka now,
Yes,
close
I
to
know.
Igbowo's house. When you descend on that bridge going to Shoka before you reach Bodumole, what they call it. Obasanjo Nadi had accident and died on that road some years ago. Do you know the following day they started fixing that road? The following day. Because the Obasanjo almost died on that road, because that road was so bumpy, a car almost ran into the bush and had accident. The second day, he called, he has the power, then they started fixing that road. I was just imagining. So
the same Obasanjo you are talking about, why can he not fix that road that leads to his home in his hometown?
In Ota.
In Ota.
Ṣé wàá wá ń fẹ́ kó kú sí ibi tí Thomas sọ?
Let me tell you, how bad. You know that's my area too. Now it was so bad. This guy was in terms of the one that died. It will come with a helicopter.
Helicopter.
You bypass the road. You just fly helicopter.
I mean, Obasanjo should have fixed that Ota road. That don't go Ota. Lossi 4. Losona.
The same way IBB did in Mina now.
Passable months.
It's terrible.
General, the question has to be, before Obasanjo had that purported incident,
yeah.
How many times did he pass that place before?
Several times.
He cannot pass
several times.
Maybe to Lagos.
These people pass through these things. I mean, this road I was telling you about.
I don't understand what kind of leader we have in Nigeria. You'll be as a president.
No, even aside from the leaders, I mean, like that road I was talking about, everybody long by Bekoja, Ati Molu, Ati Danfo, Ati. It's like, why can't you just collect some money? But what I'm being told is that if individuals do that, there will be ramifications. But then I remember the story of a lady that had a construction company that fixed the road. It was all over YouTube, maybe about a year ago or something. She had a construction company, and there was this terrible road somewhere in the east. And she brought all of her equipment and her people, and they fixed it. So I was like, how is she able to do that? They said, she's
Even
a Lagbara.
Natasha Akpoti, she fixed road in Kogina with her own money.
That's the person. I believe that's the name of the lady
that's
I'm
what
thinking
talking
about. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. So it's like, so you're telling me that even those who want to do are not allowed to do, because if they do, that contract has been given to somebody 19 years ago, and they've reissued it. If you go and do it now, you're taking food from somebody's pocket.
No, no, or can do you would do it, and that person will come and cut tape on your own project. Do you like that? You'll be the road, though.
I don't care. I don't care who takes the glory. I'm not interested. Even me, I'm not cutting any tape. I'm not interested in who cut tape. I
You know,
just want to save lives.
you know the tape cutting is a big deal in Nigerian politics. So you must cut tape.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they should go and cut the tape. Just fix the thing. I don't care. Let them cut tape. I mean, it's like, how do we think like this? Why do we think like? Why do we act like this? Obviously, Lagos State, you see a lot of improvements in Lagos. I don't know what they do in other places, but even then, I mean, I sent a video that one of my young sister, she works for a local government in Lagos, and they distribute rice, beans, ororo. I forgot. I listed all the things. I sent it to one man. But my question, and they give people 10,000 naira per distribution time. And she said that's something in that particular local government is something they do once every month. There's video, there are pictures, there are doctors, nurses, they examine people, they have all these tents when they do this distribution. My only question was and is where who writes the name of the people that gets these things? How do we know is the money I inquired and I was told that the money is from federal allocation that Lagos State gets, and I'm presuming that other states get as well. We've seen videos of them giving one bag of rice for a whole village. In this particular situation, that is not the case at all. I think it's
Lagos
5 kg of rice, beans.
can do. Lagos State is working. Sorry to interject, but other states they are eating the money among themselves. Those people, but Lagos State, the people are really enjoying dividend of democracy in that state. I would say it's the only state in the southwest. I cannot say the only because I'm not from southeast. You go to
Well,
oh God, man. So many things that all this National Assembly or whatever they are called. They will just
See, back in was a
I
candle.
I have a guy, who doesn't have a job and is very, is a very good guy and is willing to do stuff. And I was even thinking about talking to, maybe one man or someone. Maybe we can pay him some little money, have him go to these different states and go and see what they're doing and record. I mean, like this, my sister was able to do with this particular um, Lagos State local government. Are these things being distributed? How many people are they being distributed to? What is being distributed? At least, like I said, in this particular, I forgot which local government she works at. That the video. I mean, you can see bags and bags and bags of all these things. You can see all this Ororo and Ikpo and all this stuff. You can see them actually, and that's the other part I don't like. Why are you handing people 10,000 naira cash? Because whenever there is cash involved, me, I'm suspicious. Why can't you give them a check? Let them go and have an account. I mean, who withdraws the money? And if they withdraw 1 billion, how do you account for who they gave the 1 billion naira to when they're giving it out in cash? My suspicion rate goes up real quickly. But Lagos is working. At least part of Lagos that I've seen, it is working.
can do. Did you get on
Yes, sir.
Did you get on the Lagos Blu-ray line?
No, I've been planning. I've been planning to do that.
You should do that. At least
Yeah, actually, Yeah, actually, I was supposed to have left Nigeria yesterday night, but unfortunately, my dad actually we had to get him readmitted to the hospital Monday night.
We are
So
sorry.
because of that, I actually had to extend my stay by another week just to see how he's doing. So I think that will allow me one of these days to go and get on one of those lines and do a recording and even talk to people about their experience of because I know there are people that work in other states, especially the states right outside of Lagos that takes those whichever of those trains to come into Lagos to work. I have friends of my sisters that will tell you they will never live in Lagos, but they will come into Lagos every day and work. Yeah, so that's been my experience. So, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's been my experience so far. I said I was going to try and do a few things. I mean, I've not even gone out to go and hang out with the guys or anything like that. Just um, managing with this my papa situation kind of thing. And, and just getting frustrated about things that I see, low hanging fruits that you shouldn't even need to go to, even if you just went to Ilekeu, that should be sufficient, you know. But it's astonishing. I think share our on look what a lot of the things that I see, you know. Mr. The last governor started the project, so I don't want to continue. I want to start my own project. With whose money?
You not have
You
tons of abandoned projects all over the
know,
place.
exactly.
But that's why where Lagos got lucky though. That continuity, I think that's what has helped Lagos. I mean, they had the Ambode issue, but at least for the most part, that's what has helped Lagos. They had a plan, and they've talked to the plan for the most part, right? So
Babati, they didn't get lucky. They followed the plan. The plan is not luck.
right.
They had a plan, and for the last 24 or whatever how many years, that continuity has been there. What you find in a lot of all these other states is that I don't want to continue something that somebody did. So you go and start your own thing, as if you brought money from your father's house. And if you do the thing finish, everybody has to come and double it for you for doing your job with their own money.
But Kanu, do you think that do you envisage that in the next 10 years, 10 to 15 years, if Lagos keeps going at this pace, they might start requiring that you have a special pass before you come into Lagos, at this rate. Because you just like a different country.
They don't need to now. They just have to make everything expensive. And those
I
kind of
think
you know.
No, I think what Lagos State is trying to do, and if they can do it, they will move a lot of people to their proposed Fort Milan Bridge because there are so many new settlements. Maybe they start to build new.
No, Remy, let me just clarify so you know what I'm talking about. So I was watching this YouTube clip, and Lagos, they've hired this foreign company. You see, maybe Mike talked to them. I don't know. Maybe it was Mike's. I don't know what Mike did, but they have this foreign company now. The whole of Lagos Island, that whole island, they are going to just gentrify the whole shit out of it. I mean, if you look at the plan they are planning right now, there's no way if you are poor, if you're not middle class to upper class, no, if you're not even upper class to rich, you can't even live there in the next 20 years. What they are planning for that place, they're going to literally price you out.
Of course, now.
And
That's where Lagos is heading now.
that's what Mike just said. At the end of the day, they make things so pricey. They don't even have to tell you. You'll be priced out only if you can afford it.
Let me find the video. Think maybe can. Okay, go ahead. All right.
The next 20 years, that'll be an expensive city. You won't be seeing broadcasters coming there. All those.
Yeah, but It's the same thing. If you go to certain parts of New York, if you go to Tokyo, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Even if
Yeah.
you go to like a city like Dubai, you can see the way they construct. It's quite expensive also to live there. So you are right. I support that idea because at the end of the day, people will just be creating unnecessary shanties and they won't listen to rules and regulations.
Look at that. You know they are building that
But
Lagos to.
when British were in Nigeria, you can't just move to Lagos now from village. It was when they left, illiterates took over.
Yeah,
Mike,
you can't just
When the British were in
you can't
Nigeria,
just
the population of Lagos only. You couldn't just come and
you
live in it and
can't
start
just go
building
and live in
taxi.
Manhattan. It's not everybody in America that can live in Manhattan. So it's not for everybody. Lagos is not for everybody, nor should it
You
be.
know why that population explosion continue to go ahead like that? Because if one person come to Lagos, under just rent one room, if we invite 6 people and all of them will cram themselves in that one room, sometimes not doing nothing, or sometimes just
It was
doing
the
this.
military administration that created that rubbish now. Those Babangida, all those
Really?
illiterates, they were really, they
Yeah.
don't understand
So
what city is about.
So if you look, they have been that Lagos to Calabar Road. So behind that Lagos hotel, that huge part of land, they've had these shanties. So can you imagine you have a shanty facing the ocean? That is an expensive real estate market now. That should be for some kind of skyscraper or an expensive resort, not the shanty. Look
Uh,
at the ocean.
yeah, it's going to be. I've seen videos of that place before. I've even seen them interview some of the people that live there. Eventually, they're going to be. I mean, the government actually. I've seen videos of the government bringing bulldozers and
No. They are
raising.
out. No. They're out. They've cleared that place now. That whole back of that hotel is out now. They cleared that place out.
Okay.
So they're gonna have like a resort with the hotels and stuff there. So, but what happens is Landmark Beach will be out because they're gonna bulldoze that whole area for the highway to go into Eco Atlantic. So pretty much it opens up Eco Atlantic for investment, and that place
Yeah.
should be skyscrapers all over the place facing the ocean. You shouldn't be having shanties in any coast. That's real expensive.
And that's what I'm saying. That they are definitely. I mean, those places will definitely be developed. The money is there. The people with the money to buy those properties and and build those high
Babati,
rise.
Babati, sorry to cut you. We can know that Lagos Island is developing. We have some economic viable environment there. But what about our Abeokuta? Can you just tell us where is our city center?
No. We had a plan. There was this plan to develop that where they used to have the government office, where we have all the banks. It was supposed to have like a tall story building, blah blah blah. But it just they had ShopRite there, but then ShopRite had issues. So if you see, they've not finished that. There's a master plan. If you Google it, you'll see Abeokuta City master plan, because that is a business district. But they didn't do enough job to attract investment to come in that area too. So you will see the highest building by OPIC. You know the OPIC building, right? There
Yes.
was a new one, but it was supposed to be this bank. Is it Access Bank? It was supposed to be a 15-story building, but they only did about 10.
Do you know what, Babati? Have you ever been to Ibadan? Maybe Thomas is still here. Do you know that the tallest building in Ibadan is still the same tallest building for the last 40 years? Cocoa House.
Yes, it is. The Cocoa House. Yes, it is.
No development at all. It just stands like that till today. What and this?
Auntie Fowora Alafu àti Auntie Fowora Alafu.
No, they have a lot of wealthy people in Ibadan. I mean, by the indigenous or whatever. Or, you will see all of these rich people, they have their houses in Ibadan. If you go to like Bodija area, or you go to Jericho quarters, you will see all of them with their mansion and their duplexes, but they don't make mouth like other tribal. But if you go there, you think that this is totally different from other areas. But what surprised me is that area, since 40 years ago or more than that or whatever, is still like that today. No visible improvement. So no plan, nothing. God, Lagos State, no matter what you do, you should just give thanks to Tinubu alone.
Yeah, Lagos will just leave. Lagos will just leave most states behind. They will,
They should
Lagos.
worship him in that Lagos State. If not
Yeah,
because of him, although he's a godfather, but godfather with a sense that have good intention for his people. Look at the way all of them, from Tinubu to Fashola to Hambode to Sanwo-Olu, and I guess that Baba would have had another person lining up to take it away from Sanwo-Olu in the next 4 years and continue. I hope Fashola can play that role if Tinubu goes away finally.
yeah. I'm told the third mainland bridge is actually due to be open today.
That one, I've seen the video on YouTube can do. They need to put a lot of camera there, and they need to, because Nigeria will be speeding more than 140 kilometers in that road. It's so smooth. I hope they put a lot of cameras so that they can catch them for overspeeding and fine them like 20,000. That is when they will speed below 100 kilometers. It's so smooth. It's so smooth.
They're gonna have to make it 50,000. That 20,000 wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, you just be seeing a lot of cars flying into the ocean, or they will be flying into the ocean. Because, God, I know them. They'll be so excited and continue to run on them.
And they will tell you it's because they didn't do 182 to Yemoja. That's why the cars are flying into the ocean. That's what they will tell you.
Because
Without
if you see the divider in the middle, it was so thick, and it's more than I think it's more than 7 feet. I mean, maybe 6 feet up like this. And then the railings on both sides is quite good, but still they will be running like somebody is chasing after them every now and then. Now that the road is so smooth, they will open it at April 4. Is it not today? It's not April 4. If today is April 4, I think it's today. Let me check. Yeah,
it's due to be open today. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be open to April 4. They'll open it today.
Yeah.
So I just want Lagos State, if they can have the money to build that fourth mainland bridge, voila. If they finish that one and then continue with rail expansion to Orange and whatever. But when are we doing? Do we suppose to have rail line in Abeokuta? Because we cannot just be placing Lagos every time.
And you have to go and double for that and that. You need to go and double.
Because you know what? Do you know what? Let's just wait for 4 years and that's it. That you can just forget that.
In a short,
just wait for 3 years. And we can't do. We can invest right. Just wait for him to leave. That's it.
Yes,
there's nothing you can do. It doesn't have any plan.
Yeah, but I think what is being said is not just wait for him to leave. What have the people that have been there for the last 16 years? What have they done? Just like we're talking about.
No, I also did the wonderful job. Expand overhead bridge, so many things in Abeokuta. This guy continue where he stopped now. He never continue. He just continue to follow Tinubu and abusing Tinubu and follow Oshiba today. I don't know. He didn't do nothing. It's quite unfortunate, really. And if the state are controlling their resources, some of these governors will find themselves in a big trouble.
Yeah, we have a number of states that should not even be states at all because they don't have enough IGR in order to be able to. I mean, how do you call yourself a state when you cannot generate enough funds to pay your people? So those people.
Let me show you guys. So, Mike, can you put something up? Do you have the? So just to show you the second link, just to show you what they want the island to look like. So there's the company they hire is called Dakar Investment something. So that second link, that is what they want the island to look like. So they're going to just bulldoze. So because what they're planning right now, if like you can tell, like even their landmark, they're like, we don't give a damn if you're a private business. We have a business plan. We're going to just do they already have their mind set up of what they want to do. Now, gentrification was going to come into play like Mike wants. But when people like Babayale go, that complaint, Mike wants to kick the poor people out of the island. People that have been suffering. Where will they, the emotional blackmail now? So I don't know how the government is going to deal with that. They are politicians at the end of the day, So that would
But
that's
that's what happens all over the world. If you want development, I mean, obviously you have to settle those people out as best as you can. But sentiments cannot be the order of the day. The master plan has to be bigger than any individual. I mean, I understand the sentiments of yeah, you're going to kick people out, but I mean, that's the way development works.
what can well, okay, not everybody, but some of them don't even okay. You go somewhere on the beach, you start building shanties, they ask you to leave, you not demand that they relocate you. No, relocate you to where? You weren't supposed to be there in the first place. How am I relocating you to, you just show up? It's enough. How do I relocate you from where for to where?
No, I'm talking about those who have the rights and who are the CFO or CFO
No,
or whatever they have.
those ones, because I there's a video I'm trying to find. They had a meeting with all this stuff in Lagos Island, for instance, and they brought them in during that meeting. And they said, "Listen, we want you to be part of this. So when we ask you to give your family house up for the development, you get payment to reinvest. Okay, let's say they come to your family house to say they want to build like a 40-story building. You can, they will pay you compensation. You can invest that money into that project. Maybe own a couple of floors, that you can actually own or rent out or make money off. So that's the
But in actuality, in a lot of places in the world, I mean, I've seen this in I forgot which country now, that they're building a new, total, brand new city. Is it Sri Lanka? The problem is the money they're going to try to give the people as compensation. You can't take that money and do anything anywhere. That's always the problem, or usually the problem. So they say, okay, we're going to give you 30 million. But that 30 million, there's no way. I mean, unless if you want to go to Kogi State or something, you can't go to Badagry, you can't go to anywhere for the money they will give you for you to get something else.
But my thing is, the end justifies the means. I know some people that's reality, but it benefits your economy to have an area for rich and powerful people.
I agree, but do you sacrifice the well? I mean, if you look at China when they build this their humongous dam, they demolish cities upon cities upon cities. That dam, what's the name of that dam? The biggest one in the world. So, unfortunately, some people are going to be sacrificed for the betterment of the rest of the people. That's unfortunately, but you almost never get a situation where they give you enough compensation. I'm not saying for you to become a millionaire, but okay, you are dispossessed from your home, but what the amount they give you, where are you gonna go with it? Like you said, maybe a 40-story building, they give you, you can't even get one room for the amount they're gonna give you, not to talk less of 2 floors. So how they work those numbers, I don't know.
Yeah, but some of those buildings they don't have to compensate anybody because it's illegal structures. People have added plans. They build in Lagos. They approve 4-story building. People are building 18. Look at that guy that killed himself in that building. Turns out government only approved 15 floors. This fool added 7 more floors to it. Who does that? It is this.
Africans, Nigerians in particular. I mean, again, we were talking about demolition of properties in Lagos. Take the sentiments out of it. A number of those places that were demolished were on gutter or waterways. But again, the blame has there are so many people to blame. When they were constructing those things, there should have been an agency that goes out there to see what's happening. Not until they put in a $500 million property, then 15 years later you say you're demolishing. I mean, where are the agencies? to monitor what's going on. I mean, obviously, anybody that builds a shanty or even you build a mansion on a place that you don't have a CFO, but you say, Ati Wambi for the last 30 years. I don't care if you've been there for 300 years. If you're not supposed to be there, sorry. But those who are legitimate claim,
But,
you know, they're going.
but kind of on a more serious note, let me ask you this question because this bothers me. Maybe it's just me, but it bothers me. Somebody spends $500 million naira to build a property, 100 million to buy land, but cannot spend 10 million to get a lawyer. I don't understand. Like you're spending that much money to get a property, but you can't invest that much money on a lawyer to even do the legal thing for it. I don't get why did they do that?
Not just in Nigeria or just in Africa. If you look around, okay, for example, in the United States, the on the average, that is the black mentality. You know, I'm sorry to say, that's the black mentality. What you're supposed to do for 10 million naira, like you said, in order to get all the right processes in place, that you're going to end up spending $500 million, you think that more GM will become or me at any school ni. So I'll do paddy. You save 10 billion to waste $500 million. I mean, you save 10 million to end up wasting $500 million. I mean, rightly so. You have, I mean, all those places that they demolished in Lagos, I forgot how many houses, like 600 and something. I mean, how before you build a house, there has to be the water has to be run through, power has to be run through the house. Didn't they see these things going on before they became humongous properties? And then also, our people, only God knows how He created us. Honestly, somebody will tell you, "Don't worry." Most often came out worry. I'm agbejade. And these are people that work in these corporations or these sectors.
Why would you no Kando, why would you give somebody 500 million naira and they say they are the developer, but they have no office, they have no business card, they have no website, they have no track record. Oh, somebody just and just give them money.
Babati, maybe you don't remember. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ director ló wà tí ò lọ́fíìsì, tí ò níbi iṣẹ́. Tẹ́ ẹ bá rí wọn nínú Mẹ́sídíìsì, aṣàtàrí kọ́rọ́gọ́dọ́ agbiri. I mean, that's a song from the early 1980s. So many directors wey no get office. This is just the way people are. This is not nothing new. It's not from today. I remember my dad I was having a conversation with my dad that back in the 70s when he and his wife were just really starting out, they were getting government contracts to supply gravel. This is the 70s, either mid 70s or something. So he and some of his other friends that got some of the same contract, he said he and my mom, they would supply a number of tipper that they were supposed to supply. Some of his friends that I know very well, he told me instead of them supplying 10, they will supply 5 and they will get somebody to sign the paper that they supply 10. So this thing is embedded in us to levels that I don't know. And we were talking the other day about they will, the government will set up this, they will set up that. You see, the people that, and I said this that day, the people that are employed to go and verify those things. I don't remember if it was Mike that was saying it or someone that they will employ 10,000 people and you have people to go and verify it. And I said that day, you see those people go that will go and do the verification. That's your problem. Because they will see 2,500 people work there, they will sign that they saw 10,000. That's who we are, unfortunately. That's who we are. Cut corner, cut corner, cut corner. Don't think about the long-term effect. I mean, I've had to tell people, literally stop people. Look, you can't take pure water sachet, drink it, and just throw it in the gutter. Who does that? Where do you think that plastic is gonna go? And then when there's flooding all over the place, you say government order. Say you walk on for order. I mean, you see people take trash out of their face me and face you and come and throw it on the street or throw it in the gutter in front of their house. How do you combat that? How do you teach either a 30 something or 40 something or 50 something year old man or woman not to do that? And that's why sometimes we say our problems are so numerous, sometimes you don't even know where to start.
Can you, what about the highway when you are traveling? Some people will drink water and just throw it like that, and you just fly like that. A lot of Nigerians.
Oh yeah, not just water.
Yeah, not
Just
in
water. Whatever they're eating, they'll just open the window. Shh. But again, I have seen this in the United States. I've been sitting at and the parking lot of the McDonald's. You see Lakisha with her 3 children in the car eating. When they finish eating, Lakisha will open the driver's side door and throw the trash under the car. It's just normal to people like that. I mean, maybe it's just the way they taught me at my own papa house. You take that trash, and Lakisha that did that, there's a trash can right by the door of the McDonald's. But she has better things to do than to open the door, go and throw the thing in the trash. You just throw it under the car. So I don't know where those type of mentality comes from, but that's what it's just second nature to them. They don't even, it just comes automatically. Where you might think, maybe I shouldn't do this. They don't even think.
Do you know what they do here? Like
Yes,
all
sir.
those bottles and can of Coke or whatever, it is you can return it here and get money for it. If you like, they give you the receipt. You can get real cash, or you can use the receipt to go shopping in that same supermarket. So that one will eliminate people throwing away bottles or can or whatever. Everybody pack. You can drink so many cans of beer or bottles of Coca-Cola. You just pack it together. You go to the shopping mall or to the supermarket.
Yeah.
You put it somewhere, and they give you a receipt. So you go to the
Yeah.
cashier. If you don't want to use that receipt for shopping, then you quickly they'll give you your money. So that way,
Yeah.
I think they should do something like that.
But
Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry, look at the uproar when Lagos tried to ban nylon or whatever in Lagos.
Yeah.
Look at the
Right.
uproar. For your own good, though. No, you
Mhm.
can't do that. You can't ban Kini Comfort. Who are these people?
In California and I believe a number of other states in the United States, they actually charge part of the charge for any type of plastic or can is they charge you 5 cents. So if you like go and throw it away, if you like recycle it, there are recycling centers that you can take them to and redeem your 5 cents back per bottle or per can. And what I have seen in Lagos also, I've been to so many places from Ikorodu to Ikeja, where you see people have heaps and heaps of plastic. So there is a recycling business that is thriving in Lagos. So even you see people going to dumpsters or picking up cans and bottles on the side of the road. So there is that. I mean, there is no like you have in your place and like in California and other places where you're charged per can or per bottle up front. But there is a striving and viable recycling business. You see people all over I mean, you see some people service trailer, big, 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 package of plastic or cans. So I think that's helping to reduce having all those things go to the landfill. I passed by the landfill, some landfill coming from Ikorodu Road yesterday. The one that I've seen on YouTube that, ends up born in the world, that has burnt a number of times. So you see people even in those places with their wood and stick, getting all those plastic bottles and recycling them. So even without the government's law coming in and having you pay for those cans up front, some people have ventured into that space, and I've seen videos of people doing very well with it. Yeah, yeah. So again, Lagos is working. If they can just stabilize this enough problem, I think there are enough individual effort that will go into getting things done.
So
Uh,
they need some things as well. So if they can get that lighting fixed, they're doing well. They can do better with the transportation, but also waste management. If they can get waste management right, that means they have a cleaner state, right? So it's cleaner because you can manage your waste properly. You have your transportation. I was saying jokingly, but somebody said that I was crazy. I said if Lagos can get their shit together, they can actually host an Olympic Games in Lagos. It is possible in 40 years if they actually have a master plan. If they still did a plan in 30 to 40 years, they can host an Olympic Games in Lagos. It is possible. They're like, man, you're crazy, man. Lagos is not
so
hosting it.
even the National Olympic Committee will like that. They will. They will like for that to happen. And again, with the rate of development, with the way at least the places that I've gone to, is a very possible and very viable thing. In our area, definitely there is a waste management truck that comes around. I think is every whatever day, and again, even in our own household, people, we have a trash can in the compound, but they will put the bottles, they will put the uh, what do you call it, watermelon. I'm like, no, 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 no. We have to have a separate place for the bottles and cans. All the food waste cannot go into the trash. We can actually, I've kind of set up an area where they can put all the food waste, continue to put them in there, and it will become fertilizer that we can use for some of our effort that we have over here. But again, is going to, and maybe even governments doing some sort of, and probably not even TV, because everybody, you know, everybody. Why? I only have one. Why are you entitled? Yeah, network koala. If this one doesn't work, so I don't know. But what I have known about that waste management is that he knows people who wanted to give him a contract of like 40 trucks, but he will have to say he's delivering 80 trucks, which he told them, thank you very much, I'm not interested. But from what he had told me, that's part of what goes on in that sector. So you get the contract um, to deliver 80 trucks going around picking up trash, but you actually only have 40. So you'll be making that difference on the 40 trucks, and then obviously you have to cut some people. You have to bring Ghana must go to some people. But what type of life is that? How do you even look at yourself in the mirror? Or when you see those people, the back party, àwọn tó jẹ́ pé ẹjọ́ ń ṣe jìbìtì ni. I don't know. I guess all this all this I want to have enough money to be able to order pizza from London. Because outside of that, what are you doing with this money? And when you look at them, from head to toe. And people say, you can tell that man is rich. Well, how can you tell? How can you tell somebody is rich? Our people are funny, honestly. They're really funny, honestly. Uh, he'll tell you, you can tell he sits in AC all day. You can tell that just by looking at him. Only Motigbo, kò sí tí ó dáa. So our orientation has got a long way to go. But we'll continue to strive. I mean, what are the options? You know? Yeah. Anyway, una make me laugh today. All this, una make me laugh seriously. Yeah. So that's what I've seen. I'm definitely gonna do this blue line thing and go and see what it's all about. Probably go on this new whatever bridge you're opening today. See how, and definitely I'm gonna go through one of these. There is a market, I think, in Mushi area. Maybe they have them in other areas too. I'm told that that particular market, people can go there, is actually regulated. So price of food and food stuff is supposedly cheaper in that market. I was gonna try and go there over the weekend, but I think they were closed because of the Easter something. So I'll go there and talk to some of the people there and, do a price comparison to what they are in other places. Yeah. Yeah, so is anyone still online or is it just me blabbing? Hello? Anyone home?
I'm due. I'm with you, man. I'm hearing you. I'm doing some work on the computer, but I'm listening, sir. I don't know. Well, I think about you. About you usually at work himself, man.
Yeah, I know. Anyway,
I'm
that's kind of
surprised.
like my. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So I'm surprised. Simba, Simba, you're normally alive at this time.
No, they've been talking. At least Mr. Remy has been talking. Babati has been speaking.
No, I'm saying now that it's not that they are. I wonder the fact that now that they fell asleep. I don't know.
No, yeah, they're at work. Everybody's working. Everyone is
I know
working,
Simba.
and yeah.
Maybe Simba is at work actually because I know he's one of his worker came to call him earlier.
Yeah,
Remy is
yeah.
not at work.
We heard him a few minutes earlier. Anyway, I just woke up and started listening, so let me go and start my day, and I'll see you all later. Thank you
All right.
all. All right.
All right. Let me end the show, I guess.